Welcome to this story of passion, desire, and irresistible chemistry. Turn up the volume, sink into the moment, and let the emotions take over. Want to win a free bundle of 3 audiobooks? Comment Dark Mafia Romance below for a chance to win. No limit on entries. Comment as many times as you like. I will select 5 random comments. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for new books every weekend.
Deviant King, Dark Mafia Romance. Empire of Shadows, Volume 1. Anya, Sugar. Published by Anya Sugar, 2025.
Scarlett. I've spent years keeping my head down, guarding my secrets, and surviving high school by staying invisible. Then Angelo Boselli, the cocky star quarterback and son of the town's most feared mafia don, is suddenly in my life. He's everything I shouldn't want. Dangerous, magnetic, and relentless in breaking through my walls. And the closer he gets, the harder it is to hide, because with Angelo there's no place to run.
Angelo. Football is my ticket out of this town, away from my father's shadow and the family business. All I have to do is keep my head in the game, until my grades tank and I'm stuck with a quiet, guarded girl as my tutor. She's nothing like the girls who throw themselves at me, and that's exactly why I can't stay away. I'll do anything to earn her trust, even if it means exposing the parts of myself I've kept buried. This is the first book in the Empire of Shadows series. Reading order: Deviant King, Illicit King, Savage King. Chapter 1. The crowds erupted, the applause making the field vibrate while shouts and cheers echoed around me. I charged towards the center of the pitch, arms in the air, to where my teammates gathered in a huddle, bouncing up and down excitedly. Angelo. Luke, one of my friends from the team, called, a wide grin on his face as he stepped towards me, arms outstretched. "Good game, man," I said, clapping him on the back. The roar of noise echoing around us started to dwindle before the crowd started to chant our school's anthem. The opposition had been a strong team, and they'd played well, but the winners of this game were named the best team in the state and would qualify for the championship, and that was something I dreamed about since I was a kid. There was no way I was letting them take that away from me. The rush I got from a win was probably one of my favorite things about football. I'd always been the type to get high off adrenaline, whether that was from a football win, racing my car against my friends, or beating the shit out of my family's enemies. The last 2 options weren't exactly legal or mom approved, but football was always the one thing that gave me drive and purpose, and I never wanted to lose that. The championship games would be a big deal, with college scouts in the crowds looking for kids with talent to offer scholarships to, and I needed to be one of those kids. I'd never been particularly bright in school, and college wasn't on my radar for the longest time, especially with my grades. But my parents have been pushing it recently, telling me it'll be my only opportunity to get out of the town that's basically owned by my family and escape the mafia lifestyle for a few years. While I've never minded the lifestyle, I can't help but think about a place where nobody knows me or my father, and I can just play football and get drunk with my friends. Angelo. Another guy on the team yelled, causing them all to turn to face me. I knew exactly what was about to happen before they started to move, and when they did, they charged, encircling me and lifting me up onto their shoulders. I was the team's leading quarterback, as well as the captain, and we rarely lost a game when I was playing. I'd scored more touchdowns than anyone else on the team, and had scored the winning touchdown that had got us into the championships. I reveled in the moment as my teammates paraded me around while the crowd started to flood onto the pitch. The atmosphere after a win was unmatched. Everyone in the school supported the team, and when we won, the whole student body and all the staff joined in at the celebrations. Streamers and confetti rained down on us as the cheerleaders performed their routine, a newfound energy that wasn't there when they performed before the match. Everyone had been excited at the possibility of winning, but that excitement was nothing compared to the buzz we all felt now. I was lowered to the field when the routine finished and the girls joined the crowds, squealing and clapping alongside the rest of the school. I lost my bearings when my feet hit the floor, completely engulfed in the crowds. Despite the fact this was an away game, most of the crowd had been our supporters. Our school was big on team spirit, and encouraged everyone to attend the games wherever possible. I knew somewhere amongst the celebration were my parents, but it was so chaotic I couldn't even locate my dad in the thick of people, and he didn't exactly blend in with my classmates. "Angelo," another voice called, and before I could run, a hand curled around my bicep. "Congratulations, babe." Lindsay, the head cheerleader, batted her false eyelashes at me and pressed her chest against me, a shy smile on her lips even though she was anything but. She was loud and obnoxious and obsessive, and when we first started school, I'd done my best to be nice to the girl who had a crush on me. But over the course of nearly 4 years, she still hadn't got the hint, and I was done being nice. "Celebrate at mine." I shook my head and attempted to peel her claws off me. "I'm busy," I told her before slipping between 2 guys on the team and disappearing in the flood of people. I had to force my way through the celebrations, shoving aside freshmen and sophomores that bounced around like excitable children, until finally I spotted my dad's head above the rest of them. I squeezed past a gaggle of cheerleaders before spotting my brother standing with our dad, our mom's arms around him as she grinned. I couldn't help but laugh at the sight. She was so small compared to us, we'd gotten our dad's height and build. And yet, his face was red, and she looked like she was suffocating him. She was hugging him so tightly. Around them, some of the younger guys on the team who didn't get to play in some of the bigger games smirked, shouting remarks from a distance. The kids were idiots if they thought we'd let that kind of disrespect slide, and they were a lot smaller and skinnier than us. That's how I knew they were freshmen, trying to act big and tough while the sophomores and juniors knew better than to get on our bad sides. "Hey, sweetie," my mom called when she caught sight of me glaring at the stupid kids behind her, making gestures that if my father saw, they'd soon regret. They seemed to suddenly notice me, and went scurrying off into the crowds before I could get close to them, but I made a mental note to hunt them down on Monday. For now, though, I turned to face my mother, my glare melting away when she smiled up at me, pride beaming in her eyes. "Congratulations, you were fantastic," she exclaimed, throwing her arms around me. I squeezed her back, knowing from experience that it was quicker to indulge her than resist. "Thanks, Mom." As she pulled away, I kissed her cheek and her smile widened a little. "And thanks for driving out here to watch the game." Behind her, my dad nodded. "We wouldn't have missed it. We're so proud of both of you." "What about me?" I laughed as Luke pushed his way through the crowds of people and threw his arms around my mother, smiling at her like she was his own. She laughed, hugging him the same way she did us. "We're proud of all 3 of you," she answered. He didn't get the chance to reply before Dad's phone started ringing, and he sighed, declining the call and turning the phone off. "We've got to go. We left your sister in charge of your siblings, and clearly it was a mistake," he grumbled, rolling his eyes. He reached over and took my mom's hand, pulling her closer to him, and I could see that immediately he relaxed. "You kids need a ride back?" I shook my head. "I left my car at the school, so we'll go back with the rest of the team, and I'll drive home." He nodded, his thumb brushing back and forth over the back of my mom's hand. "All right, well, can you head straight back to the house, please?" I frowned, glancing at Cesare to see his expression matched mine. "What? Why?" "We just qualified for the championships. We're going to celebrate with the rest of the team," I said, my brows furrowed. He clenched his jaw when Mom's phone started to ring and she sighed, pulling it from her handbag. "It's V," she muttered. Dad snatched it from her hand and answered it. "Enough with the phone calls," he snapped. "We're about to leave. We'll be back in an hour." He didn't give her the chance to answer, and ended the call before stuffing it into his pocket and turning back to me. "Straight home, Angelo, I mean it." Before I could protest, they walked away, my mom shooting an apologetic glance back at me before they got lost in the clusters of people still celebrating on the field. The crowds had thinned a little now, but the atmosphere was still upbeat with people singing and dancing all around us. "What was that about?" Luke asked when they were no longer in sight, his brows furrowed as he turned towards me. I sighed heavily. "I'm guessing it has something to do with the fact I failed my history exam today," I said, cringing at the judgmental look on my brother's face. School was easy for him. In fact, everything came easy to him. He was good at so many sports, and had no trouble passing his classes, and even used to play a few different instruments when we were kids. I, on the other hand, had only ever been good at football. It was the only thing I cared about, and I worked my ass off for every game we played, but outside of football, I didn't care enough to try in anything else. Seriously? You failed another exam. I glared at him. Forget about it, okay? I snapped. Let's just go, the bus will be leaving soon. Others had already started making their way to the school buses parked on the opposite side of the field, and I joined them, leaving the other two behind. I got a little more than my height from my father. I also got his temper and had a pretty short fuse. It wasn't necessarily my best quality, and I did my best not to get worked up about things, but when it came to my classes, it was difficult. I followed my teammates onto the bus and took a seat on the back row with Darren, one of the guys I was good friends with. "You good, man?" he asked as I sat beside him. I nodded, and he dropped it, knowing better than to keep asking. "You coming out tonight?" Todd invited everyone to his place. "A few of the juniors are gonna go and get some kegs." I sighed. "I can't, I gotta go home." He frowned. "Seriously? Come on, man, we just qualified for the championships and you're the reason. How can you not celebrate with us?" "We'll be there," Cesare said, joining us with Luke just behind him. I glanced up to see him nod while Darren grinned. "Great," he said before turning to the guy beside him and starting up a conversation. I turned to my brother. "You know I can't go out." He shrugged. "So they'll be mad. We just qualified, and we deserve to celebrate. Coach isn't going to give us a break after this weekend's, so we need to make the most of it. Your grades will still be shit tomorrow." He shot me a grin, and I laughed, glad he was over my little temper tantrum already. "You in?" Luke asked from the other side of him. I knew my dad would kill me. They didn't tell us what to do much anymore, but when they did, we generally listened. This wasn't going to go down well at all. But the guys were right. We worked our asses off for this, and we would be working our asses off every day after this. We deserved one night. I'm in. Chapter 2. The party could be heard from the other end of the street. I rolled my truck to a stop, the vibrations from the beat of the music making it shake when I killed the engine. Both sides of the road were lined with cars, something I'm sure the neighbors wouldn't be happy about when they went to leave for work in the morning, only to find they'd been boxed in. Several members of the team spilled out the back of my car, and a couple had even climbed into the trunk for the short journey from town to Todd's neighborhood. He lived in a wealthier part of town, a gated community made up of around 10 houses, all of them set back from the street and concealed from view by trees and high fences. "Hey man, can you help me with this keg?" I turned to one of the sophomores on the team. He hadn't played today, but had been a sub and was one of the star players on the younger team. He had the potential to be leading his own team to championships in a couple of years' time. I nodded, watching him strain as he tried to lift the barrel alone. With my help, we managed to half carry, half drag the barrel of beer up the road to where pretty much every student from our school swarmed the driveway, making their way towards the front entrance. Rather than follow them, we made our way through the side gates and into the backyard. A light layer of frost coated the backyard, and the pool, the usual location for these celebrations, was covered over for the winter. But huge glass doors lined the rear of the massive house, and Todd pulled them open, allowing us access to the kitchen where he and some of the other guys were setting up liquor tables and beer pong. "Cheers, guys," he said. I nodded, and turned to the kid who had helped me, only to find his gaze entirely directed towards the group of cheerleaders dancing together a few feet away in the foyer. I rolled my eyes, spotting a few of my teammates already in the center of their group, beers in hand. I turned to make myself a drink, acknowledging a few of people that came over to congratulate me on today's win. "What we drinking?" Luke asked, appearing beside me and surveying the table covered in different bottles. I lifted the plastic cup in my hand. "Beer." He rolled his eyes, a smirk playing on his face as he snatched a red cup with one hand and a bottle of vodka in the other. "Pussy," he commented, filling half the cup with vodka before topping the rest of it up with energy drink. I laughed off his comment. He wouldn't be drinking like that if he was dealing with my dad when he got home. As if on cue, I felt my phone buzz in my pocket. "Ignore it," Luke said, peering over as I checked the screen to see it was my dad. "You know if you answer he'll be turning up to drag you home. And I don't want to be friends with the losers whose dad's a party pooper." I shook my head, turning my phone off and grinning at my friend. "You think anyone here has the balls to chat shit about my dad?" I questioned, downing my beer before refilling. He laughed, nodding in acknowledgement. "Fair point. It wasn't exactly a secret that my dad's businesses weren't all completely legal. Everyone knew, or at least suspected, that he was involved in the Mafia, but there wasn't anything they could do. He pretty much worked with the police at this point, helping them take down smaller gangs and shutting down human trafficking rings or drug deals in exchange for them turning a blind eye to his own dealings. They knew he wasn't a threat to anyone innocent, so they happily ignored the truth about him. And considering he practically owned the town and therefore paid half the town's wages, so did everyone else. Beer pong, guys?" I turned to Todd and nodded, knowing I was going to need to be pissed to forget about the fact my dad would probably castrate me when I got home for ignoring him. Everyone thought he was terrifying, and I could absolutely see why, but it was hard to fear him when I'd seen him get yelled at by my 5'3" mother or be won over by my little sister when she was 3 years old. But I knew where my own temper came from, and it was rare that we saw that side of him because he knew it would piss our mom off, but when he did lose it, it scared the shit out of all of us. The guys set up the game, and immediately my competitiveness set in, and it wasn't about getting drunk anymore, it was about winning. I made every shot, watching with a smirk as the pricks on the other team were forced to down their drinks, which only worsened their aim. A couple of the guys on my team missed once or twice, and had to drink 2 of our cups, but we won by a landslide, and I hadn't had a single drop of alcohol before we were setting up for another game. "Can we join?" a couple of girls who'd been watching asked. "Take over for these pissheads," Luke gestured to the other team. "I'm sure you girls will present more of a challenge than this lot." The guys made a gesture towards Luke that made me laugh before we started again. To my amusement, the girls really were better than the guys, and I ended up having to drink when one of them made a perfect shot. I downed the cup of beer and continued another few games, my aim getting slightly worse when my vision started to wobble. "All right," one of the girls said, "I give up. He's unbeatable." I smirked and met her wide blue eyes as she took a sip of her drink. "He's mine, ladies," a grating voice stated that wiped the smirk off my face in an instant. "Can I play?" I nodded, tossing the ping-pong ball to Lindsay. "You can take over for me," I told her. I made a move to leave, having to brush past her and the group of girls that followed her everywhere. "And I'm not yours," I reminded her, my voice quiet so only she could hear. I didn't want to humiliate or offend her, but she'd followed me around like a lost dog since freshman year and staked her claim over me at any chance she got, and I was sick of it. Just to piss her off further, I grabbed the hand of the blue-eyed stranger and pulled her towards the makeshift dance floor in the foyer. 2 huge speakers were positioned either side of the massive entrance hall, and in the center, strobe lights flashed, and the rest of my classmates all danced together, grinding and twerking and laughing together while the music thumped beneath their feet. "So," the girl in front of me shouted, her voice barely audible over the deep bass, "not Lindsay's then?" I shook my head, moving her further into the crowd, and allowing myself to just enjoy the moment and celebrate my own personal win, as well as the win for the team and the school. It had been years since our school qualified for the championships, so it was a big deal, and I was so proud to lead the team that were making history and making a name for the school. This sort of thing would attract all the right attention for the school, and I knew they were thrilled at the opportunities. Sometime during the night, my brother and a few of our friends joined us on the dance floor, and the blue-eyed blonde became a brown-eyed redhead, and then a tall, skinny brunette who wouldn't stop grinding against me. Girls came and went throughout the night, joining me and my friends as we cheered and laughed and drank, enjoying the freedom before we'd start our strict training again on Monday. I wasn't sure what time it was when we finally stumbled out the front doors, hours after the crowds of people had started to thin. Most of the team were now occupied with cheerleaders or other girls from school in various rooms of the house, and when I stepped out onto the front porch, I was greeted with the sight of one of my teammates butt naked with a pretty blonde moaning underneath him. I tuned them out, stumbling down the front steps and gulping down the cold winter air. "Fuck, it's cold out here," Cesare grumbled, his words slurred as he staggered towards me. When we arrived, we both had jackets, but they'd gotten lost amongst everyone else's, and I certainly didn't have the energy to go looking for them. "What time is it?" I asked him, leaning against a small wall lining a perfectly pruned Scarlett garden, afraid that without its support my legs would give way. Cesare stared down at his phone and cringed. "8 missed calls," he groaned, running a hand down his face before wincing, "and 2:30. Fuck." The game had finished not long after 5 o'clock, and we'd started drinking by 5:30 without having anything to eat. "I'm starving," I groaned. "Can we grab some food before going back?" "Now that sounds like a fucking plan," Luke exclaimed, bursting through the front doors and falling down the steps. I laughed at the sight of him sprawled on the grass, confusion written in his features. And then he seemed to notice the sounds of moaning coming from behind him, and turned, spotting 2 of our classmates having sex on the porch swing. "All right, James," he called, a smirk on his face as he struggled to his feet. "Anyway, food." "Yes, please." I grinned as he started towards us again, already thinking about how good a burger or a pizza would be right about now. Luke reached my side, clasping the wall tightly to steady himself before he doubled over, his upper body bent over the wall as he hurled all over the Scarlett garden. "Shit." The stench met my nose and I gagged. "Fucking hell, Luke," I grumbled, backing away as he threw up yet again, and then turned to me with a lazy grin. "Want me to drive?" I rolled my eyes, feeling the weight of my car keys in my jeans pocket, but deciding against it. We were already in enough trouble with our parents, and if we survived my drunk driving, we certainly wouldn't survive whatever my dad would do to us for breaking the law. He was surprisingly strict about that, considering he was a criminal himself. "We can walk to town for food, and then get a cab home," I grumbled, already starting to make my way, my stomach growling impatiently at the thought of some greasy food. "Food? Wait up." I laughed, as Darren stepped out of the shadows in the front yard, a cigarette between his fingers. "I'm fucking starving." The 4 staggered into town, the 10-minute walk a blur before we were sat in a late-night diner. Burgers and platters of fries sat between us. "Shall we get some beers?" Luke suggested, and I snorted, my stomach turning at the thought. "You just threw up," Cesare reminded him, waving a hand to call over the waitress. She looked like she wanted to be anywhere else but reluctantly approached our table. "Can we get some jugs of water, please?" my brother asked, his voice slurred and groggy. She nodded and turned to walk away. "I'd rather have her jugs," Luke commented before bursting into a fit of laughter. "Ignore him, he's an idiot," Cesare said when the girl turned back, horror on her face and fists clenching. Luke shrugged a shoulder and slumped back in the booth. "I'm beat," he muttered. He didn't even bother to say anything when the waitress returned with our water, and we all plowed through every last crumb of food and emptied 3 jugs of water before reluctantly deciding it was time to leave. Cesare called the cab, and when we made our way outside, I shivered at the cold biting at my skin. When the car pulled up, I dove in, sinking against the warm leather and trying to focus on not throwing up before reaching the house. With every turn, my stomach coiled, and I held a hand to my mouth, feeling it fill with saliva before settling and then stirring all over again. We were dropped back first, and the familiar sight of our driveway appeared much sooner than I would have wanted. I hadn't checked my phone yet, but I knew when I did, I'd find missed calls and texts from both of my parents, just like Cesare had. "You ready to be murdered?" my brother asked, raising an eyebrow at me as we stepped towards the front door. I couldn't see any lights on inside the house, and prayed that my parents had gone to bed, and we could just slip inside and go to bed and deal with this tomorrow. However, as I slid the key into the door and pushed it open, my prayers weren't answered. "Where the hell have you been?" Chapter 3. The next morning, I woke up to a splitting pain throbbing in my head and groaned. I'd been so focused on diving into bed last night that I hadn't bothered shutting the drapes, and I was regretting it this morning as the blinding sunlight sliced across the room. I hadn't even managed to undress, and was sprawled on top of the bed covers, still wearing my jeans and even my sneakers. When we had gotten back, my parents were waiting for us in the foyer, my dad's face a deep hue of red. He'd somehow managed to yell at us while also keeping his voice down, so he didn't wake the rest of my siblings. And I'd been grateful when my mother told us to go to bed and that we would talk in the morning. I'd thought we'd gotten off lightly, but now my head was violently pounding. I realized just how wrong I was. I stretched on the bed, my limbs burning in protest, and then sat up. My head was spinning, and my vision was blurry, but I forced myself to move to the bathroom and filled a glass with tap water so I could take some painkillers. When I dared to glance up at the mirror, I was met with the sight of my messy hair sticking up all over the place, and my eyes bloodshot and puffy. I splashed some cold water on my face, not having the energy for a proper shower just yet. It didn't do much to fix my appearance, but I changed into some joggers and a hoodie and left my room, my stomach growling for some food. My shoulders slumped in relief when I found the kitchen empty. I wasn't prepared to deal with any of my siblings right now, and I certainly wasn't ready to face my parents. I reached for a couple of slices of bread and threw them into the toaster before moving to the huge fridge for butter. "Yes, please," my brother grumbled, and I turned to see him looking just as rough as I did. He made his way to the dining table and slumped into one of the seats with a sigh. I didn't bother to say anything, my throat too sore and scratchy to bother, and threw another couple of slices of bread into the toaster. When they were done, I quickly buttered them and shoved a plate in his direction before taking my own seat at the table. "Lifesaver," he muttered, and I grinned. We ate in silence. Even the sounds of me chewing had my head thumping, and as good as the toast was, it didn't sit well in my stomach. All I wanted to do was crawl back to bed and sleep for the rest of the day. But just as I finished off my breakfast, the sound of someone clearing their throat behind me had me jolting. "Good, you're up." "Upstairs," was all my dad said before he left the room again. I groaned. He'd been pissed last night, more so than I expected, and I knew that he wasn't going to hold back now. I met Caesar's wide eyes and sighed, forcing myself to my feet and following my brother up to our dad's office. He worked from home most of the time, and had done since we were kids. Mom didn't work, so it meant we were fairly lucky in having them around most of the time when we were younger. I'd always hated his office though. It was where we were sent when we were kids, and we pissed our mom off. She was never really the type to yell, but Cesare and I used to push her to her limits, and when she did finally snap, she would send us to Dad's office. Even now, when we were practically adults, and were more or less the same height and build as him, he still managed to scare me. I knew he would never hurt us or anything like that, but he just managed to intimidate just about anyone, and I wasn't sure that would ever completely go away. I let my brother enter first, like a coward, but I knew it was me they were more annoyed at. It was me that they had asked to come home straight away yesterday. My brother was just in trouble for drinking and ignoring their calls. Inside, my dad sat in his seat behind the huge desk that practically filled the room. Beside him, my mother stood, her hand enclosed in his, and a disappointed look in her face that was somehow worse than the anger on my dad's. "Sit." He gestured to the two chairs situated on our side of his desk, and we sunk into them. Fortunately, the room wasn't as bright as the kitchen, with dark mahogany wood everywhere and dark wooden flooring. However, behind my father was the window, and the cracked open blinds allowed for a stream of sunlight to brighten the room, enough for me to need to squint. "We are well aware that the two of you aren't kids anymore," he started, and I felt my stomach churn. I hoped to God I wasn't about to throw up. Somehow, I didn't think that would help matters at all. And that's why we don't ask a lot of you. You come and go as you please, and we trust you to stay safe and to not take advantage of that freedom. But when we ask you to come straight home, we expect you to do it. I saw my brother cringe slightly out the corner of my eye. He was right, and we both knew it. They didn't ask a lot of us. We'd earned enough trust over the years to have the freedom to do what we wanted, but I had a feeling we'd lost a lot of that trust last night. "What's worse than the fact you blatantly ignored us," my mom spoke up, her tone completely different to Dad's, more hurt than angry, "was that you then ignored all our attempts to reach you. Do you have any idea how worried we were about you?" It was silent for a moment before my dad spoke again. "You're both more than aware of the number of enemies I have. When we don't hear from our kids for hours on end, surely you know the kind of panic we experience, thinking of all the possibilities." I nodded slowly. "I'm sorry." "Me too," my brother said. They shared a glance. It was something they did a lot. They seemed to have a whole conversation without actually saying anything, but after a few seconds, Dad nodded. "Well, you're grounded," he stated. It wasn't exactly a surprise, but what he said next confused me. "Where are your car keys?" I frowned, looking between Cesare and him for a moment, not sure which of us he was asking. "Mine are in my room," I said. "I need to go and pick up my car from Todd's house later today." "I'll do it," he said with a shake of his head. "I want both of your keys." Cesare frowned. "What for?" "If you can't be trusted to act like responsible adults, then I'll treat you like the rest of the kids. I'll drive you to and from school this week with the others." My eyes widened. "You're joking?" He met my gaze, absolutely no humor in his eyes. "Do I look like I'm joking? You can have them back at the end of the week." "Dad," Cesare started to protest. "It's not up for discussion," he interrupted. "You deliberately ignored what we asked yesterday, avoided our calls, and you were drinking, which I shouldn't have to remind you is illegal. You're not 21. A small part of me wanted to point out that he had no right to lecture us about breaking the law, but I knew that wouldn't end well at all, and I was about ready to pass out in my bed, so I kept my mouth shut and just nodded. I had to ask my men to let me know that you were safe, and the next time I have to resort to that, I'll tell them to interrupt whatever it is you're doing to drag you home. Am I understood?" "Yes," I answered at the same time as my brother. Even though they usually trusted us to come and go as we pleased, that didn't mean they didn't provide us with protection. We were constantly surrounded by soldiers that worked for Dad, although I rarely saw them, and if I did, they kept their distance and acted like strangers. They were told never to interfere, and Dad never asked them to report where we were or what we were doing, only to keep us safe and inform him if we were in danger. Changing those rules would leave us with babysitters 24/7. I don't ever want a repeat of last night. We nodded, rising to our feet and preparing to leave, but my mom spoke up. "But," she said, "if it ever does happen again." My dad interrupted. "It won't." She glared at him, and he rolled his eyes but shut his mouth nonetheless. "If it does, please just let us know that you're safe. Please?" I hated the slight shimmer in her eyes as she looked between myself and my brother. I nodded. "Promise," I told her, stepping forward to kiss her cheek. She wrapped her arms around me, her shoulders relaxing as soon as she did. I knew she hated telling any of us off. It wasn't her. My dad was the one that was good at yelling and ordering us about. She was way too soft for it, and usually left it to him, but clearly she was just as upset about last night. "I'm sorry," I told her honestly, hugging her back. She smiled a little and moved to hug Cesare, and behind her, my dad softened a bit. "Cesare, you can go," he said, and then met my questioning gaze. "We still need to talk to you." I grit my teeth and nodded, wanting nothing more than to escape and sleep for the rest of the day. I'd worked my ass off all week preparing for yesterday's game, and after last night I was wiped out. When Cesare was gone, I met my dad's eyes and raised an eyebrow. "We need to talk about your grades." I groaned, in no mood for a lecture about school. "What about them?" I grumbled, although I was certain I already knew. I failed my history assignment, and I knew the school had called my parents to tell them. Again. "Angelo," my mom said with a sigh, "at this rate you're not going to graduate. The school called about your history assignment. I thought you were going to try harder with this one." My dad frowned. "I was busy with practice. You know I don't care about my grades. I want to be a footballer. You don't need good grades for that." He leaned over, placing his hands on the desk to keep from clenching his fists. "You do, if you want to get into college, Angelo." He snapped back before taking a breath and straightening up. "The school board had a meeting yesterday with your coach, and they called me after." Until your grades improve, you're off the team. My stomach dropped. What? I demanded, feeling my heart pound a little. The championship games were right around the corner, and I'd worked my ass off to help my team qualify. There was no way I could lose everything I'd ever wanted now. That's not fair. I think it's very fair, my dad argued, and I scowled. How the hell was he taking their side? He knew how much this meant to me. The school are being very generous and are giving you the opportunity to retake your assignments. And if you pass, you'll be put back on the team in time for the championships. I scoffed. That wasn't how it worked. You didn't get to just retake failed exams whenever you felt like it. You had to wait until the year was over. Which meant that my dad had pulled some strings. We both know that's not allowed normally. Like I said, they're being very generous. I glared at him. Well, how about you suggest they're even more generous and they don't kick me off the team to start with? Watch it, Angelo. He snapped back, both of us losing our tempers. I knew I was out of line, but I didn't care. This was everything to me. You're lucky I convinced them to make an exception. Either you take this deal and work on improving your grades, or you retake in summer like everyone else and don't play in the championships. Your choice. I curled my hands into fists, wishing I could punch something or someone to release any of the frustration that had built up inside me. Yesterday, my dreams had come true, and I was going to be playing in the championships, leading my team and showing off my skills for all the college scouts. Everything had worked out for me. After all this time, and now it was all gone. This is unbelievable. You could try saying thank you, my dad pointed out, and I scowled. For what? Don't act like you've done me any favors. We both know I'm not passing those assignments. Not matter when they are or how much of my focus goes on to fixing my grades, I'm not smart enough, and you know it. His tensed shoulders sunk a little as he shook his head. That isn't true. I wouldn't have bothered suggesting you retake before the games if I didn't think you were smart enough to pass. And to help you out, we've hired you a tutor. The school board mentioned someone at your school was looking for some part-time work, and she's a straight-A student, so I'm sure with her help, you'll be back on the team in no time. My jaw slacked as what he said sunk in. You hired a tutor? I gaped at him. Are you kidding me? I don't need some nerdy freshman following me around like we're friends. He narrowed his eyes. She's a senior. I rolled my eyes. I don't fucking care who she is. I don't want a tutor. Language, Angelo, my mom scolded, but I didn't have it in me to care. From the look on my dad's face, this was the final decision, and there was no chance of me changing his mind. Was that all? Can I go now? He nodded, not bothering to say anything else. He was an idiot if he expected me to thank him for his help in this, but I was a bigger idiot if I thought he would change his mind. He didn't want us having any kind of advantage over others because of his money or status, so I knew he'd only pulled some strings because he knew how much this meant to me, but he wasn't about to let me get my way completely. Which meant my dream of playing in the championships now rested in the hands of some geek's ability to teach me the entire senior curriculum in the next few months. So basically, I was fucked. Chapter 4. The rest of Saturday was spent sleeping off my hangover, sulking, and just generally avoiding the rest of my family. I knew my younger siblings would take great delight in my misery, and I didn't have the patience to deal with them right now. I was pissed. At my dad, who had the power to change this and decided not to, at the school for suggesting it in the first place, and at myself for being too thick to pass my exams the first time around. My mom had brought my dinner up to my room and left without a word, clearly deciding to give me some time and space to wallow in my self-pity. But when Sunday morning rolled around and I cracked open my bedroom door, the smell of food wafting up the stairs told me that their patience with me had reached its limit. I threw on some clothes and reluctantly trudged down the stairs, my growling stomach motivating me to face my family. I could hear my siblings chattering and bickering like usual, and when I entered the room, they didn't bother to pause for breath. Nobody acknowledged me as I took my seat in front of an untouched bacon sandwich. Thanks, I muttered to my mom, who offered me a soft smile I couldn't return. I ignored all conversation that flowed around the table, as everyone shared their plans for the day, and focused all of my attention on the food in front of me. "Violetta," my dad called over the sound of my two sisters bickering about something or other. "You need to be ready for school early tomorrow. We're leaving at 7:30, he told her before focusing on my younger brother. "You guys too," he said with a nod towards my little sister, even though my mom helped her get ready for school still. "Why?" Chris asked with a frown. "Angelo is meeting with his tutor at 7:45, and Cesare has training," my mom explained. V frowned, glancing between us and my dad. "Why can't they drive themselves, and I'll go with you when you take these guys?" She gestured between our brother Christian and our younger sister Amelia. Beside me, Cesare grumbled. "We don't have our cars," he explained, looking down at his food and rolling his eyes so my dad couldn't see. V frowned in confusion, before the realization settled on her face and she snorted. "Oh wow, this isn't a good week for you." I glanced up to see her gaze settled on me, a smirk on her lips. "You're really gonna lose your popularity status. Now you're not a jock, and you don't have a car." I glared at her, my fists clenching under the table at the smug smile on her face. "It's temporary." She just scoffed in response and went back to her phone, probably to announce to the whole school that I was a complete and total loser without my position on the team, and my dad driving me to school like a child. I gave her a kick under the table, pleased that I put on my dirty sneakers. She squealed. "Ow. You're such an ass." "Angelo," my dad warned at the same time my mom scolded V for swearing, her gaze going towards M, who was oblivious, her mouth stuffed full of food. I whipped around to see him frowning at me, and once again my temper flared. "You're not serious." Opposite me, I saw my sister try and conceal her smile before sticking her bottom lip into a pout and facing Dad. "I think it's bruising," she whined. "He kicked me really hard." I opened my mouth to tell her that wasn't the case, but I was more than happy to show her what a hard kick felt like. But before I could get a word out, my dad cut me off. "Angelo," he barked, his brows raised in warning. My mom cleared her throat and Scarlett from her seat. "Shall I take your plate, Cesare?" she offered, breaking the uncomfortable tension. He nodded, handing it over before shooting me an apologetic smile and bolting. Usually on Sundays, we would meet up with the guys for a friendly football game in the park, and then head to our favorite cafe in town for brunch. But a couple of the guys were still feeling rough from Friday night, and I certainly wasn't ready to face the team and tell them I'd been benched, so we'd postponed until next week. My dad turned to Violetta. "V, why don't you go and watch TV or something?" Her frown deepened. "What if I can't walk? It really hurts." "Violetta. Go." She huffed, rising to her feet. "So, Angelo throws a tantrum and I get in trouble," she grumbled before storming off, making a point of limping with the leg I'd kicked and whimpering as though it hurt. I rolled my eyes at her, returning my focus to eating my sandwich and doing my best to ignore my dad's stare. The others were silent for a while, until we finished eating, and M turned to me. "Angelo?" she said, a small smile on her face that immediately lessened my annoyance. Like my mom, M was someone I just couldn't be annoyed at. "If you don't go to college and have no money and nowhere to live, you can stay in my room if you want." Beside her, Chris snorted and I glared at him, preparing to give him a kick under the table as well. "All right," my mom interrupted, clearly sensing where my thoughts had gone. "Clear off, you two, I need to clean up." M slid off her chair and rounded the table, heading towards me. I forced a smile and kissed the top of her head when she wrapped her arms around me. "Thanks, M." She smiled up at me before following Chris out the door. With them gone, I met my dad's annoyed look. "Whatever it is you want to say, just say it," I muttered. I saw the muscles in his jaw clench at the way I spoke to him, but rather than lose his temper, he released a breath before standing. "Come on," he said, gesturing towards the door. "I have some business I need to attend to. You're coming with me." I didn't need to ask to know exactly what kind of business he was referring to, so I stayed silent and followed him out of the house and towards his car in the driveway. We stayed silent as he drove, and it wasn't until we made our way out of town that he spoke up. "This isn't my fault, you know," he said, and I nodded, knowing it was true. "It's not your sister's fault, it's not your brother's fault. You can be upset about it as much as you like, just don't take it out on the rest of us." I clenched my jaw. V deserved it. He couldn't hide the slight smirk on his lips. "She usually does. Don't let her wind you up about this. Like you said, it's temporary. All of your teachers believe you can get the grades. You just never bother to try. It doesn't make a difference. You know I'm only good at playing football and beating the shit out of people." He laughed beside me, pressing down on the accelerator now that we had gotten onto the highway. He'd clearly rubbed off on me in more than one sense. Not only did I get my temper from him and the burning desire to punch someone when I was angry, I also seemed to inherit his habit of flooring the accelerator in my car whenever I got the chance. I smirked when his car hit maximum speeds, flying past the others on the interstate that were sticking to the speed limit. "Mom's going to kill you," I muttered in amusement. He glanced at me with a smirk. "Only if she finds out." I laughed, feeling the tension in my shoulders dissipate as things relaxed between my dad and me. "Where are we going anyway?" I asked him. "Well, I know you well enough to know that you're grouchy because you don't have an outlet. You can't play football, and you can't fuck off in your car alone to race it around like a maniac. So that just leaves beating the shit out of people." I smirked. "Got someone in mind?" "Oh yeah," he answered with a nod, his grip tightening on the steering wheel for a moment, the only indication of his annoyance. The color returned to his knuckles only a few seconds later, as he took a couple of slow breaths. Whatever this guy did, he deserved what he was about to get, that much was obvious. "Just do me a favor, and try not to get blood on your clothes. Your mom will go ballistic." I only laughed. Growing up in the center of the Mafia made me immune to my dad's nonchalance. To me, it was simple. There were bad people in the world, people that caused pain and created devastation wherever they went. My dad dealt with those people. In a twisted way, he was my hero growing up, eliminating the bad guys, even though when I grew up I realized he was one too. I never saw him that way. He cared for our family, hurt the people that threatened us, and protected innocent people that couldn't protect themselves. It was only recently I'd been introduced to just how deep and twisted the Mafia goes. My parents had wanted to shelter us as best they could without making us naive, which meant I'd learned to use a gun before I started school, trained with my dad in self-defense, and had been introduced to a world of criminal politics, torture, and human trafficking in my late teens. It was the last item in the list that always made my dad the most angry, and it was always clear when he'd had to deal with some entitled prick who saw women as objects because he'd be extra soppy around my mom and sisters when he got home. When he pulled up outside his warehouse in the middle of nowhere, I could feel my blood pumping through my body at the thought of releasing all my pent-up frustrations on whichever victim my dad had chosen. I wasn't proud of my temper, not in the slightest, but it was what made me the best candidate to take over from my dad whenever the time came. My brother could pack a punch, shoot someone straight through the heart, and organize everything with ease, but out of the two of us, it was me that could scare people into submission the way my dad could. "In there," my dad gestured to one of the large empty rooms. "He's all yours." Chapter 5.
Scarlett's Pav. I stared at the small bursts of light streaming into my room around the closed blind that didn't quite fit the window. It was nearly morning. My head pounded from lack of sleep and my eyes burned, but I didn't dare close them. Instead, I turned my attention away from the window and back to my bedroom door that was now visible through to dusky light of the room. On the other side of that door, I heard footsteps and sucked in a breath, a cold sweat breaking out all over my body. I buried myself further beneath the bed covers and allowed my eyes to flutter closed. I went dead still, listening to the noises outside my bedroom without daring to breathe. Moments passed and I peeked an eye open at the same time as I released a breath, my lungs heaving in gulps of air, before I went still once again. A clatter sounded. I bit my lip to keep from yelping, the sound making me flinch as I slid further back in my bed until my back pressed against the cold wall. The covers were right up around my face, as though that could protect me. I squirmed when footsteps sounded again, feeling as though I was going to wet myself when they slowed outside my door. And then they retreated again. Seconds later, the front door slammed shut. My limbs went to mush as I finally relaxed my tense muscles. I threw the covers off, suddenly feeling claustrophobic buried underneath them, coated in a layer of sweat. I needed air. I moved to the window, squinting as I raised the blind and dazzling sunlight blazed into the room. With my eyes squeezed shut, I fumbled around until my hand closed around the latch, and I pushed it open, gulping down the fresh air that now flowed into the room. A gust of wind blew and I shuffled back down, so I was lay in my bed once again, the sheets draped over my legs while my upper body was exposed to the cool breeze. My whole body relaxed, and I finally allowed myself to close my eyes. And then my alarm went off. I scowled, recalling that today was Monday and I was starting my job as a tutor. The school had asked everyone with a GPA average of above 3.0 and requested that they apply. I hadn't expected to get the job when there were others in the school that were much smarter and much better at interacting with others than I was. But when the school called, I was delighted nonetheless. Until they told me the name of the student I would be tutoring. Angelo Boselli. They quickly followed this with the amount his parents were offering, and my jaw had hit the floor. $50 an hour for the next few months would go a long way towards paying for college, and I was desperate. But working with Angelo would put me on his radar, and taking his family's money would mean taking tainted money. But it was money nonetheless. I'd gone back and forth on the idea, especially after the school board told me that they had called 4 people before me, and all of them had rejected the job after hearing who the student was. His reputation wasn't exactly squeaky clean. He was arrogant, popular, and had a temper that had the younger years in school running in the opposite direction from him. I'd never crossed paths with him myself, but I wasn't sure I wanted to. I slept on the offer, or rather tried to, but my indecision kept me awake all night. I could do a lot with that kind of money. I needed it. And eventually, the payment I would receive triumphed over the fear I had regarding Angelo himself. How bad could he really be? But now the time had come, I was nervous. I wish I'd have asked more questions. What did his parents expect from me? Was the payment conditional on his grades improving? I would do my best regardless, but there is only so much I could do to help someone who isn't interested in my help to begin with. But if the money was conditional, I couldn't afford to fail. As I rolled out of bed and rubbed my sleepy eyes, I prayed that I could get through this, and that Angelo wouldn't lose me this money. I showered quickly, the water ice cold in the winter months, and when I hopped out my teeth were chattering. At least I was no longer covered in sweat. I dressed in a pair of plain black trousers, a cheap blouse and a comfortable cream sweater over the top. It was what I wore most days to school. My favorite out of the 3 or 4 options I had. I was hesitant as I opened my bedroom door, but the only person on the other side was my mother, buttering a slice of toast. "Morning," she called with a smile, although strained. Tears immediately dotted my eyes, but I blinked them away and approached her, my eyes not on her but on the small kitchen and living room. The door to her bedroom was open, showing the small room to be empty, but I still had to ask. "Is he gone?" I'd heard him leave, but I kept my voice quiet just in case. "He's gone," she whispered back, reaching over to squeeze my hand. I settled into the small, crooked chair that I always sat in, and my mom took the one opposite me. She pushed the plate of toast towards me, and as she did, her sleeve lifted enough for me to see the bruises circling her wrist. She pulled back quickly, tugging on the sleeve until they were hidden, and then pasted a smile on her face. "You've got your tutoring today," she said, her smile widening and her eyes brightening a little. "Are you excited?" I swallowed a mouthful of the dry, out-of-date bread and shrugged. "I'm a little nervous." A genuine smile formed on her lips. "You'll be fine, sweetie. With how clever you are, I have no doubt he'll be getting A's in no time." The waver in her voice was the only indication that my mom was just as worried about my involvement with the Mafia Don's son. "I hope so," I muttered, forcing down the slice of toast despite the somersaulting sensation rolling through my stomach. Again, my mom smiled. "Just remember that he needs your help. If he is difficult or rude in any way, you don't have to help him, and he will be the one who suffers the consequences, not you." I met her gaze and raised an eyebrow. "We need the money." She shook her head. "I'll figure something out if it comes to it." I didn't bother with a response. I'd heard that promise before, but I knew it wasn't that easy. Finding opportunities to work didn't come easy to either of us, and I didn't care how difficult tutoring might be. I'd find a way to get through it and get the paycheck we so desperately needed at the end of it. "I should go," I muttered once I'd eaten. "I don't want to be late." I grabbed the only coat I owned, an old one that belonged to my mom. It was a little big for me, and had definitely seen better days, but it kept me warm. I'd worn it for years now, but every time I slid it on, it smelt like her. I smiled and kissed her cheek before stepping out the front door and into the hallway. The stench of weed hit me immediately, and I glanced to the dented door to the left of mine, screwing my face up at the smell. From the right, the usual squawking sound erupted from the baby that lived there. She cried all day and all night, and could be heard throughout the building. At this point, I'd grown used to the sound. I made my way down the stairs as quick as possible, eager to avoid any run-ins with my neighbors. When I stepped outside on the ground floor, I shivered at the biting cold. January was now over, in my opinion, the worst month of the year, and the sun had started to shine, the snow had started to melt, and I could practically feel the first wisps of spring trying to break through. Yet it was still bitterly cold, with a strong wind that pelted into me as I began to walk. I checked my pockets for change, hoping that maybe I could get the bus to school to save myself from the biting cold. However, I only came across a few cents buried deep in the pockets of my coat, and that was nowhere near enough for a bus ticket. With a sigh, I passed the stop closest to my house and briskly walked down the street, keeping my hands stuffed in my pockets to protect them from the cold. School was a 45-minute walk, and I had to pass through a few sketchy streets, including my own, before I reached the town center, where there were always strings of people aiming for work or the buses or trains that left the town and went into the city. All in all, we lived in a wealthy little town, and for the most part it was a safe enough place. The private school I attended was expensive, with a number of extremely wealthy families sending their children there. My mom had spent every penny of her inheritance from my grandparents on sending me to that school so that I could get a good education and go to a good college, and I never for a second allowed myself to forget that sacrifice. Because of it, we lived in a tiny 2-bed apartment in a rougher part of town, as close to the school as we could get with the little money we had. My mother worked 2 jobs to pay our bills and put a little money each month towards my college fund, and with what little she had left, we managed to live on. My father earned his own money and paid our rent, but we never dared to ask for anything more. My legs always started to ache as I neared the school gates, and I had to remove my coat as I started to sweat from the exercise. I wasn't particularly fit or in shape, and often, when I'd have to skip breakfast in the mornings, I'd get a little lightheaded from the walk. But I made it with time to spare, and went directly to the library, smiling at Mrs. Everly as I entered. "Good morning," I said with a smile. "Good morning, Scarlett," she greeted, lifting her gaze from the book in her hands and giving me a soft, motherly smile. "You're here early today." I nodded, adjusting my bag on my shoulder where it dug into my skin, the heavy books inside causing a strain in my back. "I start tutoring today," I explained, my smile widening. "Thank you so much again for sorting it. I really appreciate it." She waved a hand. "Don't be silly. Whoever it is that's struggling with their grades, they're lucky to have you. I'm sure you'll have them turning things around in no time." My smile faltered for a moment. "You don't know who it is?" She shook her head. "No, why? Who it is?" She must have noticed the paleness to my face and my widened eyes because she mirrored my worried expression. I swallowed and forced a smile onto my face again. Angelo Boselli, I said, keeping my voice low in case he was nearby. I didn't want him to catch me talking about him behind his back like everyone else in the school did. I can't imagine he appreciates it. Her eyes widened further, but she nodded slowly. Try not to worry, sweetheart. I'm sure he doesn't actually live up to his reputation, and he will be grateful that you're giving up your time to help him out. I nodded as forcefully as possible, repeating her words over and over in my head as I made my way into the study room a few feet behind her desk. However, I couldn't quite convince myself. Based on the amount of money offered, I had a feeling that Angelo was just as bad as people said he was, and that's why his parents were paying so highly. It was either that, or they were so rich that the money wasn't an issue. I knew his family were incredibly wealthy, so I hoped that it was the second reason, although I'm sure he would take one look at me, turn his nose up in disgust, and want nothing to do with me. It was blatantly obvious I didn't come from money. I tried not to worry as I waited for him to arrive. I'd spent 4 years at this school, not caring what any of the rich, spoiled idiots around me thought of me. I worked hard for the grades I earned, while they simply waltzed through life using their parents' credit cards. Their opinions didn't matter to me. After this semester, I'd leave for college and would never see these people again. And while they rotted, trapped in the lives their parents had bought for them, taking over companies they didn't want, and inheriting fortunes they didn't earn, I would build a life for myself and know that every penny I have I earned myself. I flinched when the door was pushed open and banged against the table behind it. And then my stomach dropped as I looked up at the guy who strolled in, his eyes already on me. He was huge. His head nearly hit the doorframe as he stepped inside, his long stride bringing him to my side in just one step. The look on his face had me shrinking in my seat. He assessed me, as if determining my worth. He continued to stare at me, and I realized I was staring back, my mouth parted and eyes wide. I looked away quickly and cleared my throat. Angelo? I questioned. I'd heard that's what everyone called him, not using his full name. He nodded before finally sliding his intense stare away from me and onto the available seats around the table. He dropped his bag into one and slid into the other, still towering over me now that he was sitting. He made the room feel a lot smaller, and when his eyes fell back on me, I felt like all the air had been sucked out of the room. And you are? I swallowed down my nerves. He was a student. Just a student like me. Just because he was intimidating didn't mean I had anything to fear. I reminded myself of that over and over as I tried to straighten my back and look a little more confident. Scarlett, I said, trying to force a friendly smile.
Chapter 6.
Scarlett's pav. He finally smiled. Nice to meet you, Scarlett. He had a hint of an accent. Barely, but when he said my name, there was a slight roll to the R that only someone with Italian heritage could perfect. You could see it in his features too, in his tanned complexion, his dark brown eyes and thick eyebrows. In the smile that now lifted the corner of his lips. It wasn't hard to understand why every girl in school practically fell at the man's feet. He was incredibly good-looking, and based on the slight twitch of his lips as he watched me study him, he knew it too. "You're a senior?" he asked me, doing a scan of my own face like I had to him. I felt my cheeks heat. I was nothing special to look at. My hair was still a bit damp from my shower this morning, and was most likely a frizzy mess of dark blonde. My skin was pale, my features ordinary. The only part of me that wasn't plain were my eyes, which were a dark blue color but were currently dim and swollen from the lack of sleep. I nodded in answer to his question, and he hummed, sweeping his gaze downwards over the cream sweatshirt that I wore, then the straight black trousers, and then the clunky black shoes that I'd shoved on in case the streets were still icy outside. My coat was stuffed in the seat beside me, but the rest of my outfit was enough to indicate I didn't have money, and I shifted in my seat, waiting for the judgment. "I don't recognize you," he simply stated, raising a thick dark brow. I shook my head. "We don't have classes together." He smirked. Well, of course not. I'm not smart enough to be in any of your classes. But I haven't seen you around school either. I'm sure you have, I muttered, not wanting to admit that he wouldn't have because I spend all my time in the library hiding from the rest of my classmates. He simply shook his head. I would have remembered. I blushed but turned towards my bag, hiding my face as I dove in and pulled out my planner, a pen and a list of when all the assignments were due or the exams were held. So, I said, turning back to him only when my face had cooled down, which subjects do we need to focus on? He shrugged, slouching back in his chair so he no longer loomed over me. All of them. Well, the next assignment coming up is the calculus exam in the last week of February, I stated, reading off the sheet for the exact date that his class would sit the paper. That gives us 3 weeks to work on a couple of the assignments that you failed last semester. Any preferences? He narrowed his eyes a little, watching me in what looked like amusement before shaking his head. Doesn't matter to me. What subjects did you fail? He lifted a shoulder. English, biology, chemistry, and Italian. Aren't you Italian? I said, my brows furrowed. He looked surprised that I knew that, but everyone in school knew about him. His family. His father. Half Italian, he said, but that doesn't mean I can speak Italian. I frowned. Your father doesn't speak it at home? He shook his head and folded his arms over his broad chest. No point, none of us would have a damn clue what he was saying. He sometimes swears in Italian so my mom can't call him out, but that doesn't help me much with the assignment. I tried not to smile at that, and nodded. Okay, well, how about we start with the American literature assignment since you need to do a book review. Did you read one of the options from last semester? He shook his head, and I tried not to roll my eyes, maintaining a friendly and professional smile. The choices are To Kill a Mockingbird, The Great Gatsby, Little Women, or Moby Dick. I had to try hard to contain my laughter when he pulled a face. Aren't they all old? I stared blankly at him. They're classics. That's just another word for old, he muttered. Well, pick one and I'll go and get it from the library for you. You can take it out on a loan and return it when you're done. Which one did you do? He asked me. Little Women, I answered. It's one of my favorite books. He looked amused again but didn't comment on it. Instead, he shrugged his shoulders. You pick, whichever one will be easiest. I contemplated it for a moment. None of the stories were particularly easy, but with the limited time that we had, I settled on The Great Gatsby. It was a shorter book than the others, and it was one I'd always enjoyed, especially growing up in this town. A story with the underlying message that money isn't everything had always resonated with me, and perhaps that would come across when Angelo read it. I told him my choice, explaining that it wasn't as long as the others, and left the study room in search of it. I headed straight for the classics section, and then took the book to Mrs. Everly to check out under Angelo's name. Everything going okay? She asked as she scanned the barcode on the book. I nodded, keeping one eye on the door where I'd left him. It felt a lot easier to breathe away from his presence. He was just so big, it was like he sucked all the air out of the room. You let me know if he gives you any trouble, sweetheart, okay? I smiled up at her as she handed the book back to me. Thank you. When I re-entered the room, Angelo was typing on his phone, so engrossed in the conversation that he didn't notice as I passed behind him and took my seat beside him. Here, I said, handing him the book and trying not to think about the possibility that he was texting someone about me. I'm sure he'd already formed an opinion of me, the poor nerdy girl who is desperate for his family's money. But he smiled back at me, and it looked genuine. He pocketed the phone and scanned the back of the book. If you read a bit every evening, it should only take you a few days, and we can get started on reviewing it later this week, I told him. A few days? He scarlet an eyebrow and opened the book to assess the font size. His eyebrow scarlet further, and he looked at me incredulously. I think you're overestimating my ability to read, especially this, His eyes narrowed as he focused on the page, and the concentration on his face almost made him look cute despite the size of him. I bit my lip to keep from laughing. "I can't understand a word of this," he grumbled. He looked back at me, his eyes going straight to where I tugged my lip between my teeth, and I released it instantly. "You'll be able to understand the general storyline, even if you don't know some words or phrases. Just focus on the characters and the themes throughout the book. That's what you'll be writing the report about. And if you find anything that you think might be relevant, write it down because it helps in the review to refer back to direct quotes from the book." He only nodded, returning his attention to the first page and screwing up his face in confusion. I couldn't stop the small giggle, and he smirked back at me before dropping the book into his bag. "What else then?" "Until you've finished your review, we can work on your Italian. Do you know which part of the exam you struggled with, the written section or the speaking section?" "Most likely both. I don't know, I didn't really pay attention." "Well, you could ask the teacher for your papers, and we can go through them and see where you went wrong. The same goes for biology and chemistry. If you ask for the papers back, we can see what you got right and what you got wrong and go from there." He nodded. "All right, I'll ask them." I smiled back. "All right, we can start properly tomorrow then." I jotted down some notes in my journal about what days we would dedicate to each subject. I expected him to leave as soon as he had the chance, but he simply watched as I highlighted everything, creating a key so everything was color-coded and organized. I dared to peek up at him from the corner of my eye and find his gaze on me, studying me. "Don't you have somewhere you'd rather be?" I asked him. "We're done for today." He shook his head. "Not particularly," he answered, settling in his chair and folding his arms. "Why do you seem so nervous?" I almost flinched at his words, but gripped my pen a little tighter as I finally turned to fully face him again. "I'm not nervous." His eyes narrowed, and I could feel my heart hammering in my chest. "Is it because of my dad?" My breath caught in my throat until his words properly sunk in, and I realized he was talking about his own father. His eyes flashed with concern while he waited for me to answer, and I wondered how much of what I'd heard was true, how brutal and violent the man he lived with really was. "We've all heard the rumors," I said softly, not wanting to annoy him. For all I knew, Angelo was just like his father, cold and manipulative and capable of horrible things. Although if that was the case, he was very good at pretending to be otherwise. He stared straight back at me as he said, "You're safe with me." And despite myself, I believed him.
Chapter 7. God, she was beautiful. I'd certainly never seen her before. I'd have remembered her, for sure. She was so different from the other girls in school. They were all overly flirtatious with me and my brother, and I knew for a fact it was because our father had money. Luke was a good-looking guy and received a great deal of female attention, but girls weren't nearly as over-the-top and obsessive with him as they were with us, and the only difference was the money. But Scarlett hadn't seemed the slightest bit interested in me. She'd seemed intimidated, which was understandable. I tried to be as approachable as possible, but it wasn't easy when I was 6'5", and everyone in school knew my father was the Mafia Don. The other thing that set Scarlett apart from the other girls in school was the fact she didn't have to try to be beautiful. Her clothes were nothing special. Not like Lindsay, who only wore designer clothing. Her hair was still wet in places and was just scraped away from her face into a ponytail, and her face was free of makeup. My father had always told our mom that she looked better when she was in comfy clothes and without makeup, and I'd always thought it was some cliché thing that guys said to sweet-talk their wives and girlfriends, but with Scarlett it was true. I spent the rest of the day thinking about her, looking for her. In my classes, in the halls, at lunch. I searched for her amongst the crowds of students, but not once did I spot her. A part of me wanted to ask Cesare if he knew her, if she was in any of his classes, since his grades were much better than mine, so he was dumped with the smarter kids for some classes. But another part of me didn't want him knowing about her, didn't want him looking at her as anything other than one of the nerds in his class, if she was even in it all. I also knew he and the other guys would rip the shit out of me if I gave them the slightest hint that I was interested in her. And God, I was interested. "You okay?" my brother asked me, as we made our way towards our lockers at the end of the day. I nodded. "Just thinking about Luke," I lied smoothly. "Do you think he's all right?" He hadn't been in school today, which was unlike him, especially when he had practice. Like me, he lived and breathed for football and wouldn't miss a practice unless something serious had happened. And it wouldn't be the first time either. He spent most of his time at school or our house to avoid home, and all the trouble that went with it. His mom was out of rehab at the moment, and he always tried to spend as little time at the house as possible when she was there, because he hated watching her spiral over and over again. But if he'd missed school, my guess was that she had something to do with it. I sorted through the books in my locker as slowly as possible, hoping to drag out the inevitable. Most people had already fled the school grounds, darting for the door the second the bell rang, signaling the end of the day. I was usually amongst those first out the door, but today, with my dad picking us up, I wanted to wait until the car park was as empty as possible. Cesare checked his watch before sighing. "Let's get this over with." I trailed alongside him down the hallway and outside, spotting my dad's car immediately. He stood beside the vehicle, a smirk on his face as we approached him like a couple of pathetic kids. "Good day at school," he mocked. I rolled my eyes while Cesare muttered, "dickhead," under his breath, just loud enough that he could hear, but our younger brother and sister, already in the back of the car, couldn't. Dad's smirk only widened. "I think I'll walk you to the doors tomorrow morning. Make sure you get to class okay." I met his amused expression with a glare. "Come on, we've learnt our lesson. Can't we just have our keys back?" He scoffed. "Not a chance." I opened the door to the back seats and tossed my bag in. "Where's your sister?" Dad asked, his focus now back on the main entrance to the school. I shrugged, before moving to sit in the middle row of the car. I knew V would throw a tantrum if one of us went for the front seat, and I didn't have the energy for another argument with her today. It was another 5 or so minutes later when she leisurely strolled out of school with a couple of her friends. Dad remained outside the car, watching as she avoided looking in our direction for as long as possible while she said goodbye to her friends, and then finally turned our way, a scowl on her face. I heard her voice as she neared the car. "Why am I being punished because Angelo and Cesare were stupid?" Dad shook his head and slid into the driver's seat. "Would you rather I let you walk home?" He turned to her and Scarlett a brow. "Or you can have some change for the bus." My sister visibly trembled at the thought, and Dad rolled his eyes but didn't bother to say more. "Everyone got their seatbelts on?" he checked, his focus on the rear view mirror where he could see into the back row where Em and Chris sat. "Yep," Em confirmed, her voice soft, while Chris just rolled his eyes, apparently too old to need to be told to wear a seatbelt now. He'd started protesting a lot recently about being treated like a kid, and I knew it wouldn't be long before he was going through his moody teenage rebellion stage. Dad had already told us all about how he wasn't ready for that. The ride home was silent, aside from Em quietly singing away to the song playing on the radio behind me. From the corner of my eye, I could see her resting her head against the window, her eyes watery. I didn't say anything, knowing she wouldn't want to hear it from me. If something was wrong, she'd pull Dad to the side when we got home and say something. "You haven't asked where Luke is," Cesare pointed out from where he sat beside me, meeting my dad's gaze in the mirror. "I guess that means you already know." He didn't say anything, but he didn't need to. The expression on his face said enough. And when we got back, the bags in the hallway were further confirmation that Luke would be staying with us for the foreseeable future. My mom had gone as far as to redecorate one of the spare rooms a few years ago to suit his tastes, practically making it his bedroom in the house. He grinned at us as we walked through the door, Em immediately tugging on my dad's hand and aiming for the stairs. I made a mental note to check on her later. "Miss me?" Luke teased, collecting the bags by the door and turning to carry them upstairs. We followed, and I threw myself onto the bed, watching as he started to unpack his clothes into the wardrobe where some of his stuff was still here from the last time he had to stay. "What happened?" I asked him, watching him frown when I got dirt from my shoes on his freshly washed bedding. "She's gone back," he muttered with a shrug, always acting like he didn't care, although I knew he did. The way he interacted with my parents was proof enough that he enjoyed having parental figures, especially a mother. My mom doted on him more than she did with her own kids, and my dad made sure to treat him no differently than the rest of us, grounding him along with Cesare and I when we pissed him off. "You good?" Cesare asked him, a skeptical look on his face. Luke grinned, although it was forced. "Of course, back where I get 3 meals a day and get to piss your dad off by making sex jokes about your mom," he said with a wink. I scowled back at him. I knew he didn't mean it. Unlike some of the other guys on the team that had outright expressed their interest in her, despite the fact she's nearly 40. He only said those things in front of my dad to get a rise out of him, especially because he knew my mom would defend him if Dad got angry, which would only piss him off more. It was both entertaining and disturbing to watch. He only laughed in response to my reaction. "How was tutoring this morning?" he asked, raising an eyebrow in my direction. I rolled my eyes. "Boring. More importantly, how was practice without me?" I tilted my head to face Cesare. "Depressing," was all he said. "I hope that tutor of yours is good because we need you back on the team ASAP." I smirked but kept quiet, my thoughts now back on the beautiful blonde. Chapter 8. The next morning, I managed to convince Dad to stop off at a cafe on the way to school. I needed a coffee to stay awake during this morning's tutoring session. He came inside with me, wanting to say hi to the woman that owned the place we'd been going to since we were kids. She used to work for my dad, but when my parents married, she went into early retirement and used the money to open her own little business. It was a popular little place in the middle of town, and at this time in the morning, it was packed full of people sipping coffee or eating their breakfast. The small bell above the door rang as I shoved it open, and a few people glanced up at the sight of me and my dad, filling the entire doorway. Those that were regulars, however, didn't bat an eye. "Fiona," I greeted with a grin, watching her tapping away at the till, somehow completely oblivious to our presence despite the fact we cast shadows across half the room. When she did look up, however, a motherly smile graced her face. "My favorite customers," she beamed, her gaze flitting between me and Dad. I leant against the counter. "How've you been?" my dad asked her, stepping up beside me and turning to assess the place and the people like he always did. There were predominantly old people, most of whom came as often as we did, and therefore had become acquaintances over the years. Others were people on their way to work, stopping by to grab a drink to take away. "Will you stop staring down my customers, Pietro?" she hissed, grabbing a tea towel and swinging it so it hit him on the back of the head. He turned back to her slowly, his eyes narrowed, and anyone else would have shit themselves, but Fiona only frowned. "Don't look at me like that. You can't intimidate me like you can with everyone else. I've known you since your bedwetting phase." I bit my lip to hide my smirk while his frown deepened. "I didn't have a bedwetting phase." She scoffed and turned to me. "What can I get you, Angelo?" I grinned, glancing at my dad from the corner of my eye before looking back at her. "Just a coffee, please." With a nod, she turned away to start making the drink, and I pulled my wallet out of my pocket. It didn't take long for her to make the drink, and when she turned back, I dropped a $100 bill on the counter. "No," she snapped, snatching it up off the side and shoving it back to me. "Not a chance, I don't want your money." I only laughed, taking the note back before reaching over and dropping it into the tip jar at the end of the counter. She scowled and went to reach for the jar, but I shook my head. "Take it before I drop another one in there," I told her, grabbing my coffee and turning to leave. "Thanks for the drink," I called behind me. My dad chuckled next to me, most likely at the scowl now on her face, but she kept quiet. When we got back to the car, I opened the door to an explosion of noise, cringing as all of my siblings yelled at each other. Chris and V were slapping away at each other. Em was crying, Cesare was yelling, and Luke could hardly control his laughter. "Shut up," my dad bellowed, making them all freeze. He met my gaze and rolled his eyes. What the hell is going on? Every single one of them started to answer him. Chris and V both growing louder and louder as they tried to beat each other to the explanation. I ignored all of them, dropping into the passenger side seat in front of where Luke sat, still chuckling away. He always complained about how quiet it was when he went back to his mom's, but I couldn't understand why he was complaining. I'd give anything for a bit of peace and quiet. And judging by the look on my dad's face, so would he. He cut them all off and turned to Cesare. "What happened?" The corner of my brother's mouth lifted, and behind him, Violet's face went a deep red. I knew Dad hadn't missed it, the look she gets when she realizes she's busted. V was listening to the radio, and Chris turned it off so she hit him. He tried to hit her back and got M instead, Cesare explained. Violet suddenly seemed intent on staring out the window. Chris was cringing at the look on my dad's face, and a small smile flickered across M's lips as she sniffed and wiped her tears. It widened when my dad looked at her, his features suddenly soft, and any traces of annoyance vanished. "Are you okay, princess?" Again she sniffled, purely for show, but nodded her head. She loved being his favorite, and I hadn't missed how much she enjoyed it when V was in trouble, since she was her main competition for Dad's affection. He'd always had a soft spot for the girls, and I can't say it had ever bothered me because so had I, and more so than Violet, but that probably had something to do with the fact M was younger and V could be a spoiled bitch. "V," my dad called. She turned back to him, her face suddenly a picture of neutrality. "What?" I winced as my dad blinked in response to her tone, his fists curling at his sides as he looked back at her. "Firstly, don't speak to me like that," he demanded in the same manner of which he ordered his soldiers around. Violet had been getting more and more argumentative recently, not just with the rest of us, but with him too. He'd let a few things slide, more than he ever did with Cesare and I. But she'd started snapping at our mom a lot recently, and it seemed to have pushed him over the edge. Secondly, I'm sick of telling you to keep your hands to yourself and stop using violence every time something doesn't go your way. The rest of the car fell dead silent. Even Luke's laughter stopped when she practically spat, says the Mafia leader. I cringed in my seat as my dad's eyes darkened. "Violetta," he warned. She simply rolled her eyes and looked away from him, dismissing him. He opened his mouth to say more, but must have realized the time, or known any retaliation would only provoke her into arguing further, and instead slid back into the car. His knuckles were white throughout the rest of the journey, and I was torn between pity and amusement. He'd never liked arguing with any of us, and Violet had really been pushing his buttons lately. It was only so long before he started to push back, and with how stubborn the two were, I guessed it wouldn't end well for either of them. None of us deigned to speak until we pulled up in the car park. "Thanks for the ride, Dad," I said as I hopped out the car, bag on my shoulder and coffee in hand. Cesare and Luke weren't far behind me, and they headed off to the right towards the football field for practice while I went left towards reception. Behind me, I heard my dad order V to wait. I didn't stick around to see whether she listened. Instead, I made my way towards main entrance, past the receptionist who was too fixated on my dad outside to notice me, and into the library. The librarian didn't look up, keeping her nose buried in her book, but I didn't bother to disturb her. I'd made that mistake when I arrived yesterday, and had basically been told to shut my mouth. Nobody at this school spoke to me like that. I couldn't help but feel a twinge of respect for the old woman. Scarlett was already there, settled in the same seat as last time and surrounded by scraps of paper, pens, and books. She glanced up at me briefly, a smile on her face, and then went back to what she was writing. "Morning," she greeted. I took the same seat as previously, dropping my bag to the floor and studying her. She was wearing makeup today. Her skin was slightly lighter, and where yesterday there was definition, texture, and small marks that were visible on her natural skin, today it was flawless, almost airbrushed. Yesterday she had slight bags beneath her eyes, a little darker than the rest of her face, but today her under eyes were bright. She glanced up at me again, catching me studying her and Scarlett an eyebrow. "Ready to get started?" she asked me. I nodded slowly but couldn't help blurting, "You're wearing makeup today." Her cheeks flushed, and I'm sure my own did too. I didn't know why I'd pointed it out, why I cared, but it had only proven that I was paying attention to her. Especially since most guys wouldn't even notice. Hell, with anyone else I wouldn't have noticed. She nodded, clearly uncomfortable, and then turned back to her notes. "I like you better without it," I told her. And it was true, she was so beautiful. Even if she had bags under her eyes that made me wonder if she slept well, small scars and blemishes on her face that she was maybe insecure about. She had the brightest blue eyes I'd ever seen, and her pale skin was decorated with freckles across her nose that gave her a look of utter innocence. But now, they were covered up. When she looked back at me, I'd expected to see her cheeks flushed again at the compliment, but instead, her eyes narrowed and she frowned. "I didn't do it for you," she snapped. I was taken aback at the harshness in her voice, so contradictory to everything I'd seen of her so far. "Sorry," I said, holding up my hands. "I didn't mean to offend you." "Girls don't always wear makeup to impress guys, you know," she continued as if I hadn't spoken. "Some girls really couldn't care less what you think about them." With a huff, she turned to grab a stack of papers from her bag and shoved them towards me. "Here, this is a list of Italian words or phrases you need to know for the exam. Go through and highlight the ones you know, and we can go through the ones you don't." She shoved a neon pink highlighter my way, and then turned back to what she was doing, leaving me in stunned silence. Chapter 9.
Scarlett's Pav. I had never been more grateful when Angelo finally started on the work that I'd set him, instead of trying to continue the conversation. I could feel my cheeks burning, and my palms were sweating as I pretended to read the page of writing in front of me. I hadn't thought about what he would think when I covered my face in makeup this morning. Never even considered that he'd think I'd done it to impress him. The man had every girl in school drooling over him. He was used to being chased and pursued, and I'm sure a lot of girls had changed everything about themselves to gain his attention or affections. And of course, he would think that someone as lowly as me, someone with no money or friends, would be desperate for him to notice me. He probably thought I would do anything to gain access to his money, status, and popularity. When in reality, I'd caked my face in makeup solely to hide the bruise forming on my left cheek. I didn't particularly care about how I looked, but the yellow-green mark drew too much unwanted attention, so I'd gotten up earlier this morning to cover it up. I didn't think anyone would notice. Nobody ever paid any attention to me. In fact, the only people I spoke to were Mrs. Everly and now Angelo, and she'd never made a comment on the odd occasion I'd come to school with heavy makeup on my face. I certainly didn't think Angelo would notice. Maybe it was because he had sisters. Maybe he knew the difference between a girl's natural skin and makeup because his sister wore makeup. For the rest of our session together, I avoided looking at or talking to Angelo as much as I could. I needed this job, needed the money. Which meant I needed to remain professional. I couldn't give him the wrong idea by giving any indication that I was interested in him, which I wasn't. I'd heard enough about him and his family to know to stay far away. As soon as the hour was over, I fled. I stuffed my things into my bag and claimed I needed to get to class before bolting. It was pathetically obvious that I was avoiding him, but I didn't care. I barely managed to smile at Mrs. Everly before I shot out of the library, scared that he would follow behind me, track me down, chase me through the halls, and do what exactly I had no idea. I shook off the panic creeping up my spine. He had no interest in me. He wouldn't follow me because he didn't care enough to follow. He'd probably pointed out the makeup as a means to humiliate me for what he perceived to be a crush on him. But I wasn't worth the effort of him actually going out of his way to find me and embarrass me, surely. When I reached the classroom, I beelined for my seat. It was the same seat I always sat in. Not so far back that I was surrounded by the idiots that didn't actually want to be here and didn't pay attention to anything that happened in class. But also not so far forwards that I'd be noticed. Hidden away in the middle was where I felt safest. I was one of the first to enter, the rest of the class still down in the car park, congregating with their friends before they made their way upstairs. A few entered as I started to unpack the books I'd need for this class, but then an uproar of noise had me pausing. The door to the classroom was propped open, and outside in the hallways the entire senior football team strolled past. They all yelled and hollered at each other without any concern for others. They didn't really need to consider other people. Other people bent to their will, accommodated to them and their needs. In this school, aside from the Boselli family, it was the football team that were royalty, and the rest of us were merely their supporters. And they knew it too. They walked around in their own bubble of arrogance and superiority. They showed up to class whenever they wanted, they left when they wanted, and they were allowed to get away with pretty much anything in class. Especially Angelo, Cesare, and Luke, who wasn't a Boselli by blood, but he may as well have been. The teachers at this school were too scared of the repercussions to ever stand up to those three. I averted my eyes when a few of the more intelligent players strolled into the room. Practice must have finished a little early today, as they were usually the last to arrive. From the corner of my eye, I recognized Cesare immediately, tall, dark-haired, and built just as massively as Angelo. They were more or less identical, but there was something about Cesare that was a bit softer, something about him that just made him seem more approachable than Angelo. Beside him was Luke. Just as big, just as good-looking, just as conceited. One of them in the only way that mattered. And yet, from what I'd heard, he didn't come from money. In fact, he had lived in the same neighborhood as me. I'd seen him around there a couple of times before, but now he was under their protection, had their money and status to fall back on. I couldn't imagine what that would be like, to go from nothing to the kind of wealth that this family had. The two entered in front of a few of the other guys, and the teacher at the front of the room frowned. "Mr. Allisford," he called, gaining the group's attention. A few of them snickered, but Cesare ignored them all, and continued along the aisle between the rows of seats. "You aren't in this class." Luke laughed before turning to Cesare. "Looks like you're on your own." "Good luck," he teased before rejoining the group in the hallway, whose laughter echoed down the hallway. That left four of them, Cesare and the other three, who continued to talk amongst themselves. I dropped my gaze back down to my books when they surveyed the room, looking at all the available seats, and then my heart thundered when Cesare chose the one directly beside me. I held my breath as he slung his bag beneath the table, and then pulled the chair back, causing it to scrape across the tiled floor. The other few people in the room all now stared in my direction, and I could feel my face on fire at the unwanted attention. Had Angelo told him to do that? Had he mentioned me to his brother and his friends? I winced at the thought. I liked being invisible, unnoticed in all of my classes. Nobody ever gave me a second look, ever. And I liked that. But surely Angelo hadn't wasted a single breath telling his friends about me. I was nobody special. Once Cesare was seated, everyone refocused their gazes on the front of the room where the rest of the class filed in. I remained rigid, unable to move a muscle at the proximity to Cesare. He was as big as Angelo, as suffocating to be around. Whenever he moved, I got a waft of his aftershave. Somehow, it was different to Angelo's. Almost softer, a little sweeter. Everything about Angelo seemed to scream dark, cold, and intense, while Cesare was a little less intimidating. Although he was still a Boselli. My throat ran dry, but I couldn't bring myself to delve into my bag for my water bottle, and instead, spent the entire class staring at the teacher but not taking in a single word he said. I hardly breathed. Hardly moved. Just sat, tense and uncomfortable, my chest tight, my throat dry, and my eyes wide, until the bell rang and Angelo's brother moved away. I spent the rest of the day hidden in the back of the classrooms, or tucked away in the back corner of the library, like always. Even when the bell rang to signal the end of the day, I wasn't quite ready to leave. I read a few more chapters of the book I'd been losing myself in over the last couple of days, rapidly approaching the end, before packing up my things. The walk home was long, and my lungs wheezed by the time my apartment building came into view. Outside was Sierra, my neighbor, with Kelsey, her 3-month-old baby. "Scarlett?" she greeted with a smile as I approached, her voice barely audible over the cries of her baby. "Hi, Sierra," I said, returning her smile before bending down to tickle Kelsey's belly. Every now and then she would pause her screaming long enough to giggle, but today, her wails only grew louder. "Ignore her," Sierra said with an eye roll before pushing the stroller back and forth in an attempt to rock her to sleep. "She's been especially grumpy today. I'm going to take her for a walk before one of the neighbors kick our door down and strangle her." She released a soft laugh, although her weary eyes made it obvious that she wasn't completely joking. I wouldn't put it past some of our neighbors. "Good luck," I practically shouted over the squawking. She nodded in response before turning away while I made my way upstairs. The stench of marijuana was ever present, as well as a hint of damp and what might have been urine. When I reached the top floor and unlocked the door, I was greeted with the sight of my mother, her shoulders tense and eyes wide until she caught sight of me. "It's just me," I assured her before stepping inside and locking the door. "Where have you been?" she snapped. She stepped towards me and snatched my bag from my hands. "He's on his way home. He would have been furious if he came back and you were still out. It's getting dark out. I was worried. And I need you to help me make dinner before he arrives. He's earlier than I expected, so I haven't had much time." My stomach started to somersault as she rambled, pacing around the kitchen. "He's already on his way?" She paused for a moment and nodded. "Put your bag in your room and help me with dinner, would you?" I nodded and ran to my room before busying myself in the kitchen with my mother. We made a quick pasta dish and shoved it in the oven to bake when the ominous sound of footsteps on the stairs had my hands trembling while I wiped down the counter. It wasn't Sierra coming back, as I couldn't hear the sound of the stroller clunking up the stairs due to the lack of an elevator in our building. And our neighbors on the opposite side rarely left their apartment, other than to get their next stash from their dealer. My mom wiped her hands down her blouse and then threw her hair to make sure she was presentable, while I quickly tossed the dish rag into the sink and sat at the table, attempting to look as neutral as possible despite the hammering in my chest when the sound of the key entering the lock echoed around the apartment like a gunshot.
Chapter 10. The rest of the week passed in a blur of tutoring with Scarlett, going to class, and trying my hardest to pay attention, and then going home and reading the book for my assignment. I'd rapidly become the biggest nerd in school, and I hated it. I was itching to get back on the pitch and release some energy playing football. When Friday night arrived, I was beyond relieved to know I'd get my car keys back tomorrow. I'd be challenging Darren to a race as soon as I could. And then I would meet with the team Sunday morning for a game and go to Fiona's cafe for breakfast. I'd officially become one of those people living for the weekend. But first, I had to get through family dinner. We did it on the first Friday of every month. My mom would cook a huge meal, and the whole family would sit and eat together. The rest of us weren't the least bit enthusiastic, but it was my mom's favorite day of the month, and my grandmother was always so excited for it, so my dad never allowed any of us to back out of the plan. "Smells great, Mom," I told her as I entered the kitchen, slightly dressed up as per her request. I wore a pair of dark jeans and a black button-up shirt, nothing too special but nice enough that she smiled at the sight of me. "You look so handsome," she commented. I rolled my eyes and kissed her cheek. "What can I do?" She opened the top drawer and pulled out a bread knife. "Garlic bread." I nodded and started to cut up the first of the huge baguettes she had bought while she made the garlic butter. She always spent the whole of the Friday getting ready for dinner, cooking the meal, and cleaning the house and setting the table in the dining room ready. We never usually ate in there, only for the big family dinners or special occasions. Otherwise, we just ate at the table in the kitchen. It didn't take long before the garlic bread went into the oven, alongside the 2 lasagnes slowly cooking in there. "Thanks, Angelo," my mom said as she wiped down the kitchen counters and then started on the salad. "Your grandmother will be here soon." Is Aunt Alice coming? She nodded. Yes, they should all be on their way, but I imagine the traffic is pretty bad at this time. She peered out the window as if they would appear on the driveway at any moment. I hope they aren't long. I don't want the food to burn. I opened my mouth to respond, but was cut off. Mom. 2 seconds later, Violet stomped into the kitchen, dressed in the same pair of jeans she wore every single month to family dinner, with a lacy red top. While me and Cesare looked like our dad, V was the spitting image of our mom, with long dark hair, big round eyes, and a small slim figure. The only difference was her brown eyes that she got from my dad. Like my mom, guys seemed to drool over the sight of her, much to my annoyance because they only wanted one thing, and they weren't about to get it from my little sister. Yes, sweetheart. My mom answered, her attention still on preparing the salad so she didn't chop a finger off. Can I please go and meet my friends after dinner? She batted her eyelashes for good measure, but Mom didn't look to notice. To do what? She asked. It's going to be fairly late when we've finished eating. I know, but they've all gone out for a meal, and I didn't want to ditch family dinner, so I told them I'd just meet up with them after I'm done here. A lie. I overheard Violetta telling Dad earlier that she had plans with her friends, and he'd told her to cancel them. Ask your dad, sweetie. Violet's features dropped. But I already said no, my dad suddenly announced before appearing in the doorway behind V. Her frown only grew as she turned around to face him. You're being unfair. I couldn't help my smirk as my dad tried not to snap at her. She'd really been testing his patience this week. I said no. End of story. He stepped past her and wrapped his arms around Mom's waist. You look beautiful, I heard him murmur before kissing her. You. I shuddered at the sight and made my exit before they started dry humping against the kitchen counters. They were like two horny teenagers most of the time, with absolutely no self-control. I guess it's kind of sweet that they're still so into each other after nearly 20 years, but it was disgusting to see. I made my way to the lounge where Cesare and Chris were playing a video game, while my youngest sister sprawled across the arms of the armchair with a pout on her face. Angelo, she whined when I entered, they won't let me play. I grinned and tugged on her ponytail as I walked past her. Want to play against me when they're done? Cesare raised a brow from where he sat. She doesn't want to play this, he said, gesturing towards the car racing game they were playing. She wants to play that stupid dress-up game. I laughed as she sat upright. I like it. And it's my turn. You've had the TV for ages. I shook my head and turned to Em. Grandma is going to be here soon, you know what that means? She nodded. Presents. Exactly. I lowered my voice. And if they're playing their game, you'll get first pick. Immediately, her eyes brightened and she smiled, eyeing our brothers to make sure they hadn't heard what I'd said. The smirk on Caesar's face suggested he had, but I knew he didn't give a crap about which chocolate bar he ended up with. And Chris was so absorbed in trying to beat Cesare that he didn't pay any attention to what I'd said. Is that dress new? I asked Em as she stood up, revealing her blue dress. She had an abundance of dresses, but I was certain I hadn't seen that one before. She nodded. Daddy bought it for me, she said with a smile. Yeah. How come? She just shrugged a shoulder. My dad only bought us things when we were sad, especially the girls. He knew the best way to cheer them up was to spoil them. Everything been okay at school? Her shoulders dropped, and she suddenly became interested in the carpet beneath her feet. The girls are mean, she said softly, clicking her heels together in her trainers like she was Dorothy. I frowned, knowing Em had difficulty making friends at school. She was shy, incredibly clever, and a little nerdy. It made her a target, and a lot of the other girls in her classes were jealous of our family's money, which only made things worse. I placed my hand on her shoulder and squeezed. I hated seeing her sad. She was always happy at home, giggling and chattering away about all the things that interested her. She played video games with us and loved watching our football matches and playing with us in friendly games. She talked to Cesare about school and how much she loved science and always wanted him to help her with her projects. She watched action and sci-fi movies instead of Barbie princess shit, and liked to play sport and get dirty. She had so much energy, but going to school seemed to drain that all away, and she spent so much time trying to fit in with those other girls by wearing pretty dresses and makeup and refusing to join the sports teams at school. I sometimes wondered if we were part of the reason. When she was younger, she used to follow Cesare and I around a lot, and when she wasn't with us, she was with my dad. I'm sure all that time around guys made her a bit of a tomboy, and even Violetta, who pretends to be a girly girl, always used to be as competitive as us in football or rounders games we'd play in the garden. Em twisted and wrapped her arms around me. Love you. I smiled. Love you too. And then the doorbell rang, and she was gone. I'll get it, she announced, barreling past my dad who was approaching the door. When she pulled it open, my grandmother stood on the other side. She was even smaller than my mom, and not much taller than my 10-year-old sister, something I always teased her about. Her hair was thinning and gray, and her face had crinkled over the years. When she smiled at my sister, she looked like the perfect grandmother, warm, kind, and old. Grandma. Hello, princess, she greeted with a wide smile. How have you been? Good. What's in the bag? Amelia, my dad barked while I laughed along with my grandma. She looked up and met my gaze, still smiling. Angelo, sweetheart, you're happy to see me, right? Not just interested in the presents I've brought. I chuckled and stepped towards her. Always. How've you been, Grandma? I kissed her cheek and she laughed. Oh, I'm all right, doing just fine. Behind me, my dad coughed. I bet you are. I stepped aside, narrowly avoiding her handbag as it swung and hit him in the stomach. He didn't even flinch, just smirked as my mom emerged, eyes narrowed. What's going on? I glanced between my grandma, who flushed a bright red, and my dad, whose smirk only widened. Yeah, what's going on? Your grandmother has gotten herself a boyfriend, my dad teased, and her blush intensified. What? Mom? Since when? Mom asked, a smile breaking out onto her face. Oh, you're such a prick, Pietro, she muttered, glancing to Em, who was oblivious as she raided her bag, trying to decide which chocolate bar she wanted. I couldn't help but laugh while she started to explain to my mom that she had met a man at Fiona's cafe. She spent a lot of time there, and he apparently had started to go there every day, so they kept running into each other. I'm happy for you, my mom said as she leaned in to hug her. How did you know this before me? She asked Dad with an accusatory look. He has his spies lurking around Fiona's cafe, Grandma answered on his behalf. My dad managed to hide his surprise behind an eye roll, but I could tell she wasn't supposed to know that. Fiona had a sketchy ex-husband, and my dad didn't trust that he wouldn't show up one day and track her down, so he had people watching over her, posing as regulars in her cafe. Bet if I told her you had people watching her, she'd wipe that smirk off your face. He frowned in response. We both know you won't. Their bickering was interrupted by Cesare. Grandma, he called, entering the foyer with Chris not far behind. Alejandro, she responded, always using our full names, Christian. They both hugged her and kissed her cheek before joining Em and searching for presents. Grandma. She rolled her eyes, glancing upstairs. Oh, Luke's here. There's a surprise. I laughed along with him as he jogged down the stairs and came to a stop in front of us. I think you've shrunk even more since I last saw you, he commented, a twinkle in his eye. Careful, she's armed, my dad said with a gesture to her handbag. I laughed as the two embraced each other. How've you been, sweetheart? She asked him before he launched into an extensive summary of training this week without me on the team making it easy for them. As we finally moved away from the front door, there was a knock, and when my dad pulled it open, my two younger cousins bulldozed inside. Hi, boys, my mom called, a smile on her face as she watched them charge around the foyer like a couple of wild animals. They both ignored her, and instead aimed for Chris, who grinned at them before they went running off to play a game of football in the garden. They aren't here for you, unfortunately, or your cooking. All they've been talking about is playing football with the guys, and Alice explained as she walked in, followed by her husband James. She shared a glance with my mom, and they shared an eye roll. "That's okay," my mom said with a laugh. "I'm more interested in this beautiful girl anyway." She reached and took Aunt Alice's newborn baby from her, completely undeterred by the screeching sound she was making. "God, she's beautiful," my mom commented with a wide smile. Even I could admit that my newest cousin, Rebecca, was an extremely cute baby, despite the racket she was currently making. My mom started to rock her, cooing softly until she calmed down and started to smile. "Oh, she's perfect," she said before glancing up at my dad. "No," he snapped back with a shake of his head. "But I want another," she whined, and I coughed to conceal the pained laugh that escaped me. I had enough siblings. My dad apparently agreed with me. "We have plenty," he grumbled. My mom pouted. "You're no fun." A smirk suddenly crossed his face. "I think that was the opposite of our problem, darling." She rolled her eyes while Auntie Alice and Uncle James laughed, and I gagged. "We'd have 1,000 by now if I hadn't had that vasectomy." On that note, I muttered, "I'm gonna join the others." Chapter 11. On Monday morning, I was slightly less miserable about having to skip practice for tutoring because I finally had my car back. Cesare had his too, so we drove separately, with Luke joining him in his car and Violet riding with me. She'd been in another fight with our dad this morning, so spent the entire journey with a stony expression. "What's going on with you?" I finally asked her as we pulled up in the car park outside school. When we were younger, Cesare and I were always close and would play together all the time as kids. Even when Chris and Em came along, she remained closer to the two of us than she ever was with them. When we got a bit older, we started to bicker and tease each other a lot, but we'd still always felt close. But recently she'd seemed more and more distant and spent all her time arguing with everyone around her. Her scowl deepened at my question, and she twisted away from me to slide her bag onto her shoulder. "What do you mean?" I rolled my eyes. "You know exactly what I mean. Why have you been so moody and argumentative?" I realized my mistake the moment the words left my mouth. Never tell a woman she's in a mood. That was what my dad had always told us. I could see the anger simmering in Violetta's eyes as she whipped back around to face me. "Fuck off, Angelo," she spat before throwing open the car door so violently I was worried it would snap off the hinges. A second later, it slammed hard enough to shake the whole vehicle, and V stormed across the car park without even glancing back. I huffed out a sigh and jumped out of the car. Across the car park, I saw Cesare tip his head back and laugh while he and Luke approached me, their gazes darting between me and where V was heading towards the main entrance. "She looks happy," Cesare commented, brows raised. "My fault. I asked what was wrong," I told him with an eye roll. Luke chuckled. "Women." I offered him a grin. "What does she do every morning before class starts?" Cesare shrugged. "Gossip about other girls with her friends." How should I know? That was enough of an answer to have me twisting and following in the same direction she had gone. "Where are you going? Don't you have tutoring?" my brother called after me. "Yep." I heard him mutter something before two sets of footsteps fell into step with my own, and the three of us quickly caught up to Violet in the main hallway of the school. I watched her walk straight past her locker and make a right towards where the science labs were. "Can't imagine she's developed a sudden interest for chemistry," Luke muttered beside me, voicing my own thoughts. My sister was a lot like me in that regard, and wouldn't be caught dead inside the chem labs when she didn't have to be there. I inched forwards, keeping quiet so she didn't hear us following her, and then turned the corner to peek into the room she'd entered. The only other person in there was a guy the first didn't recognize, and I felt my stomach tighten. He was a tall, big guy, with gelled hair and a stupid smirk on his face as he eyed my sister. He wasn't anyone significant enough for me to recognize him, but he wore a leather jacket and a pair of motorcycle boots, and had an air of superiority around him that rubbed me up the wrong way. "Who the fuck is that?" I muttered. Before either of the guys could confirm whether they recognized him or not, V approached him, raised onto her tiptoes, wrapped her arms around his shoulders, and pressed her lips to his. I saw red, and before I even knew I was moving, I was closing my hand around her arm and dragging her back from him. Ow. What the hell? She screeched, twisting to look up at me and then ripping her arm free. Meanwhile, her companion stepped forward. Hey. Get your fucking hands off her. He raised his fist, leveling it with my face, his expression thunderous as he looked between me and my sister like she belonged to him. As he swung, I easily captured his fist in my palm and forced it backwards, causing his arm to bend at an angle. The only way he could lessen the pain and stop me from snapping a bone was for him to step back. In response, I only put more pressure onto his fist until he stumbled back and smacked his head against the wall. You want to try that again? I asked, the threat of what would happen if he did crystal clear in my voice. Angelo, stop, my sister called from behind me. I ignored her. I watched the guy in front of me swallow before he started to wriggle in an attempt to get free. Get your hands off me before I kill you, he spat, lacking any intensity or force in his tone. Instead, the statement came out flat, with an arrogance that told me he had no idea who he was talking to. It only pissed me off more. I raised my fist to pummel his smug face until it was just mush under my hand. At the last second, V suddenly stepped in front of me, and Luke pulled back my arm before the momentum caused me to knock my little sister unconscious. Stop it, she yelled, shoving me backwards. I didn't move an inch. Instead, I redirected my anger at her. Who the hell is this guy? She matched my glare. My boyfriend, she spat, raising an eyebrow before glancing behind me to where Luke and Cesare stood. Then she redirected her gaze back to me. Go away, Angelo. You heard the lady, the prick behind her suddenly interjected, snaking an arm around her waist and playing the gentleman. I was itching to take that punch, but V must have seen me coming, before she shuffled to the left to position herself in between us again. Go. Now. My jaw ached from clenching it so hard, and I was certain my teeth had ground into dust in my mouth as I glared back at the guy who had the audacity to smirk back at me. Before I could decide what exactly I was going to do with him, Cesare stepped in. Be a word. She lifted her chin. No. She met my gaze for a split second, before turning and kissing the dead man behind her. I watched in annoyance as he snaked his hands down to rest on my little sister's ass, and just when I was about to say fuck it and beat him to death, they pulled away, and she turned and led him out the room. I stood there, stunned for a moment, before I started to move. Don't, Cesare grumbled, reaching out to stop me. I glared back at him, opening my mouth to argue, but he shook his head. She's doing it on purpose. The more you react, the worse it'll get. I'm not about to just go about my day and let that prick grope my little sister. I snapped back at him. I recognized that look on his face when she kissed him. He thought he was about to get lucky, and I sure as fuck wasn't about to let that happen. You have tutoring, and we have practice, Angelo. We can deal with this later. I ran a hand through my hair and blew out a breath, desperate to try and release any of the anger that was burning inside of me. See you later, Cesare said with a pointed look before the two of them left the room. I spent a few more minutes pacing back and forth across the chemistry lab before throwing the door open and making my way to the library. I felt like an active volcano, ready to erupt at any moment, but I couldn't spend another minute looking at the spot where some motorcycle-riding deadbeat stuck his tongue down my sister's throat. When I entered the library, I felt like an elephant trampling through an antique shop. I slammed open the door and stomped across the carpeted floors, managing to disturb the silence without saying a word. The woman behind the desk glanced up at me in surprise, but kept her mouth shut when she saw the expression on my face. I ignored her completely and entered the study room. Oh, there you are. I wasn't sure if you... Scarlett glanced up at me, her eyes wide. What's wrong? Nothing, I stated, trying to sound neutral, but there was a brashness to my tone. Sorry I'm late, I tried again, softening the slightest bit, but I'm sure I still saw her flinch. She swallowed, her throat bobbing before she nodded. That's okay. She slid a piece of paper across the table towards me, before quickly snatching her hand away, as if I would bite it off. Seeing her so on edge only made me more irritated, and I dropped into the chair across from her and threw my bag onto the floor. We stayed silent for a while, and I tried to make my way through the worksheet she'd given me, translating some of the Italian words we'd gone through last week. I had been practicing them over the weekend, but now all I could think about was V. I shoved the paper away, catching her flinch yet again in my peripheral vision before I ran a hand through my hair. "Sorry," I muttered, meeting her wide eyes. Is everything okay?" I frowned at the waver in her voice, and forced myself to relax so she wouldn't be so on edge. "Yeah, fine," I grumbled, not particularly convincing. I shook my head. "It's just my sister. She had some arrogant little dick's tongue down her throat this morning." The sound that left Scarlett's mouth was something between a choked cough and a laugh. Her lips quirked as she met my gaze. "And that's made you this angry?" "A kiss." I raised an eyebrow. "For an older brother?" "Yeah." This time she laughed and gave a little shake of her head. "Right. I'm guessing you're protective?" I lifted a shoulder. "She's my little sister." And 10 seconds with the guy was enough to tell me that he was a stupid little boy who is only after one thing, and will get it from any girl willing to give it. I grit my teeth at the thought of my sister being one of those girls. She laughed again, and for some reason I found the sound to be soothing, and felt some of the tension bleed out of me. "You've just described every man," she stated with a small smile. I met her gaze. "Not all." She held my stare for a moment, before huffing a little laugh and turning away. "If you're that worried about your sister, why don't you talk to her?" "She won't listen to me," I explained. "If I tell her to stay away, she'd probably sleep with him just to spite me. I'm debating telling my dad. I'm sure he'll scare the guy off." A frown crossed her face. "You can't do that. She might really like the guy, and she'll feel like you're all against her." "I think you should leave her be," she said. "She's not a kid." "She's my little sister," I stated again. To me, that was reason enough to get involved, but Scarlett only rolled her eyes and pushed the worksheet back towards me. Chapter 12.
Scarlett's Pav. I couldn't stop thinking about my conversation I'd had with Angelo yesterday. The flicker of violence in his eyes, the way his hands curled into fists at his sides, the way his jaw locked when he stopped talking and disappeared into his own head. I'd never seen someone so angry over something so trivial, and while it had terrified me when he had stormed into the room like a raging fire threatening to destroy everything in its path, I also felt a strange longing feeling tug at my chest. What must it feel like to be his sister? To know that no matter what, someone was looking out for you? I'd only ever had my mother, and while I knew she wanted to, she wasn't capable of protecting me from all the dangers that surrounded us. She was small and frail and suffered with anemia, which was only worsened by the fact we didn't always have the money for food, let alone the right foods. It left her feeling weak a lot of the time, and also meant she bruised easily. That had been especially clear after the weekend. Just thinking back caused tears to prick my eyes. The image of my mother on the floor, black bruises all up her leg, and a deep purple ring around her eye, had been burned into my brain. She couldn't stand from the pain, and could only watch with tear-filled eyes as I received my own beating. Unlike her, I only had one large fist-sized bruise on my stomach, but the force of the blow had been enough to make me sick and knock the breath out of my lungs. Now, every time I twisted or bent over, I felt the sharp twinge of pain. A small part of me wondered how Angelo would react if he knew. Of course, I was of no importance to him, just a means to an end to help him pass his assignments. But if I was someone he cared about, a friend of his, I wondered what he would do if he saw the black and blue that stained my skin. A part of me believed I had jinxed myself when, a few days later, I walked to school with butterflies in my stomach and a knife wound slashed across my cheek. No matter how hard I'd tried, I couldn't cover this one with makeup, nor could I fully cover the bruising on my neck. My stomach rolled with each step I took towards the school. I'd considered calling in sick, but I knew I couldn't do that to Angelo, not after how sweet he'd been this week. Tuesday morning had been a surprise to say the least. He'd been a lot calmer when he walked in, an easy smile on his face when he met my gaze. "Good morning," I'd said, returning his smile. He took his seat and dropped a brown paper bag onto the table in front of me. "What's this?" His grin widened and he gestured to the bag. "Open it," he instructed. I eyed him curiously for a moment, not entirely sure what to expect. And then I tore into the bag. Inside was a paper cup of coffee and a chocolate croissant wrapped in some brown paper. I Scarlett and eyebrow him his direction, silently asking for an explanation, and he shrugged. "An apology for being grouchy yesterday," he muttered before quirking a lip. "That, and I can hear your stomach rumbling every morning." His eyes sparkled as he laughed at the flush that warmed my cheeks. "You shouldn't skip breakfast for me, so I thought I'd bring you something to eat while you tutor me." I didn't deign to tell him that I skipped breakfast because we never had any food in the house, and instead laughed at his kind gesture. "I appreciate it," I told him with a shake of my head, "but you didn't need to apologize, and you really didn't need to waste your money on me." He narrowed his eyes a little while holding my stare. "I don't consider it a waste." My smile widened a little, and I ate the breakfast he'd brought me while he recited Italian. I hated to admit that there was something incredibly attractive about hearing him speak Italian, especially with his slight accent. It suited him well and seemed to accentuate his handsomeness. That, combined with his sweet actions, was deadly for any woman. The following day, he'd completed a practice Italian exam paper and scored a lot higher than the first exam he did, managing to pass easily and with plenty of room for mistakes, and the day after that, he'd brought me breakfast again as a thank you. It had felt good to know I was doing my job well and was actually helping him, and now we were moving on to his calculus paper. I felt too guilty canceling. So I walked to school, the hood of my coat up over my head to hide the nasty gash across my cheek. There had been a light dusting of snow today, and I could feel the cold, wet slush that people had trampled over seeping into my shoes. The cold wind blew at my back, and I shivered, pulling my jacket tighter around me. It was a few sizes too big for me, and allowed the wind to blow through, brushing over my bare skin and causing goosebumps. The walk seemed longer than usual, and by the time I reached the library, my teeth were chattering, my feet were soggy from the melted snow, and I couldn't stop shivering. Mrs. Everly looked at me with sympathy as I passed her without a word. I knew she'd ask about my face, as it was the first time I'd not been able to cover it, but I didn't want to answer her questions. Instead, I entered the study room and sighed in relief when I found it empty. Angelo wasn't here yet. I felt jittery as I set up the things we'd need this morning, my brain on alert and my nerve endings on fire from the anticipation. I hated it. I'd worked hard to stay hidden in plain sight for the past 3 years at school, and now I felt like everyone was watching me, even when I was the only one in the room. Teachers would ask what had happened, students would look at me. I'd go from invisible to the circus freak. The thought made me feel sick, and the nerves eating away at me only worsened when the door swung open. Angelo's large frame sucked all the air out of the room as he entered, and I shivered in his shadow. "Hey," he said. I kept my head down as he dropped another paper bag on the table, and then threw his bag to the floor. "You okay?" I forced a smile and nodded. "I'm okay, are you?" He was silent for a minute, but I didn't dare look up. Maybe I could stay like this, and he would never see what had happened to my face. I repeated the wish over and over in my head, even while I knew that it was unlikely. "I'm fine," he finally said before taking his seat, putting him much closer to me than he was before. "I got you a croissant with strawberry jam today. The chocolate ones were sold out," he explained, pushing the bag towards me. My smile widened a little. "You really don't have to keep buying me breakfast," I told him with a shake of my head. "How am I supposed to concentrate on improving my grades when I'm distracted by what sounds more like thunder than your stomach?" he teased. I couldn't stop the laugh that bubbled out of me, and when I met his gaze, his eyes lit up with amusement before any humor died, and his gaze fell to my cheek. I flinched when his hand darted towards me, and his long fingers clasped around my chin. I swallowed. His hand was the same size of my face, and he cupped my chin in his palm while his fingers lay across the length of my jaw, framing my face and gently tilting it so he could get a better look at the deep cut. "What the hell is that?" I swallowed again. "Nothing," I said, trying to shake off his grip. "I failed. Don't worry about it." My voice sounded strained as I forced the words out of my dry throat. "You're hurt." A strange stabbing sensation blossomed in my chest while I shook my head. "I'm fine, I'm just clumsy." His jaw clenched and I stared at the sharp jawline, unable to look him in the eye. "This is a knife wound," he stated. "Someone did this to you." "Who?" The intensity of his stare burned my skin as he waited for my response, and I felt like all the air had stopped flowing into my lungs. He was so close. I hadn't quite gotten used to his massive size, but as he crowded me, I realized he was almost twice the size of me, huge and muscly and so intimidating, and yet his hold on my face was so gentle. His smell invaded my senses, something earthy and masculine with a hint of spice. His touch was soft, but his fingers were rough as they slowly stroked the skin of my cheek, causing a shiver to pass down my spine. "Tell me who did this, Scarlett." I loved the way he said my name, so warm and gentle but in a voice so rough and deep. I wanted to melt. "Don't worry about it," I repeated. "I'm fine, it was just an accident." "Someone hurt you." His voice was more of a growl now, as he slowly tilted my face to the side. Now his eyes locked onto the small finger-sized bruises on my neck. "You don't get bruises like that from being clumsy, Scarlett. Give me a name, and I'll make sure they never lay a hand on you again." Again, I felt a strange pain in my chest at his words. "Really, I'm fine." I blinked away the tears in my eyes and raised my hands to push his off of me. He released me but didn't move back, and his gaze still burned from the fire flickering in his eyes. I scrambled for something to tell him, anything that would stop him from asking questions. I don't live in the best area," I blabbed. "These things happen all the time." I didn't think it was possible for him to look angrier, but his eyes darkened, and the hand that had been holding my face like I was glass a moment ago now curled so tightly his knuckles went white. "Someone jumped you?" I didn't answer with words, afraid that with the way he was staring at me so intensely he'd know I was lying. Instead, I nodded my head. He remained silent, studying the cut closely. Having his full attention made my stomach flutter, and my throat suddenly felt incredibly dry. I swiped my tongue across my lips to wet them, and instantly regretted it when his gaze shifted. "I'm fine," I forced out in an attempt to break the silence. He stood abruptly. "The cut's fresh. Did this happen this morning?" I nodded. At least this time, it wasn't a lie. "It needs cleaning. Come with me." I frowned. "Wait, what? What about tutoring?" "You need." "Scarlett," he cut me off with a sharp look, "I'm not asking. Let's go." He held out a hand expectantly, and one look at his face told me his patience only stretched so far. So, with great reluctance, I accepted his hand and let him pull me up and lead me out of the room.
Chapter 13. I could barely contain my anger as I marched through the library. Scarlett's tiny soft hand was encased inside mine, so I forced myself to remain calm so I didn't crush it in my fist. I couldn't believe someone would do this to her. She tried to put on a brave face, but I could see the sparkle of tears in her eyes and feel the slight shake in her hand as I wrapped mine around it. She was shaken by what happened. I wanted to skin whoever had done that to her, alive. I wanted to question her more, pull the names, descriptions, addresses, or anything else useful about her attackers out of her, but I could see she was hesitant to talk. She most likely knew exactly what I would do them if she did talk. So, instead, I focused on taking care of her in the way she needed, rather than taking care of them in the way I so desperately wanted. I led her through the hallways, slowing my stride so her shorter legs could keep up. I'd nearly sent her flying as I stormed across the library and she stumbled trying to keep up. "Where are we going?" she asked when we started to approach the changing rooms on the other side of the school. I knew just the other side of those doors were my teammates getting ready for practice, but I branched off to the left into the small medical room that the team used if they got injured. As team captain, I knew the passcode to enter the room, so I let myself and Scarlett inside and gestured for her to take a seat on the bed in the middle of the room. She looked around for a moment before turning back to me. "Are we allowed in here?" She shifted from one foot to another, her gaze flitting between me and the door. "I wouldn't know the code if I wasn't allowed in," I told her, gesturing again to the bed. "You don't need to worry. The team used this room if someone gets injured, but they've only just started practice, so I doubt anyone will come in." Her shoulders relaxed a little, and she nodded before shuffling backwards to sit on the bed. Meanwhile, I approached the workbench over to the right and grabbed some rubbing alcohol and a cloth. "This is going to sting a bit," I told her as I turned back, seeing her swallow despite the confident nod she gave me. I stepped towards her and cupped her chin in my left hand. Her skin was so fucking soft against my own that she felt like she would break at any moment. I wondered if that's what the dickhead who cut her face thought, that she was so soft and breakable, and that he wanted to be the one to do it. The thought made me see red. But one glance down at her wide, watery eyes reminded to remain calm. She didn't need to be scared any more than she already was. As gently as I could, I pressed the alcohol-soaked cloth against her face. She winced, her eyes squeezing shut at the burning sensation she was probably feeling. I'd been banged up and covered in cuts and bruises enough times from playing football as a kid that I was familiar with the pain she was feeling right now, and I wished I could somehow take it away. "Are you okay?" I asked her. I continued to dab at the cut, cleaning off some of the dried blood around the nasty gash. Up close, I could see just how deep the wound was, and I frowned. "Maybe we should take you to the hospital for stitches," I commented, concerned that it wouldn't heal on its own. "No." She shook her head and looked away from my inquisitive gaze. "Why not?" She swallowed. "I don't like hospitals. Or needles. If they give me stitches, I might throw up." She offered me a meek smile that didn't reach her eyes. "I'll be fine, honestly. It's not as bad as it looks." My frown deepened at her nonchalance. If my sister had this nasty slice across her skin, we'd never hear the end of it, and my dad would be emotionally blackmailed into buying her new clothes for at least a couple of weeks. But Scarlett shrugged it off, as if it was a regular occurrence, and the idea that maybe it was made my blood boil. "I'm driving you to school from now on." Her head snapped upwards so her wide eyes met mine. "What?" "I'll pick you up from now on," I repeated, angling her face again so I could finish tending to her cut. "No. I mean, there's really no need," she sputtered. "There clearly is a need. If it's not safe for you to walk to school, then I'll pick you up," I told her. "Besides, you shouldn't be walking in the snow anyway. You'll catch hypothermia." I caught the subtle eye roll. "You sound like a mother," she teased. I laughed at that. "My mother likes to claim she's always right, so maybe you should listen to me." Her lips quirked before she turned back to face me fully. "I really appreciate the offer, but you'd have to go well out of your way to pick me up, and I don't have the money to give you for doing that." She chewed her lip before continuing. "Besides, it's really not necessary. This doesn't happen that often, and I walked in the snow this morning. I can do it for the rest of the week, honestly." She offered me a small smile. "But thanks anyway." I moved across the room and tossed the cloth I'd used into the bin before returning the bottle of rubbing alcohol to its spot on the shelf. "It wasn't an offer, Scarlett," I told her, turning back and leaning against the worktop while she slid off the bed. "I'll pick you up at 7:30 tomorrow, and every day after that." With that, I turned to leave, but hadn't made it far when her scoff reached my ears. "What makes you think I'll give you my address?" At that, I smirked and turned back around to face her. I noticed the flush on her cheeks and the way her arms were folded across her chest. "What makes you think I need you to?" I challenged. "Surely you know better than to assume I can't very easily find that out." She gritted her teeth. "It's not a nice area," she muttered, twisting slightly to avoid my gaze. "It's not somewhere you want to be driving, not in your nice car." I could hear the shame in her voice, and wasn't sure why it bothered me so much, but it did. "It's just a car, Scarlett. There are more important things in life than a hunk of metal." She met my eyes and read the meaning behind my words there. I couldn't give less of a shit about my car. I just wanted her to be safe on her way to school. Are you done arguing? Her arms unfolded and hung limply at her sides while she once again chewed on her lip, hesitation shining in her eyes. I can't pay you, she eventually muttered, shifting from one foot to another where she stood. I couldn't help but scoff. I wouldn't let you, I assured her. Now let's go. You're not going to change my mind about this, so we may as well get on with my calculus. I heard her giggle as I made my way out of the room, holding the door open for her as she passed me. I never thought you'd be asking to go back to calculus. I smirked. Don't tell anyone. I have a reputation to maintain. Your secret is safe with me. I followed her back through the halls, thinking ahead to when I'd have to pick her up tomorrow morning. The guys would be in for a shock if they knew I was chauffeuring some girl around, and if they told her, my mom would never shut up about it. I'd have to make up some excuse as to why none of them could ride with me tomorrow morning. I wasn't ready for them to know about Scarlett yet, maybe because at the moment there was nothing to know. She was my tutor, and I was her tutee. It wasn't any more than that. We were hardly even friends. And yet, I spent the rest of my day assessing every guy in school, searching for a drop of blood or any other sign that they could have been the one to hurt her. Ignored every word spoken in class because I was too busy fantasizing over what I would do if I found the culprit, how much pain I'd cause them for daring to harm her. Every thought was consumed by Scarlett and making whoever had held a knife to her pay. And that screamed a little more than friendship to me. Chapter 14.
Scarlett's Pav. I jumped into the shower with a yelp. The hot water was out again, and the bathroom window was broken and wedged open, allowing a flurry of snowflakes inside. Overnight, snow had blanketed the town and was still falling fairly heavily now. A part of me was grateful that Angelo was picking me up, as between my ice-cold shower and the long, chilly walk to school, I was certain I'd get sick. My teeth chattered as I quickly washed my body, keeping my hair pinned back for today. I couldn't stand under this water for a moment longer than necessary to worry about shampooing my hair. Fortunately, I'd washed it yesterday morning because, judging by the weather forecast, it was only going to get colder and I was sure the pipes would freeze. It took me less than a minute before I was darting back out of the shower and wrapping a towel around me. It did nothing to warm my skin, not with the draft blowing through the open window. I dabbed at the droplets on my skin and then stuffed my legs into my leggings, not caring that they were still a bit wet. Next, I stuffed my feet into a thick pair of socks I'd been gifted for Christmas. I sighed at the relief when I put my foot back on the floor and didn't experience the sharp bite of the cold tile. Finally, I threw on the same cream jumper I'd been wearing all week and left the bathroom. My mom was stood in the kitchen, clutching a bag to her side. I was just leaving, she whispered. He wasn't here, but still, we whispered, as if the walls of the apartment were listening to our conversation. We always whispered. My mom was going to work for a few hours. There was a small, run-down diner on the outskirts of town that had hired her as a waitress a few months ago. It was a bit of a walk for her, but the distance meant that the manager didn't run in the same circle as my dad, and therefore didn't know about his rules. He'd made sure we would always rely on him, ensuring my mother wouldn't be hired anywhere in town and couldn't make her own money. She wasn't qualified for anything anyway, but he hadn't wanted to risk her saving up money and running from him. He couldn't lose his punching bags. But now she snuck off for a few hours in the day while he was gone, and he was none the wiser. It was a risk, a huge risk, and the reward was fairly slim. The manager of the diner was a sleazebag who refused to pay her well because of her lack of experience, and he knew she was desperate and would accept anything. I hated that people treated us like this, because of our backgrounds, our address, our scruffy clothes. People were quicker to look down their noses at us and kick us down rather than help us. Aren't you going to be late? You're usually gone by now. My mother's voice pulled me back to the kitchen, where she stood in the doorway with a frown. I nodded my head, avoiding her eyes as I moved to make a glass of water. "I'm getting a lift to school." She stared back at me. "You are? From who?" My stomach clenched and I turned slowly, avoiding her eyes as I mumbled, "Angelo. He offered to pick me up." "Angelo?" Her brows creased before they shot up. "As in Angelo Boselli?" I reluctantly nodded my head. "Scarlett, what were you thinking? Why would he coming here to pick you up before school?" I swallowed the lump in my throat and stared at the clear liquid in my glass. "He asked about my face," I muttered, gesturing to the gash, although she knew exactly what I was talking about. The horror in her eyes increased tenfold, and when she opened her mouth to yell, I quickly cut her off. "I didn't tell him anything, I swear. I mean, I told him that I got jumped because I don't live in the best area. I bit my lip, so now he's picking me up so it doesn't happen again." Her eyes widened, and she practically fell backwards so her weight was resting against the door. "Scarlett. I know. But I had to tell him something. And I tried to say no to him picking me up, but I didn't want him getting suspicious." "And how long does he plan to drive you to school?" I lifted a shoulder. We hadn't really discussed that yesterday, but I thought I recalled the words "from now on," so I didn't see me walking again anytime soon. "I think for the rest of the semester," I mumbled. "Scarlett. I'm sorry. But I won't tell him. I swear he'll carry on thinking I got jumped." She placed a hand on her hip. "And if it happens again while he's driving you? What then?" I shrugged. "I'll figure it out. I didn't know what else to do, Mom. He'd pretty insistent." She let out a long sigh. "Just be careful around that family, okay? And make sure he doesn't find out anything. And don't ever let him up here. If your father finds him here, he'll skin him alive and then we'll pay the price." I nodded along to her demands, although a small part of me was wondering what would happen if Angelo and my father went head to head. As terrifying as my dad was, I couldn't imagine him managing to get the upper hand over a guy like Angelo, and when provoked, Angelo might be the one skinning him alive. The thought caused a shiver to pass down my spine. "I have to go," my mom said, glancing at the clock on the wall behind me. "Please be careful and keep your distance." I nodded and dashed towards her for a quick hug before she was gone. Being alone in the apartment always put me on edge. The silence was too overwhelming and made my skin crawl. My brain seemed to associate too many bad memories with this house to ever feel truly safe in it, so I was always on edge, waiting for the next attack. I jumped when my phone buzzed from the dining table, and when I checked it, I saw a text from Angelo telling me he was downstairs. I smiled at his sweet message, telling me to take my time and not to rush, but all I had to do was grab my already packed bag and lock up. The 4 flights of stairs felt never-ending as I made my down. Nerves fluttered in my stomach. We were alone together every weekday for tutoring, but his car was much smaller than the study room, and this wasn't a requirement for either of us. We didn't have to talk about schoolwork, and that lack of rules made me nervous. I found his car parked directly opposite the entrance to my building. I didn't know cars well, especially since we didn't have one, but it looked expensive, shiny, and well looked after. The windows were blacked out, so as soon as I was outside the building, he stepped out of the car. "Hey," he called. I smiled and waited for a few cars to pass before crossing the street. As I did, he rounded the car and opened the passenger door for me. The action made my heart stutter. "Hey," I finally said back, my voice sounding strange, "thanks." He only smiled as I slipped onto the plush leather seats, and he closed the door. The car was warm, so warm and toasty that I sunk against the seat and sighed in relief. The wind outside was biting, and snow battered against the window, but in here felt safe and protected from even the worst weather. The radio was on low, a melody I couldn't quite hear creating a quiet hum of noise. Angelo slid into the driver's seat a moment later, and that was all it took for the air to leave my lungs. Instantly, I was drowning in the smell of him and the warm leather. It was intoxicating, earthy and warm, and so comforting I was content to just breathe it in. "Thanks for picking me up," I whispered as he pulled away and started down my road. For a moment he didn't say anything. His gaze locked on a group of guys further ahead, passing around cans of beer and lighting cigarettes. I narrowed my eyes as Angelo's knuckles went white around the steering wheel, his eyes never leaving the group as we neared them. "Them?" he asked, her voice low and threatening. I opened my mouth to ask him what he meant when I suddenly realized. "No, not them. And I told you not to worry about it, I'm fine." He finally dragged his gaze away and focused it on me instead, particularly on my cheek, which had started to scab over. He simply muttered. He stayed silent for a while as he navigated the streets of my neighborhood, eyeing up every person he saw on the streets until we hit the main road that led into the nicer part of time. "You like music?" he suddenly asked me. I started at the sound of his voice, having grown used to the silence. Something about it felt comfortable, despite barely knowing each other. "Yeah," I said back, unsure what to say, but the corner of his lips lifted as he glanced my way. "Put on whatever you like," he said, gesturing to the radio. I smiled at the kind gesture. "This is good," I mumbled, not sure he would appreciate my varied taste in music. Sometimes I enjoyed classical music, music without lyrics, so I'm forced to focus on all the different instruments harmonizing and creating something truly beautiful. Other times, I enjoyed listening to music with lyrics that I could relate to, words that made my heart clench and my eyes glisten with tears because someone had finally put into words the feelings I never could. It was why I enjoyed reading so much too. I loved getting lost in other people's words, particularly when I related to a character. I immersed myself in their life and their world until I became them, and their experiences were my experiences. There was something about reading a good story that somehow taught you so much about yourself along the way. I'd always wished to be able to do the same, to create worlds and stories that people longed for, and I swore to myself that if I ever had the time, I'd give writing a book a go. I pressed my face against the cool glass and watched the snow flutter down, swirling in the breeze around the car before setting against the window. Despite my hatred of the cold, I'd always loved the snow. There was something so mesmerizing about it, and I was so captivated by the tiny flakes of ice that I didn't even realize we had arrived at school until Angelo killed the engine.
Chapter 15. The rest of the week followed the same pattern. I picked Scarlett up outside her building and watched her wade through the snow to get to me. Apparently, the snow wasn't cleared in her neighborhood like it was mine, so I drove incredibly slowly and carefully along her road. She stayed quiet most of the time, watching the snow fall or humming away to whatever was playing on the radio. Whenever we did talk, it was my favorite part of the journey. I dared to ask her personal questions, and was thrilled when she'd give me detailed answers instead of just a yes or no. I started trying to keep my questions as open as possible, just to hear her voice as she answered. Her voice was so soft and gentle, and every now and then, excitement would bleed through when she talked about the things she loved. The other day, she talked for most of the journey about her love of reading, and when I pulled into the car park at school, having not managed to get a word in, she lowered her eyes and apologized. I didn't know who had made her feel like she was a hindrance when she was sharing information about herself, but I intended to reverse the damage they had caused. Now, on the way to school, we had started playing the question game, where we each get to ask the other a personal question, and we give full, detailed answers to learn everything we need to about each other. She was reluctant at first, but I told her it could be her payment for me driving her to school, since she continuously offered me money that I knew she didn't have. Eventually, she agreed. "If you were going to die tomorrow, how would you spend today?" she asked me. I switched lanes before allowing my gaze to flicker to her, only to find her eyes glued to me, an eager smile on her face. I thought about it for a moment, and she sat patiently. "I'd probably eat a cooked breakfast because that's my favorite breakfast, but I rarely have it because Coach would kill me. Then I'd probably meet the team for a few football games in the park, and then I'd spend the rest of the day with my family, making sure my parents were okay, and that my brothers and sisters would have everything they needed." When I glanced back at her, She had a small smile on her face. I expected her to say something about my response, but she didn't. Your turn. I tapped my fingers against the steering wheel, in time to the beat of whatever song was on the radio, while I contemplated what to ask her. Same question, I said in the end, too curious about what she would consider most important to her. For me, it would always be my family, and I desperately wanted to know if that was the same for Scarlett, since she didn't talk about her family much. I'd learned that it was a small family, just her and her parents. She didn't have any siblings, which I was incredibly jealous of. Didn't have any grandparents or aunts or uncles or cousins that she spoke to. It was just the three of them. She hadn't seemed upset about that, but I detected a bit of loneliness when she talked about how she spent most of her free time alone. She trailed off and looked out of the window. The sun was finally out today, and the snow was beginning to melt, causing it to glitter on the roads. I'd go to the beach, she finally said, a longing smile on her face. I couldn't help but chuckle. The beach? That's how you would spend your last day on Earth? Trying to get the sand out of your shoes? She lifted a shoulder. I've never been to the coast before. I'd love to see the ocean and just lie on the beach in the sun. My eyebrows shot up. Never. She shook her head. I've never stepped foot outside of this town. We don't have a car. She muttered that last part, ashamed, and it pissed me off. I didn't want her to think I would judge her for not having the money my own family had. I knew I was incredibly privileged, and that other people didn't have close to what I had, but I could have just as easily been born into their circumstances and could never hold it against someone. I made a silent promise that I would take this girl to the beach and everywhere else worth visiting one day. I wanted to see her smile when she stepped foot on the sand for the first time, or when she first dipped a toe in the ocean. I wanted to do anything and everything to make her smile, because it was truly the most beautiful sight I'd ever seen. When she smiled with her entire face, and her eyes lit up with a happiness that I rarely saw in her. She always looked so weighed down by the world, but in those rare moments that she was genuinely happy, that was when she was the most beautiful. My turn, she said before I could reassure her that I'd take her one day. It was probably for the best. I was desperate to get to know her and spend more time with her outside of tutoring, but I wasn't sure she felt the same. She'd been reluctant about answering my questions, and part of me wondered if she was only entertaining me to be polite. Maybe she had no desire to get to know me and didn't want me to know her. But I couldn't bring myself to stop. With every new piece of information I discovered about her, I craved to know more. She was so different to me. So quiet and reserved, while I had been known to be blunt and pushy. She was also calm, while I was temperamental. But I liked that about her, liked that she was timid and not a big character. Nobody in school seemed to know anything about her, and that made her feel like my own little secret. Every piece of information she shared with me was something I and only I got to know. It wasn't difficult to figure out that she didn't really have any friends in school, and aside from at home with her parents, she spent most of her time alone. Call me selfish, but a small part of me relished that, and the fact that I got to spend these moments with her every day. Is your dad really a mafia boss? She whispered, catching me completely off guard. I kept my expression neutral and my eyes on the road, despite the fact my brain was sputtering for a response. I took a steady breath and tilted my head so I had one eye on her and one on the road. You can't ask a question you already know the answer to, I told her, raising an eyebrow. She swallowed and glanced down to where her hands were fidgeting in her lap. Is it scary? I tried to offer her a reassuring smile. A little, I said, but I know it's safer to have my dad around than to not. He wouldn't let anything happen to any of us. It was the one thing I'd always known growing up. My dad would do whatever the hell he had to do to make sure we stayed safe. Scarlett offered a slight nod and then cleared her throat, her gaze still directed downwards. Does he ever hurt you? I was so taken aback by the question that I didn't even bother to point out that it was my turn to ask her. She shifted in her seat, clearly uncomfortable, and I immediately shook my head. Never, I said, he would never. I'm sure you've heard all sorts of rumors about my family, but my dad does what he has to do to protect innocent people from the kinds of people the police just don't have the capacity to deal with. He's not a bad person. I waited for several minutes before she turned back to face me and nodded her head. She had a look in her eye that I couldn't place, but it was clear our little game was over, and we stayed silent for the rest of the drive. This is worse than Italian, I groaned, throwing my head down against the desk. It had been throbbing with a headache for the last 20 minutes while I desperately tried to understand the jumble of lines and angles and numbers on the page. It may as well be another language. I glanced up to where Scarlett sat across from me, her head buried in a book. She'd given me a mock exam paper for calculus and told me to spend this morning's session answering as many questions as I can. As soon as I started, she pulled a book from her bag and began to read, and since then her eyes hadn't left the page. I was fairly confident a bomb could go off on the school grounds, and unless it was in this room, she wouldn't even pause to look up. All of her attention was on the words on the page, and I couldn't help but watch her eyes sparkle when something made her smile, or observe the way her throat bobbed up and down and she bit her lower lip, reading just a little bit faster when something in the story was going wrong. When she was reading, she showed everything on her face. I'd never seen her so relaxed, so at ease and unaware of her surroundings. She was always so tense, so acutely aware of everything going on, so on edge all of the time, like she was always anticipating the worst. But now she looked so carefree, so content, lost in a story, and I couldn't help but stare. She must have come to the end of a chapter, as she spared a second to glance up at me, and did a double take when she found my attention solely on her. "Have you finished?" she asked, glancing at the clock on the wall to her left, her cheeks tinging pink. I shook my head, as she realized our session wasn't close to being over yet. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," I told her. "I like seeing you like this." Her brows creased. "Like what?" "Relaxed," I told her with a shrug. "You always seem like you're carrying the weight of the world on your shoulder. It's nice to see you relax." A blush tinged her cheeks, and her gaze fell to the wooden surface between us. I decided not to say more, and refocused on the question in front of me, allowing her to go back to her book. I started to scribble some numbers down, and after a few seconds she spoke up. "I don't mean to." Instantly, my gaze flickered back to her, and my confusion must have been evident on my face as she continued. "I don't mean to act so weighed down all the time, sorry." An unfamiliar ache throbbed in my chest at the look of shame on her face. She always seemed to view herself so negatively, like she was a burden on those around her. I hated it. "Don't apologize," I told her. "It doesn't bother me. But if the world ever gets too heavy for you, just know I'm here to take some of the weight." Chapter 16.
Scarlett's Pav. Ready for school? My mother stood by the door, dark rings around her eyes, bruises scattered across her face, and dried tears crusted over her cheeks. My stomach lurched at the sight of her. I knew the injuries on her face paled in comparison to the damage he'd caused to the rest of her body when he found out she'd been leaving the house last week. We just about managed a week without any issues. He was away every weekday, never bothering to return to the house from work in the evenings. Instead, he most likely went straight to the nearest bar and drowned in alcohol before going home with the first available woman. My mother was more than aware of his habit of going home with other women, but all she cared about was that it gave us a reprieve from his anger and violence. When the weekend came around, he was still nowhere to be seen. We were on edge for the 3 days, tiptoeing around each other and flinching at every single sound. The anticipation had twisted up my insides, and I could barely stomach anything for the few days, knowing soon he would return home. It was Monday evening when he did come back. Angelo had driven me to school as usual, and had managed to put me completely at ease during our hour together. He bought me breakfast, and for the first time in days, I managed to eat without feeling like I was suffocating. Spending time with him had started to become a reprieve from my lonely and empty life. When I returned home, I managed to get half of my homework done before the front door was thrust open so aggressively, the hinges snapped. His expression was like thunder, a storm erupting in his eyes as he looked at my mom. I threw up in my mouth as he approached her, forced to swallow the vomit back down to avoid drawing attention to myself. He was on a war path I knew better than to get in the way of. As soon as he reached her, it was like glass shattering. He swung for her immediately, spewing curses while my mom pleaded with him to stop. I screamed, my vision blurred, my throat raw, my ears ringing. All I could do was stand in my place and scream at him to stop while he beat her until her skin was marred with bruises and the carpet was stained with her blood. I'd gotten lucky that night. His anger wasn't directed at me. Somehow, he knew she'd been leaving the house during the weeks when she knew he wouldn't come home. The small blessing was that he didn't know why, so my mother lied her way out of it and managed to keep her job a secret. The small stack of money she'd saved up was still a secret. But now, a camera in the corner of the room monitored our every move. I opened my mouth to respond to her, but the whirring noise of the camera moving sliced through the silence. I watched the lens pan around to where we stood, and tried my best to ignore the tingles that traveled down my spine. He was watching. Always watching. I managed a nod in response to my mom, and she forced a smile that didn't reach her eyes. I didn't want to leave her here, alone under his careful watch, but staying home would only cause more problems for us. Have a good day, sweetie. I kissed her cheek and stepped past her, making my way to the front door. Since the camera had been installed last week, we'd kept conversation to a minimum, afraid to slip up and say something that would only land us in more trouble. I was careful not to mention Angelo picking me up, as I knew that wouldn't go down well. As soon as the front door shut behind me, I could breathe easier. I made my way downstairs, practically flying down to put some distance between me and the apartment. When I was younger, I loved our home. It wasn't big or fancy, but it was ours. It held all my childhood memories, all my favorite things. It felt like home. But now it felt like a prison. There were no longer family photos on the walls, or flowers on the kitchen counters. It never smelt of freshly baked cookies, and the sound of music or laughter could never be heard. The blank walls and lack of color and warmth served as a constant reminder that there was no life inside those walls, just pain and loss and fear. Morning. My eyes locked on Angelo's soft brown ones, and I couldn't help but smile. Unlike our apartment, he was all warmth and comfort. I couldn't place what exactly it was that put me so at ease, but the more time I spent with him, the more time I wanted to spend with him. Morning, I replied, my smile actually genuine for once. He stepped closer, and my gaze flickered down to the single Scarlett in his hand as he held it out towards me. What's that? A smirk flickered across his lips. A Scarlett. I'd hoped, given your name, you'd have known that. I rolled my eyes at his comment. What's it for? His grin only widened. Happy Valentine's Day. The smile fell from my face, and my heart fell from my chest. What? I choked out, blinking up at him while he faltered. What's wrong? Valentine's Day is for people in relationships. For people in love, I reminded him. The beat of my heart was so loud it drowned out the sound of my own voice, but I knew it cracked at that last word. He simply lifted a shoulder. And for people you care about. I got some for my mom and sisters too. It's not a big deal. Here. He pressed the Scarlett into my hand. All I could do was shake my head. I can't. He frowned, his brown eyes reflecting a flicker of hurt. Why not? Because, I trailed off, not wanting to have to say the words. I swallowed, hoping it would remove the lump in the back of my throat blocking my airways. It didn't. Because you're not supposed to care about me. We aren't dating or even friends. I'm your tutor, and the only relationship we should have is a professional one. I blurted the words out at speed, needing to force them out before I could change my mind. That means no flowers or presents, and no buying me breakfast every day. We shouldn't have let this go so far. Silence descended. I stared at him, trying to recatch my breath after my little speech. All he did was blink back, digesting what I'd said with his brows drawn. Far? What do you mean by far? My heartbeat stuttered. I don't think you should drive me to school anymore. We shouldn't see each other outside of tutoring. He released a breath that sounded like a blur of annoyance and amusement. Why the hell not? The urge to flinch at his tone was strong, but I straightened, met his eyes, and willed myself to stay strong. It's unprofessional. He didn't say anything, just held my stare with his own unwavering gaze. I wanted more than anything to look away from the soft brown color of his eyes that seemed to have hardened. I didn't like the way he was looking at me, with the kind of stubbornness only a wealthy son of a Mafia leader could possess. I don't give a flying fuck about what's professional, Scarlett, he finally spat back. All I could do was blink as he continued. I don't want to be professional. I don't want you to be just my tutor. The breath in my lungs suddenly felt trapped, incapable of escaping from my lips as he took a step towards me, our stares never wavering. I like you. I like knowing you. I like talking to you. I like spending time with you. I like buying you things and watching you protest. I like hearing you talk about the things that make you happy. I like watching you blush when I compliment you. I like you, Scarlett. Time seemed to stand still as he stood in front of me, his voice raising until he was almost yelling the confession. The rest of the world fell away. My father's rage. My lifeless home. My rundown neighborhood. His money. His family. His reputation. It all slipped to the back of my mind, the only thing remaining being his confession. I like you. How? I stuttered, my eyes welling. How can you like me? His gaze softened. You're interesting. You're funny, you're patient, caring, and when I'm around you, I don't feel like I have to try. I don't have to be cool like I do with the team. I don't have to be posh and pretentious like I do with people who come from money like I do. I don't have to be ruthless and distant like I do with my dad's men. I like just being me with you. I could feel the moisture gathering in my eyes as I gaped back at him. My heartbeat stuttered when he took another step towards me, forcing me to look up at him. It's okay if you don't feel the same, if you don't like me like that, he suddenly said, reminding me that I hadn't said a word. But don't tell me we can't even be friends. Please. And just like that, my resolve cracked. That one word was like an arrow through my heart, splintering my strength and leaving me raw and vulnerable. Please. That word from someone like Angelo, someone who was used to getting what he wanted, someone who didn't have to ask for anything, it meant more than anything.
Chapter 17.
Scarlett's paw. I forced a nod, unable to form words. I wasn't even sure what I wanted to say or how to say it, so I simply nodded, offering the reassurance that we could at least be friends. It was all I was capable of. I'm going to take this upstairs, I muttered, not sparing him a glance before I swiveled on my heels and shot up the stairs. I didn't pay attention to where I was going, and went flying into an older woman on the second floor who had stepped into the hallway to smoke. She grunted something in my direction as I barged past, not even bothering to apologize. Tears pricked my eyes, and when I reached the front door and adjusted my bag to hide the Scarlett in my hand, I made sure to keep my head tipped downwards as I pushed the door open and burst inside. Forgot one of my books? I called out to the room, not daring to look up to locate my mom. Instead, I aimed straight for my bedroom door. My bag dropped to the floor with a thud, and I only just managed to reach my bed before I crumpled. My tears started to fall freely and uncontrollably, landing on the Scarlett in my hand. Have you got it? I glanced up to see my mom stood in the doorway, her eyes filled with sympathy as she watched me fall apart. I'll help you find it. She stepped in and pushed the door closed slightly, enough that he couldn't see into the room from the position of the camera, but not enough for him to get suspicious. I let out a soft sob, covering my mouth with my hand to try and muffle the sounds. Shish, my mom floated over to my side, her arms immediately going around me. Baby, what happened? Her voice was barely more than a whisper, but it felt as though those simple words gutted me. I slapped my hand over my mouth to hide the pained sobs that burst from my throat and closed my eyes in an attempt to stop the tears. Her grip on me tightened, pulling me further into her warm embrace. I knew it was probably causing her pain, knew her bruised and cracked ribs would be protesting as I leant my weight against her, but for a moment, I indulged in the feeling of someone just holding me. "Tell me what happened," she whispered. I pathetically raised the Scarlett still clutched in my hand, the stem almost crushed in my tight fist. "Angelo got me this," I said with a sniffle. "He said he likes me." With my free hand, I attempted to wipe away some of my tears, but saying the words aloud to her made me cry harder. Her brow scarlet in surprise. "He did?" I nodded in response to her whispered question. "Why is that upsetting, honey? Do you not feel the same?" My gaze fell to the flower in my hand. "I do," I forced out, my mouth suddenly too dry, my throat too raw. "I like him. I really like him." My voice cracked and the tears dripped from my chin. I continued to try and wipe them away, until the sleeve of my shirt was soddened. "I like him, Mom." I didn't need to explain anything further. She understood. I liked Angelo, and yet I couldn't do anything about it. I was a prisoner, trapped in my own life, and he was destined for a much better one than I could ever give him. He could never know me the way he wanted to, could never be a part of my life the way I needed him to. I couldn't let him in. Couldn't trust him. Not with the secret that could ruin my life and my family if he told anyone. "I'm sorry, sweetheart," she whispered in my ear, cradling my head against her shoulder and allowing me to cry. "I'm so sorry." Her own voice cracked, the pain of our reality clear even in our hushed whispers. We would never truly be happy. We could never be happy with him around, controlling us, manipulating us, hurting us. But we could never escape him. Not without money, security, safety. For a moment, the two of us sat in silence, holding each other. We were all the other had in the world, all we'd ever have. She was the only one who knew the reality of my life, who knew me wholly and completely. The only one who could understand why I couldn't be with Angelo. After a minute or two passed, we pulled away from each other and wiped my eyes with the pads of her thumbs. "It's just this semester," she told me with a sad smile. "One semester, and then you can go away to college and live your life the way you want." Hope and regret clogged my throat. "What about you?" "I'll be happy knowing that you're safe and enjoying your life," she told me. "One semester, sweetheart. Keep working hard and get a scholarship, and then you'll be free." She pulled away from me and kissed my forehead. I smiled, mulling over her words. I couldn't imagine what freedom felt like, but I longed for it, longed for some distance between me and my dad. "Here's your book, sweetie," she suddenly said aloud. I glanced up and she grabbed a random textbook off my shelf. "It had fallen down the back of your shelving. Now go on, you don't want to be late." I forced a smile and Scarlett to my feet. "Thanks, Mom." She engulfed me in one final hug, her warmth making me feel 1,000 times better already. "See you later." I kept my head down as I crossed the apartment, the book clutched in one hand and my bag in the other. The Scarlett remained on my bed, waiting for me when I returned home. In the hallway, I took a shaky breath, wiped my eyes again, and then started down the stairs. Angelo still stood at the bottom of the stairs, leaning against the wall beside the entrance, a wary look on his face. When he spotted me, he pushed away from the wall and strode over. "Are you okay?" I swallowed and nodded as confidently as possible. "I'm fine. Sorry that took so long." He shook his head. "Don't apologize." He scanned my face, concern shining in his eyes. "I'm sorry if I upset you. It wasn't my intention." "You didn't," I told him, meeting his warm eyes. "Thank you for the Scarlett." He matched my soft smile with one of his own. "Ready to go?" With a nod, I followed him out to the car. The snow had completely melted now, but there was still a bitter cold wind in the air that made your bones ache if you were out in it for too long. He opened the car door for me, like he did every day, and then closed it behind me once I had settled into the seat. The car was warm from the sun's rays against the glass, and as per usual the radio was playing softly. We didn't talk on the drive, didn't play the question game, or discuss music or tutoring like we usually did. We remained silent, a silence filled with unsaid words and a discomfort I wasn't used to around him. The air felt thick with tension, and by the time Angelo rolled his car into the car park at the school, my stomach was fluttering with nerves. He killed the engine and sighed before turning to me and finally breaking the silence. I shouldn't have said anything. I shook my head. It isn't that. I'm sorry. Then what is it? I told you, it's okay if you don't feel the same, Scarlett. I just like spending time with you, in whatever context you're happy with. Tears pricked my eyes again at his soft-spoken words. I knew he deserved an explanation. I just wished it didn't have to be a lie. I like you too, I whispered, my voice barely audible, but in the pregnant silence hanging around us, I knew he heard it. I like spending time with you too. I didn't dare look at him as I continued. But we're too different. Our personalities, our families, everything about us is opposite. We don't fit in each other's lives, Angelo. It could never work. A frown marred his face. I disagree. I like our differences. I think our differences are the reasons why you'd fit so perfectly in my life. All I could do was shake my head. It can't work between us, it just can't, I'm sorry. For a moment, all he did was stare back at me. I held his gaze, hoping he could read just how sorry I was, how much I wished things were different. I blinked when his hand darted out to brush my hair backwards, away from my face. I'll prove it to you, he suddenly said with conviction, a newfound determination as his eyes. I promise you, I'll prove that this can work, he vowed before turning away and getting out of the car.
Chapter 18. I tapped on my dad's office door. I shuffled my weight from one foot to another, and then back again, as I waited for him to answer. Standing outside this door always took me back to when I would get in trouble as a kid, and I could never quite shake that feeling. Yes. I refrained from rolling my eyes at his formal tone and pushed the door open. As per usual, I found him the other side of the large mahogany desk. When I was younger, that desk always felt as though it took up the entire room, and when he sat behind it, he seemed like a giant compared to me and Cesare, who could hardly see over it. Now it didn't look that big or intimidating, and neither did he, not now I was the same size as him. Not when his hair had wisps of gray, and permanent smile lines creased his skin. He didn't look up immediately, engrossed in whatever he was looking at on his computer, but when he did, he smiled. What can I do for you? I shut the door behind me and met his gaze. I need you to add someone to your protection list, I told him outright, preparing myself for the barrage of questions that were certain to follow. His brows raised, and he leaned back in his chair, suddenly studying me with all of his attention. Who? My teeth clenched. I knew as soon as the truth was out of my mouth, I wouldn't get a break from my family's incessant questions, and Scarlett would no longer be my little secret. But I needed my father's protection for her. I needed to know that if I was to pursue anything with her, that she would be safe. You never knew who was keeping tabs on you in this lifestyle, and the last thing I needed was an enemy of the family to figure out just how much that girl meant to me. There's a girl, I muttered beneath my breath. It was immediately clear that he'd heard me, based on the way his posture stiffened, and he tilted his head to one side, regarding me with a whole different expression. It was no longer curiosity that reflected in his eyes, but now, they glittered with a smugness that irritated the hell out of me. Well, that explains a lot, he mused, a smirk playing on his lips. I only glared back at him, and he laughed before gesturing to the seat across from him. Sit down. I rolled my eyes and took 2 steps across the room towards the armchair. I dropped into it and waited for him to start the conversation. I thought you'd been in a good mood lately, considering you're off the team, he commented, his gaze flitting back to his computer for a second before he gave me his undivided attention. So, who is she? I leaned forward. Look, it's nothing serious yet. I just want to make sure she's safe before I start something with her and put in danger. He nodded. I'm going to need to know some details, if I'm going to designate some soldiers to protecting the girl. Her name is Scarlett. Scarlett, he repeated. And how did you meet Scarlett? I grit my teeth. This was the one question I really hadn't wanted to answer, but I knew it was coming. If not from him, then from my mom when he told her everything later on, which I knew he would. She's my tutor, I admitted, glancing down to the desk while he processed what I'd said. What? I cringed slightly at his suddenly snappy tone. Angelo. His tone was a warning. This better not be you leading some girl on to improve your grades. I rolled my eyes. It isn't. Okay, it's not like that at all, I snapped back, my hands curling into fists at my sides at the accusation. He didn't look convinced. I thought you said she was some nerdy bookworm that... My expression betrayed me, and I felt my lips twitch at the words I'd used that he was now throwing back at me. She is, I told him. The way I described her after that first morning weren't untrue. She was exactly as I'd described. I just neglected to mention that she was also beautiful, and that I had found myself enjoying her company, even on that first morning. Oh, my dad hummed, pulling me back to the conversation before I started daydreaming about the woman that seemed to have burrowed into my head. I see. He smirked. You're in love. I shot him a glare. Fuck off. All he did was chuckle. I can see it all over your face. You look like me when I look at your mom. This time, it was his turn to roll his eyes, but the smile on his face widened just a little, and the dark brown of his eyes seemed to warm a little. I instantly knew the look he was talking about. It was the one on his face right now. Whatever, I grumbled, not wanting to go down that road with him. Will you just get her a team? I don't want to put her at risk just by being around her. He nodded. Consider it done. You already have all her information, don't you? Again, he nodded. I got enough info when we hired her. The rest will be easy enough to find. Thanks. He went back to his computer, most likely to start sending out the orders. You know your mom's going to grill you. I know, I grumbled. Do the guys know? I shook my head, even though he was no longer looking at me but at the screen in front of him, his hands flying across the keyboard. No, I haven't said anything to anyone. What about her? He paused and looked back at me. Have you said anything to her? I nodded, my jaw involuntarily clenching as I thought back to our conversation yesterday. Does she feel the same? I shrugged a shoulder and shuffled in the chair. She said she does, but... I blew out a breath. I don't know, she doesn't think it could work. A frown marred his face. Why not? She thinks we're too different. He smiled thoughtfully. Different can work pretty perfectly, in my experience. He had that look again on his face, and his fingers paused against the keyboard as he clearly got lost in his thoughts, all of which I imagined were about my mom. Well, I muttered, regaining his attention. Forgive me if I don't take relationship advice from the guy who had to kidnap a woman to get her to fall for him. The smile wiped off his face and was replaced with a glare. Prick. I laughed while he shook his head. It was more complicated than that. If I were you, I'd take advice from the guy who kidnapped a woman and still managed to win her over. I snorted. That's not how Mom tells the story. No, I don't imagine it is. With an eye roll, I raised from my seat. Whatever. How are things with V? His expression immediately turned sour, his eyes like thunder. I swear I'm going to kill that girl if she doesn't kill me first. I laughed. Looking better then. He only glared at me. She thinks she's spending the night at her boyfriend's tonight, and is sorely mistaken. When I told her that, she told me where I could go. I covered my mouth with my fist in time to hide the smile that cracked on my face, and choked on the laugh threatening to burst out at the look on his face. If there was one thing my dad hated more than anything, it was disrespect, and V knew that. He looked at me, his glare intensifying. Don't. I'm sorry, I chuckled, unable to help myself. It wasn't often that we saw him rattled. He had grown men bowing at his feet, trembling in his presence, obeying his every word, and yet, his 16-year-old daughter presented a challenge he couldn't handle. He groaned and threw his head back against the seat. What the hell am I supposed to do? Whatever I say, she argues. Whatever I tell her to do, she ignores. I can't throw her in the fucking dungeons, but right now that's the only idea that I can think of that would work. I scoffed. Mom would slaughter you. See, I can't win. I shrugged my shoulders. I don't know what to suggest. She won't talk to me either, and she sure as hell won't listen to me. Just gotta hope it's just a phase, I said. Well, let's hope she grows out of this phase in the next year or two, and then I might get a bit of a break before Em grows up and decides that everything I say is optional, he huffed. Angelo, if you marry this woman, don't have kids, they're a pain in the ass. Fuck off, I grumbled, both at his comment about Scarlett and the fact I was included in that statement. He only laughed as I stepped out of his office and shut the door behind me. Chapter 19. I managed the rest of the evening with peace and quiet, having the time and space to work on the calculus paper Scarlett had given me, and referring to the step-by-step instructions she'd written up when I wasn't sure what to do. I found myself mesmerized even by her handwriting, which was so perfectly suited to her somehow, small and impeccably neat. I hated to admit that, since she had started tutoring me, I was doing a lot better. Somehow, she managed to explain things so clearly to me. In class, I always struggled to keep up with what the professors were saying, and it didn't take much for me to tune out, but with Scarlett, she always had my undivided attention, even if all she was talking about was calculus. I felt a stupid amount of pride at finishing all the work I needed to, and then I used the home gym for an hour or so, showered, and crashed for the night. And clearly, my dad informed my mom on the details of our chat during the night, because it was impossible for me to get out of the house the next morning. Angelo, she called from the kitchen as I dashed down the stairs. I had already packed my bag for school, and grabbed some change to stop off at Fiona's to buy Scarlett and I some breakfast, so I was all ready to go when she suddenly emerged from the kitchen and blocked my way. There you are. I forced a smile. Hey Mom, I've gotta go. I'm going to be late, I mumbled, trying to go around her, which was futile. I thought your tutoring didn't start until 7:45, she responded, checking her watch on her wrist, as though she didn't know it was nowhere near that time. It's only 7. You have half an hour before you need to leave. I'm gonna grab breakfast on the way, I told her. She frowned. You could eat here. I took in a long breath, forcing myself to remain calm as I met her inquisitive gaze. Mom, I'm picking Scarlett up in 15 minutes. I need to get going. The frown on her face melted away, and she was suddenly leaping up and down, her hands clasped in front of her. So it is true, she exclaimed. Hang on, my brother's voice floated from the kitchen, causing me to groan. I hadn't realized he was in there. Who's Scarlett? His girlfriend, my mom beamed before I could answer. My jaw dropped. You have a girlfriend? Cesare asked, his surprise clear in his tone. No. I called, directing my gaze at my mother. I don't. That's not what your dad told me. I didn't say she was his girlfriend, my dad suddenly called from inside the kitchen. I rolled my eyes at what had now turned into a family conversation. Then why does he drive her to school? My mom challenged, her hands on her hips and her gaze directed through the open door to where my dad must have stood, out of my view. Because she doesn't have a car and lives on the other side of town, I answered for her, causing a thoughtful frown to overtake her features. She knew exactly where I was talking about, and the kind of area it was. When I didn't think anyone else had anything else to say, Luke suddenly piped up. You give some girl a ride to school now instead of me. I rolled my eyes. She's not some girl. She's not some girl. I glanced to my mom, as the exact same words left her mouth as my own. She's also not my girlfriend, I repeated pointedly, but her wide grin remained as though I hadn't spoken. Look, I have to go, I grumbled, finally managing to brush past my mom who was still smiling like a loon. We can talk about this later. Later snuck up on me sooner than I expected, when I dropped into my seat at our usual lunch table, and was greeted with questioning stares. I sighed as I looked between Cesare, Luke, and Darren. What? Cesare shot me a deadpan look. You have a girlfriend? I glanced down the table to where the rest of the team sat, cheerleaders scattered between them. No, I don't, I told him. You know what mom's like. Any mention of a female, and she's practically married me off. He snickered, nodding his head. Even so, there was a mention of a female. He scarlet a brow in a silent question, and I shrugged. It's not a big deal. Bullshit, Luke stated from across the table. You're not the kind of guy to just mess about with a girl for the fun of it. He was right. It had never been my thing, stringing girls along, spending the night with them, to never see them again after the morning. I just wasn't interested. I'd seen the damage guys could cause to my sister, and I never wanted to be that kind of guy. I'd also seen my parents together, and as much as watching those two be all soppy and romantic made me feel sick, it also made me realize how rewarding it would be to make someone feel like that. It had been a while since I'd shown any interest in anyone, but over a year ago, I'd dated a girl for 10 months. We'd been young and stupid, thinking that it would last forever, and then we decided to end things when it was clear we were arguing more than we should have been. Since then, I hadn't dated anyone else because I'd not found anyone worth the time, but immediately I knew Scarlett was different. From our first conversation, I knew she was worth my time. Look, I like the girl, and I think maybe she likes me too, but that's it. There's really nothing to tell, all right. Of course, it wasn't all right. What I'd provided was by no means sufficient enough to shut these guys up. Who is she? Darren asked, his eyes narrowed in my direction. He was as far from a relationship kind of guy as you could get. He only ever involved himself with women for a night or a few hours at best. He never saw the same girl twice and had left a string of girls around school, either heartbroken or incredibly vengeful. His tutor, Luke answered on my behalf. His eyes widened. Wouldn't have pegged a nerd as your type. Don't be prick, I muttered. As much as I was fine with them picking at me and winding me up, I drew the line at anything that concerned her. You don't know anything about her. Cesare tilted his head. What's her name? Why? He held his hands up at my defensive tone. Relax, I just want to know if I know her. She might be in some of my classes. Luke coughed. Nerd. He grunted a second later when Cesare elbowed him in the ribs. Come on, my brother persisted. You're gonna have to tell us at some point. Not like we can wait to find out her name at the fucking wedding. I rolled my eyes. Scarlett. They all stared at me, waiting for more, and I sighed. Wakefield, I continued before scowling in their direction. I swear to God, if I hear any of you have bothered her, I'll have to lightly beat the shit out of you. Cesare laughed. Darren rolled his eyes and Luke's face lit up like it was a challenge. I scowled extra hard in his direction, but he only smirked. That protective already, or scared we might steal her away? I only scoffed in response and he grinned. I can be pretty charming when I want to be, you know. I could probably have Scarlett in my bed by the end of the night. I'm not fucking about. I snapped at him, my fists clenching at my sides. The desire to knock the grin off his face was suddenly incredibly strong. Don't talk about her like that. The grin didn't slip, but he did hold his hands up in defense. All right, sorry. I'll keep my mouth shut. I grumbled a good under my breath and started on my food, ignoring the stares from all three guys. It was silent for a few seconds before Cesare chuckled. You're absolutely fucked, he stated with a grin. I glanced up. Why? He scarlet a brow. The only people you defend like that are V, M, and Mom. I opened my mouth to spew some sort of defense, but he cut me off. Don't bother, you're fucked, he said again before dropping the topic and starting a conversation about football. I tried to pay attention, tried to forget all about Scarlett, but I couldn't help going back to what he'd said. And he was right. I was fucked. Chapter 20.
Scarlett's Pav. My book ended on a cliffhanger. Now for most, this wouldn't be a big deal, but for me, it may as well be the end of the world. I'd spent all day distracted because of it. When Angelo picked me up this morning, he did most of the talking, and to be perfectly honest, I hadn't listened to much of what he'd said. I was too busy wondering if one of my favorite characters was going to survive the injury they had sustained. When we got to the library, he'd asked me if I was okay, and so I told him I hadn't slept, not a lie since I was up all night reading. Throughout our session, I had to ask him to repeat himself multiple times as I hadn't been listening to his questions, and in all of my classes, I'd been so spaced I hadn't picked up a single thing. The day seemed to drag until finally, the bell rang to indicate that it was lunchtime. I practically leapt out of my seat and dashed towards the library, feeling the weight of the next book in the series in my bag. It had been all I could think about all day, so I sighed in blessed relief when I found the library was quiet and settled at a table in the back corner to read. As soon as I opened the first page, I was sucked back into the world that had been playing in my mind for days now. Everything else fell away, and all that mattered was if my favorite character was going to be okay. I fidgeted in my seat, my eyes flicking over the words on the page as I read about how there was nothing that could be done. I tensed as I turned the page, hoping there would be a last-minute fix, but tears filled my eyes when instead all the characters started to say their goodbyes. "Hey!" I yelped at the interruption and glanced up, finding the last person I expected to see. Angelo stood over me, his huge stature looming above me and blocking out most of the light in the room. He dropped into the seat across from me, while I gawped at him in confusion. "What's wrong?" he suddenly asked, reaching a hand across the table towards mine. I blinked, only to realize my eyes were full of tears. One trickled down my cheek, and I quickly swiped it away, my cheeks turning a deep shade of red as he stared at me with worry etched into his features. "Nothing," I told him quickly, dabbing at my eyes with the sleeve of my jumper. "What are you doing here?" "Scarlett," he said softly, "you're crying, tell me why." I shook my head. "It's silly." "Don't worry, I'm okay." "It is not silly," he stated, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Please tell me what happened." I swallowed, my gaze falling back to the book in my hands, so I didn't have to look at him as I confessed, "My favorite character in my book died." I whispered the words, hoping he somehow wouldn't be able to hear them, but when I glanced up, the surprise on his face confirmed he did. "Oh," he said, retracting the hand that rested on the table near my own. "I told you it's silly," I whispered, my cheeks burning in humiliation. He shook his head. "It's not silly," he said, although his lips twitched. I stared at him for a moment, until his composure finally broke and he let out a laugh. He lifted his hand to cover his grin, but I heard the unmistakable amusement bubble out of him. "You're laughing at me," I grumbled, burying my face in my hands and squeezing my eyes closed. He coughed. "No, I'm sorry. It just wasn't what I was expecting you to say." He cleared his throat again, and then I felt his hands curl around my wrists, gently tugging them away from my face. I peeked an eye open at him, seeing all traces of amusement had faded. "Are you all right?" I nodded. "I'm fine, I just got swept up in my book." Again, his lips twitched upwards in amusement, and I blushed yet again. "What are you doing here?" I asked him, in an attempt to redirect the conversation away from me. This time, his smile was full. "I wanted to see you." My stomach felt as though it somersaulted at his words, and the warmth in my cheeks burned even hotter. "Oh," was all I could manage to say, and I wanted to bury my face in my hands again at the pathetic response. The only reason I didn't was because they were still encased in his. "I figured when I couldn't find you in the cafeteria, or outside, that this is where you would be. I can go if you want to get back to your book," he said, nodding to where it sat in between us on the table. Guilt gnawed at me as I shook my head. "No, that's okay." I freed one of my hands from his grasp, turned and stuffed it back into my bag. I'd already ignored him this morning because I'd been more focused on my book, and now, I was making him feel unwanted when he'd been sweet enough to want to spend time with me and to search the school until he found me. I looked back at him with a smile that he matched, before scanning the rest of the room. The library had filled up while I'd been engrossed in my story, mostly with people who were either reading or doing work. I recognized the majority of the people since they were in here every day like me, and most of them had their gazes pinned on me, or more precisely on Angelo. "This is the last place I expected you to spend your lunch break," I told him, refocusing on where he sat and trying to block out the stares from the rest of the room. "It's the last place I expected to be," he agreed with a chuckle. I laughed, but couldn't help glancing behind him to where people were still watching us. I was desperate to know what they were thinking. I pulled my other hand away from his and shuffled back a little, conscious of people thinking we were together. Angelo's hand lingered between us on the desk, and he offered me a soft smile. "I can go if you want," he said again. I shook my head. "I don't want you to go," I told him honestly. "It's just, everyone is staring at you," I whispered, forcing myself to keep my gaze on him rather than surveying the room for a third time. He only grinned. "I guess nobody else expected to see me in here either." "I guess not." His hand finally retreated to his side. "Do you want to go into the study room? Get away from everyone staring?" he asked me, shooting a quick glance over his shoulder. I watched as a few people whipped back around, avoiding his glance as though it would burn right through them, but as soon as he turned back towards me, their eyes were back on us. I glanced to where the study rooms were. Not really," I admitted. "They might think we're together if we go into one of those rooms, just us two." My cheeks burned at the thought, but when I looked up at Angelo's face, I saw a flicker of hurt in his eyes. "Not that I don't want people thinking we're together," I blurted. "It's not like I'd be ashamed of that or anything. It's just that, well, we're not together. And well, I wouldn't want people thinking I was that kind of girl. That would do, well, you know. It's just in the library." "Scarlett," he cut me off, reaching for me once again. He took my hand beneath the desk, where nobody would be able to see. A small twinge of disappointment flared in my chest at the fact he'd done that, even though I was the one that didn't want it to look like we were together. "It's okay," he said, "I get it." I sighed, wishing the opinions of everyone else didn't matter. Wishing I could just let go and admit how I really felt about Angelo. Wishing I could give it a go with him, give us a real chance. Something told me it could be the best thing to ever happen to me. But I guess I'll never know. For a moment we simply stared at one another, before he glanced down at the desk between us, and then back up at me. "Have you eaten lunch?" I hesitated for too long. I had never been a good liar, especially not when I was put on the spot. He shot me a look before raising to his feet. "I'll be back." "Wait, where are you going?" "To get you some food," he called over his shoulder, already walking away from me. I opened my mouth to shout after him, but we already held the attention of over half the room. I didn't want to draw any more attention towards us by shouting across the library. Besides, I knew Angelo well enough by now to know he wouldn't listen anyway. With a sigh, I sunk back into my seat and reopened my book, but now I struggled to concentrate on the words on the page in front of me when I could feel the stares of everyone in the room burning into the side of my head. I'd always been invisible throughout my school life, and I'd liked it that way. And as amazing as it felt to have attention from someone like Angelo, it meant I also gained attention from others too, and that made me extremely uncomfortable. I could hardly sit still under the scrutiny of the rest of the room while I waited for Angelo to return, and when he did, it was with a plate full of food. "Here," he said, dropping it onto the table between us. "What about you?" "I've already eaten." I frowned. "You aren't allowed more than one meal from the cafeteria." He shrugged. "You are if they're shit scared of what your dad might do if I'm denied a sandwich." I felt my stomach drop. Would he really hurt someone for that? I asked, my voice barely more than a whisper. I startled when he laughed. "Are you kidding? He'd tell me to stop being such a greedy shit, and to stop using him as a way to get what I want. The staff at the school just don't seem to realize that, and I've decided not to correct them." I rolled my eyes at the smirk on his lips. You always get what you want, don't you? His smirk widened. Always. He leaned closer to me until I could feel his breath on my cheek. That's a promise.
Chapter 21. Passed. Scarlett exclaimed. For a moment, I was too stunned to speak. I'd actually passed calculus. You're fucking with me? She cringed a little at my language, which made me smirk, but then turned the piece of paper in her hands around to reveal the big C written at the top of the page. At the sight, I broke into a full grin that had my cheeks aching. Congratulations, the beautiful girl across from me beamed, as though the achievement was entirely my own. You're incredible, I told her honestly. How she'd managed to drill this shit into my head was beyond me. She shook her head. This was your work. You put in the effort, and it's paid off. I'm really happy for you. I had the sudden urge to round the table, pull her against me, and kiss her. I wasn't sure whether it was because I was so thankful for her help, or because I wanted her to stop talking as though she did nothing. Either way, I knew she wouldn't appreciate the move, but my gaze zeroed in on her lips as she continued talking. Are you going to celebrate? She looked at me expectantly, and I found myself biting my lip as I studied hers. God, I wanted to kiss her. I managed to drag my gaze back up to her pretty blue eyes. They were slightly bleary, with dark bags beneath them that had me wanting to ask questions I knew she wouldn't want to answer, but they were beautiful nonetheless. That depends, I said, steeling my spine. Would you want to celebrate with me? This weekend? Her eyes widened in shock, although I couldn't understand why when I'd already expressed my interest in her. I tried not to reflect just how hopeful I was that she would say yes onto my face, but I wasn't sure I was being successful. I really wanted her to say yes. Angelo, she said softly, guilt flooding her eyes. My shoulder sunk. I wish I could, she whispered, but I already told you it can't work between us. I tried not to let the rejection sting. And I already told you, I always get what I want. And I want you. I'm not going to stop trying. I'd hoped that response would make her happy, but instead, her eyes narrowed. So you won't allow me the choice? She asked, her voice soft. Immediately, I shook my head. That's not what I'm saying. I'd accept you saying you didn't want to go out with me if I thought you didn't like me, but you told me you liked me, Scarlett. You said you liked me. Was that not true? Or have I done something to change that? I couldn't hide the emotion in my voice as I spoke. This girl had me hoping for things I didn't know I wanted, and the thought of her not wanting me made my chest ache. She looked back at me with so much guilt and pity that I almost believed she actually didn't like me. But I knew she did. She relaxed around me in a way she didn't any other time. She laughed with me. She smiled at me in a way that was slightly different to how she smiled at others. I truly believed she felt safe with me, and for a girl who clearly always had her guard up for whatever reason, I knew what that meant. No, she finally whispered after a long pause. You haven't done anything to change that. I do like you, it's just not that simple. I only frowned. Why not? She sighed heavily, looking once again like she carried the weight of the world on her shoulders. I wanted too badly to remove that weight from her. Wanted to know what was going on in her head right now, what was making her second guess anything. I wanted to know more than anything what or who had hurt this beautiful girl enough to break her trust entirely. It's just not. Tears filled her eyes, and the sight felt like a punch to the stomach. I'm sorry, Angelo. It's just not that simple, she repeated before grabbing her book from the table and her bag from the floor. Before I could even attempt to reassure her, she was gone, leaving me sitting in the silence. For the rest of the day, I dwelled on the fact that my morning had started off so well, with Scarlett announcing I'd passed my calculus exam. This was the subject I had always found the most difficult, so passing calculus gave me some hope for the rest of my classes. But now, all I could think about was the fact she'd rejected me. Someone had hurt her. I'd managed to deduce that much. She was closed off, kept almost entirely to herself, and my guess was that it was to protect herself from getting hurt again. Maybe she'd been rejected and didn't want to experience it again. I was starting to understand how that felt. "What the hell is up with you?" Cesare asked me, as I slammed my locker door shut a little too aggressively at lunch. He stood beside me, eyes narrowed. He was always assessing, always studying, always aware of everyone and everything, always 10 steps ahead, and it was so infuriating. "Fuck off," I muttered, not the slightest bit in the mood for his scrutiny. He rolled his eyes at my attitude. Of all the people in my life, he knew me best, and he knew that pushing me to talk when I was in a mood wouldn't get him anywhere. He'd earned enough black eyes or split lips when we were younger to understand that now. We made our way down the hallways, shoving through the throngs of people milling around their own lockers towards the cafeteria. My mind was elsewhere, going over this morning's conversation over and over, picturing the pretty blonde who managed to punch me right in the heart in one short conversation, until I heard a familiar laugh. I glanced to the left to see my sister leaning against her locker, surrounded by a few of her friends, and her boyfriend draped around her like strings of ivy wrapped around an old building. Impossible to get rid of. As we neared, he looked up from where he was practically drooling down my little sister's top and met my gaze. I narrowed my eyes when a smirk crossed his face, and then a second later, he swooped down, pressing his lips to her and slamming her back against the lockers, gaining the attention of everyone around. "Fuck this," I grumbled, redirecting towards them. He'd picked the wrong day to piss me off. "Angelo." Cesare called from behind me in warning, although I wasn't sure if he was warning me not to do anything or warning V that I was there. Either way, her eyes widened when she spotted me over his shoulder. I expected her to push him off her when she spotted me approaching. I'm sure I looked as pissed off as I felt, with my jaw set like stone and my hands curled into fists. I was itching to pummel into the prick's face. But instead of brushing him off, she pulled him closer, maneuvering his hands so they curled around to grab her ass. If I wasn't already pissed off, now I was seeing red as I reached them. I gripped the back of the guy's shirt and tugged so hard I heard the fabric rip. He stumbled backwards, struggling to find his footing, as I twisted around and then all but threw him across the hallway and into the lockers opposite. Everyone around us scattered, narrowly avoiding being crushed under this guy's weight, but I didn't have it in me to care. All I cared about was the sound of him crashing into the lockers, the grunt he let out at the impact, the smacking sound of him hitting the floor like a pile of bones. Those sounds eased the tension in my muscles a fraction. "Angelo!" V screamed beside me. She managed one step towards her boyfriend before I was hauling her away down the hallway. We reached an empty classroom, and I shoved her inside, more aggressive with her than I ever had been. Her eyes were wide as she stumbled backwards into a desk before catching herself. "What the hell is wrong with you?" she gasped out, breathing heavily. "You're done with him, V." "I mean it," she scoffed, her eyes brimming with tears as she shook her head. "That isn't for you to decide. I'm so fucking sick of you telling me what to do. You're not my dad. It wouldn't matter if I was, you still wouldn't listen. You don't listen to a single thing he says either." Her eyes shone with rage. "I'm not a child, Angelo. What I do is my business, and mine alone. When are you going to realize that everything we do is for your own good? When are you going to realize that you don't know what's for my own good?" I dragged air in through my lungs, trying to get my temper under control before I did or said something I knew I'd regret. "I'm trying to look out for you," I told her, my tone a little calmer than before. "No, you're trying to control me." She straightened and took a step towards me, all her previous anger replaced with a sadness I hadn't noticed before. "If you can't be happy for me, then just stay the fuck away from me," she said, her voice soft. And then, for the second time today, I heard the door close behind her and I was left in silence. Chapter 22.
Scarlett's Pav. I curled up on my bed, my blanket thrown across my lap. It was old and a little crusty now, nothing like the huge fluffy thing I'd picked out when I was younger. The pink color had faded to an off-white, and all the fluff had shed, leaving a large sheet of loose threads. But it was the only one I had, so I snuggled beneath it, propped against my pillows resting on my windowsill. Outside, I could see the sun setting in the distance. The sky was painted in oranges and yellows, so bright it hurt my eyes, but I couldn't look away. Dark gray clouds heavy with snow had hung over the town for a long time now, but tonight they'd vanished, leaving a clear sky for the first time in weeks. The light cascaded my room in a golden glow, making the dull space seem beautiful. I surveyed the space, imagining how it could look with just a little TLC. The walls were painted in a baby pink color that had chipped off in a number of places, showing the navy blue color beneath. My desk was a rickety old thing we picked up at a market, and the wood was splintered and chipped, and one leg had cracked, causing it to lean slightly to one side. I'd managed to sort of temporary fix by propping it up on a textbook. The small stool underneath it was fairly new, something my mother had bought me for my birthday last year. It was cream-colored and velvet, much nicer than the wooden stool I used to have that had been incredibly uncomfortable to sit on. Beside my desk was my closet. It wasn't very big, but it didn't need to be, since I didn't have enough to come close to filling it. There was a small mirror hanging on the door, and then a shelving unit beside the closet that had all my school books, knickknacks, and then stacks of my favorite books that spilled over onto the small amount of floor space available. My bedroom was the most personalized in the apartment, with small Polaroid pictures of me and my mom pinned along the top of my mirror and around the window. There were a few of my dad too, but he never liked having his picture taken, and I didn't really like being reminded of memories involving him. A soft knock at the door sounded, and I smiled at my mom when she slipped into the room. "Hi, sweetheart." She shuffled across the room and settled on the bed beside, although it was squeeze. I pressed further against the wall to allow her some more space, but we were nestled closely together, both of us watching the sun dip below the horizon. "Are you okay?" she asked me after a few moments. I shrugged a shoulder. I couldn't hide things from her, and especially not when I'd been in such a low mood all week. "Things aren't the same with Angelo now," I told her. "I hate it." I hadn't wanted to reject him. In fact, when he'd asked me to celebrate passing his assignment with him, I'd been elated for about half a second before reality set in. I wanted more than anything to say yes. To have something to look forward to for the rest of the week, and to have a whole day where I get to be in his company, learning more about him. But my dad never would have allowed it. Not when it posed a risk to him. "I wanted to talk to you about that," my mom said softly, reaching over to take my hand. I felt hers tremble slightly. "Your dad has suggested that we go away for the weekend, just us two." It felt like someone had punched me in the stomach as I processed her words. "What?" She swallowed, raising her chin to hide the fear that was shining in her watery eyes. "He thinks that we need to spend some time together, just us, to talk about some things." Immediately, I shook my head. "No," I said, squeezing her hand in mine. "No, you can't. He'll hurt you." He'd been more aggressive with her than ever after this week. If there was one thing that he desired, it was control, and finding out that she had been leaving the house without his permission while he wasn't around infuriated him. Taking her away for the weekend was a tactic to regain that control, to separate her from everyone and everything and have her isolated with only him. There would be nothing she could do to stop him from hurting her. She took a shaky breath and forced a smile onto her face that didn't reach her eyes. "I'll be okay, sweetheart. And this means you can spend the day with Angelo. He won't have to know you're gone." "What about you?" My voice cracked. "I'll be okay." I shook my head. "No, you won't. Baby, he's made up his mind. It's not like I'm in a position to argue, and I'll be okay knowing that you're safe and enjoying yourself." She squeezed my hand and leant forwards to press a kiss to the top of my head while tears gathered in my eyes. I knew she was right. She couldn't say no to him. It would only make things worse. "I can't," I told her. "He won't remove the camera." She sighed. "No, he won't. But you're not the one he's monitoring. We can easily pass it off as you going to the library to study for the day. He'll believe that easily enough." Is that a good idea? You've been unhappy all week. You deserve to go on your first date with a boy you like. You deserve to have all of these experiences without fearing the consequences, sweetheart. She released one of my hands to wipe her eyes. We'll be gone either way. It's up to you, but if you want to go out with this boy, then tell him you've changed your mind. And what if it goes well? I asked her, my tone deflated. What if he wants to go out again next weekend? What do I tell him then? I don't want to string him along if I know it can't go anywhere. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, she said. Just do this for yourself. Enjoy yourself for once without worrying about the future. You deserve that much. She lifted a thumb to brush away a tear, just as it spilled over my lower lashes. I love you so much. I closed my eyes at the soft sound of her voice. I love you too. Without a word, she left my room, leaving me in the near darkness, mulling over what she'd said. I'd spent years trying not to rock the boat. I had no friends, not even an acquaintance whom I could talk. I spent my days alone, hiding from the outside world so they would never look too deeply and realize what was happening behind closed doors. Angelo was the first person I'd ever relaxed around. We were forced to spend time together, forced to speak to one another, and get to know each other on some level because of tutoring. But he was the first person to ever volunteer to spend time with me. To ask me personal questions, just to know me better. To want to extend our time together, and push our relationship past a professional one. He made me feel seen after years of hiding in the shadows. And now I had the chance to show him that I did like him, that I did want to know him more. That I did want to be around him. But with that opportunity came risk. If my dad found out, he'd force me to end the relationship immediately, and I knew I'd pay the price for trying to start one in the first place. I didn't want to give him any reason to be any angrier than he already was, but I also didn't want to be miserable for the rest of my life. I tossed and turned all night, going back and forth on my decision. I could say nothing to Angelo, not see him this weekend, and maybe he would stop asking, stop trying. I could shut down whatever this was before it even started. I could go off to college in a few months, be free from my father's control, and date whoever I wanted. Or I could tell Angelo I had changed my mind, that I was free this weekend and that I wanted to spend time with him. I knew it was a risk, but something in me believed Angelo could be worth that risk. When I went off to college, I could date as much as I liked, but Angelo wouldn't be there, and a part of me would always wonder if I'd made a mistake. So when he picked me up the next morning, I steeled my spine. "Did you sleep okay?" he asked me, probably having noticed how many times I'd yawned and rubbed at my eyes. I nodded, even though it wasn't true. "Did you?" He forced a smile. "I did, thank you." I cringed at the way he spoke, so formal and distant. It was what I'd told him I wanted, but I hated it. I was wondering, I started, suddenly feeling nervous. What if he had changed his mind? "Are you still free this weekend?" He turned to glance at me in surprise, before refocusing on the road. "Yeah," he answered. "Why?" I fidgeted in the seat. "Is the offer to do something together, to celebrate you passing your exam, still on the table?" He broke out into a grin that made my heart beat a little bit faster. "Of course it is," he said. "I'll pick you up Saturday morning."
Chapter 23.
Scarlett's Pav. When Saturday rolled around, I had a spring in my step that hadn't been present in a while. Somehow the sun seemed brighter, the birds chirping in the tree outside of my window seemed louder, and the weighed-down feeling of the world on my shoulders seemed to have lifted slightly. I felt as though I could breathe a little easier as I moved around the apartment. I showered, using my favorite scented lotions that I had been saving for years, only using a small amount on special occasions. This felt like a special occasion. I'd never been on a date before, and the fact that someone like Angelo had asked me to go on a date with him made me giddy. I'd never felt seen before, and I had liked it that way. I liked being invisible. But Angelo saw me instantly. And being seen by him was a high I couldn't explain. After my shower, I stood in front of my wardrobe, staring at my limited options, and my good mood instantly deflated. I desperately wanted to be one of those girls that wore pretty outfits and treated themselves to something new when they had a date or an important occasion, but unfortunately, I only had the same few options. It was still pretty cold outside, so I begrudgingly grabbed my jeans and a plain tank top with my cream jumper thrown over the top. It wasn't special by any means, but fortunately for me, Angelo had specifically said to dress comfortably and not to wear anything too fancy. I started to work on the rest of my appearance, dragging a brush through my hair and dabbing some makeup onto my face. It wasn't anything drastic, and as much as I wished it didn't totally transform my look into something more beautiful. I still looked like me, plain and worn down. The only bright side was that, if my father checked the camera footage, I looked no different to any other day, so he wouldn't be suspicious. I stared at myself for a while, willing my reflection to show a more desirable version. I wanted him to look at me and think I was the most exquisite thing to ever exist, like the men in the books I read always did. In fairy tales, the man was always enraptured with the woman's striking beauty and would fall head over heels for her. It was always the same, a beautiful blonde with flawless tan skin, a perfect figure, a smile that lights up every room and eyes that sparkle in the sun. Someone who floats rather than walks, exhibits elegance and grace in the way they carry themselves, speak softly and sweetly, are quiet and reserved and yet confident and seductive. I was so far from the standard of those women, the kind of women I expected Angelo to desire. I was plain, pale, and wore shabby, outdated clothes. I didn't float but instead stumbled and trudged around with poor posture due to always being hunched over when I read. I wasn't confident, and muttered and stumbled over my words, and was very clearly uncomfortable all the time. Nothing about me was seductive or desirable. I was simply plain. I startled when my phone vibrated on my desk. I peeled my eyes away from my reflection and moved towards it, feeling a little lighter when I saw a message from Angelo. With a smile on my face, I opened the message to see he'd said he was on his way up. My heart stuttered, and suddenly, I didn't have the time to dwell on my appearance. Hurriedly, I stuffed my feet into my shoes, snatched up my bag, although I only had a small amount of loose change in there, and shot across the apartment. It wasn't until I slammed the front door shut behind me and paused for breath in the hallway that I realized I was obviously rushing in front of the camera. I cringed, praying that he hadn't been watching at the time. But before I could begin to dwell and panic, the sound of Angelo's footsteps on the stairs reached my ears, and when I glanced to the left, his towering figure came around the corner and up the final flight of stairs. I swallowed, my throat suddenly dry when his eyes landed on me. A smile cracked on his face, and I relaxed again instantly. "Hey," he greeted, reaching the top of the stairs and ending up right beside me. His scent, masculine and warm in a way I couldn't place, wrapped around me. "Hey." I shuffled awkwardly from one foot to another, unsure on what else to say. I'd been so hung up on getting ready and wishing I could look perfect for him that I hadn't given a second thought to the date itself. I had no idea where we were going, or what we were doing, or what to say to him, and I suddenly felt completely out of my element. "You ready to go?" I nodded my head, forcing a smile to hide the swarm of anxious thoughts swirling around in my mind. What if he decides he no longer likes me after this? What if I have a great time, and he doesn't? What if I start to feel things for him, and he moves on to someone else? What if neither of us enjoy it, and we have to force uncomfortable conversations for the rest of the semester during tutoring? "You sure?" With a deep breath, I widened my smile and nodded again, more enthusiastically this time. He accepted the answer, or lack of, and turned to lead the way back down the stairs. However, before we could take a step, the door to our right swung open. "Scarlett." I smiled at my neighbor, Sierra. She was only a year older than me, although sometimes that was easy to forget. Her hair was a mess on her head, her eyes bleary with dark bags beneath, and her clothes stained with sick from the baby curled up in her arms. She was a beautiful woman, and yet life had aged her far beyond her years, leaving her tan skin pasty and washed out, her long curls a matted mess, and her perfect figure hidden beneath dirty baggy jumpers and scruffy jeans. "Are you busy?" She glanced between me and Angelo, her eyes wide and watery. "Is everything okay?" I asked, evading her question. "Work have called me in and I could really do with the money, as I'm behind on rent," she rushed out. "Is there any chance you could babysit Kelsey? My mom's out of town and the daycare center have raised their prices, and I'm completely out of cash, but I can get you some money next month if you'll have her for the day." I faltered. Sierra worked every single day for as many hours as she could, and still, she struggled to make ends meet with the cost of daycare for her daughter Kelsey. I helped her out whenever I could, babysitting for a much lower fee when she had the money, and for free when she didn't. "Oh, I glanced at Angelo. "I'm sorry, we have plans." I saw the hope extinguish in her eyes, and her shoulders slumped. "No problem, have a nice day," she said, shooting a friendly smile in Angelo's direction. "I don't mind," he suddenly spoke up. "I haven't booked anything for today, I just had some ideas on what we could do." I frowned. "You'd reschedule?" I asked, a hint of disappointment in my tone. When he shook his head, my confusion only grew. "No, we can still spend the day together." He nodded towards Kelsey, who started to get restless in Sierra's arms. "We can take her to the park or something?" It took me a moment for his words to process, and when they did, my jaw nearly fell. Before I could question him, he met Sierra's gaze. "If you're all right with me being there too, of course." She blinked, clearly just as taken aback, before her gaze settled on me. She smiled widely, glancing between the two of us before readjusting Kelsey on her hip. "Yeah, that's fine with me if you're sure you don't mind. I don't want to ruin your date." I blushed at the way she said date, her eyes alight with amusement. Angelo answered on our behalf, and I was more than grateful, as my throat was suddenly extremely dry. "Not a problem, we'll just have to push it back to next weekend, right?" He turned to me and Scarlett an eyebrow, his lips quirking in one corner. A part of me wanted to scowl at him for putting me on the spot like that, and another part of me almost melted into a puddle on the floor at how sweet he was. "Are you sure you wouldn't mind?" I asked him, glancing back to where Kelsey started to grow louder and louder. "She cries an awful lot." Sierra cringed. "She does. It's a horrible high-pitched screaming that'll leave you thinking you've gone deaf when she finally goes quiet, and that's only when she's sleeping." I expected him to backtrack, but instead, he laughed. "My little sister was the same. She used to scream the house down unless my dad was holding her." Sierra smiled. "Okay, well, if you're sure, it would be a massive help." "Thank you. I'll get you both some money when my paycheck comes in at the end of the month." He only shook his head. "No need?" I was still flabbergasted, gaping like I fish, when he started to follow Sierra into her apartment. "I'm really sorry about the mess," I caught her say as I scurried after the two of them. "I haven't had much time to tidy up recently." Help yourself to whatever is in the fridge or, I could bring you something back from the restaurant?" I shook my head, knowing she was only allowed one meal during a shift and she needed that herself. "We'll be all right, thanks." She nodded, her eyes scanning the dimly lit room. The curtains hanging over the windows were drawn, only allowing in small slithers of light, and a bulb in the middle of the room flickered, fighting for life although it was rapidly fading. Kelsey's toys littered the floor, looking like a hurricane had swept through the room and sent all their possessions scattering. The kitchen counters were covered in empty takeaway containers from the restaurant where Sierra worked, Kelsey's emptied bottles and food stains. "I'm really sorry about the mess," she muttered again, a frown marring her face as she assessed it all. I shook my head. "Don't worry about it," I told her. "Now go or you'll be late." She nodded. "Call if you need anything." "Promise," I called after her as she shot out into the hallway and the door slammed shut behind her.
Chapter 24. "This isn't exactly what I was expecting our date to be," Scarlett yelled from the passenger seat of my car. I'd turned the radio on, But there was no point, as every sound was drowned out by the screams of the tiny baby waving her fists around in her car seat behind me. I winced at the horrendous sound. Despite being warned, I wasn't prepared for the sheer volume of her screeches. The girl has some seriously strong lungs. She'd been going for over an hour at the house, and we eventually decided to take her to the park so she could get some fresh air, and maybe fall asleep in her stroller while we walk. Me neither. I called back, hoping she could hear me, although I wasn't really sure. We didn't bother to say anything else since it would only give us sore throats, so we remained quiet until I pulled into the car park. "This place looks so nice," Scarlett commented, her eyes surveying the area. There was a cluster of picnic benches to our left, surrounding a small hut selling hot drinks in the winter and ice creams in the summer. Beyond that was a large lake, and even further back was a forest, whilst to our right was a huge play area. "This is where we used to come when we were kids. I started playing football with my dad over there." I gestured towards the goalposts in the distance and smiled at the memories. I still remembered the first time I played football with Cesare and my dad, and I fell face first into the mud when I tried to kick the ball. My dad got into trouble with my mom, and she claimed then and there that sports weren't for me. I'm glad my dad didn't listen. I glanced towards Scarlett, who stared in the direction of the goalposts and smiled. "Come on. Hopefully a walk will rock her to sleep in her stroller, and then we can actually have a conversation." I heard a slight wisp of her answering laugh through the noise as I turned to open the car door. When I slammed it closed behind me, I took a second to bask in the quiet. It was still loud outside, with car engines, squealing kids, and barking dogs, but it was nothing compared to that little girl's screams. With a deep breath in preparation, I opened the back door. The sound hit my ears like a physical blow, and I had to fight not to stumble backwards. "Shush," I attempted for the millionth time this morning. A part of me was regretting opening my mouth back in the hallway. I could be stopping off for breakfast right now, on the way to the coast with Scarlett. That had been my original plan, to take her to see the ocean. But as soon as I saw the desperate look in her neighbor's eyes, I couldn't not offer to help. Scarlett had looked so caught in the crossroads, and I didn't want her to spend our day together feeling guilty when her friend needed her help. And then, as soon as we stepped into the apartment, and I saw how this girl was living, I knew I'd made the right decision. The only response I got from Kelsey was her screaming even louder. Around us, people turned to stare as I unclipped her seatbelt and lifted her from the seat while Scarlett dragged her stroller out of the back of the car. I turned to her as she unfolded it, and then placed Kelsey in the seat. "Come on, Kels," Scarlett whined as she started down the path. I locked the car and followed behind her. "Just stop crying for a minute, please." "Is it because she wants her mom?" She shook her head. "She's always like it, even when she's at home with Sierra. C thinks it might be because she misses her dad," she said with a shrug. "And where is he?" "He was a military man. He was sent overseas about a month before Sierra realized that she was pregnant. He never came back." Her words hit me like a punch to the stomach. I didn't know these people in the slightest, but my heart immediately broke for Sierra. I couldn't imagine losing someone I cared about like that, and being left alone to raise a child. "So, he never got to meet his daughter?" She shook her head. "He didn't even know he had a daughter." I suddenly didn't blame the girl for her screaming. She'd been through enough already at her incredibly young age. She deserved to scream to her heart's content. I think it's still possible to miss something, though, even if you've never known any different. I nodded in agreement, but kept quiet as we walked. Kelsey's screaming didn't die down, as we did a couple of laps of the lake, not even when Scarlett took her out of her stroller and carried her to the water's edge to look at the ducks. Instead, she just scared them all away with the noise. "Why don't we try the play area?" I suggested. Scarlett shrugged and followed me over. "Does she like the swings?" I asked. "I doubt she's ever been on them." "What?" I twisted to face her, brows raised. She only shrugged. "The park near us isn't the nicest place to take kids. It's basically a drug den." I frowned at that, immediately wondering if Scarlett had ever played in parks when she was younger, or had it always been like that in her neighborhood. "Well, let's find out if she likes them," I said with a grin, reaching down to take her from her stroller. She threw her little fists around in a tantrum as I lifted her into my arms, but I persisted, taking a seat on one of the swings and folding her tightly in my arms so she was secure on my lap. Ever so gently, I pushed my feet off the ground, causing the seat to lurch forward and then swing backwards. "Does she look like she's enjoying it?" I asked Scarlett over the screaming. She didn't answer, and I glanced up to see her smiling at me, a look in her eyes I didn't recognize. "What?" Her smile widened. "You're just really cute," she muttered. I scrunched my face up, making her laugh. "Cute?" She laughed again. "Yeah. There's just something about you sat there, wedged in a kid's swing, with a tiny little baby in your arms that's just cute." She shrugged a shoulder and leant back against the fence behind her with a giddy kind of smile on her face. I gasped, eyes wide and jaw slacked. "Wedged?" I questioned with a scoff. "What are you trying to say about me?" She giggled and rolled her eyes. "Shut up," she said with a grin before straightening. "I don't think she likes the swings." Begrudgingly, I nodded. "Fine," I said with a groan, rising to my feet. I hated to accept defeat, but all she'd done was kick her tiny legs at me in protest, so I was willing to admit that she didn't seem too enamored with the swings. "Let's try the slide instead." Scarlett rolled her eyes as I crossed the park to a short slide on the opposite side. "Is this for you or her?" she teased, pushing the stroller after us. I ignored her and stepped up onto the climbing frame, still holding onto Kelsey as tightly as possible. I then positioned myself at the top of the slide, arranging her on my lap and hooking my arms around her little waist. "Ready?" I asked her. She continued to shriek. I took that as a yes and pushed forwards over the edge of the slide. We slid about halfway down before I felt my thighs wedge between the metal upstands either side of us, forcing us into an abrupt stop. From the bottom of the slide, Scarlett snorted in the most ungraceful way and then quickly covered her face with her hand when I met her gaze. "Oh, shut up," I grumbled, rolling my eyes when she snickered, her grin hidden behind her hand. "Are you okay to catch her at the bottom?" I asked her, lifting Kelsey and positioning her onto the slide herself. Scarlett nodded and stepped forwards, crouching at the bottom of the slide with her arms outstretched. I released Kelsey, and she slid another few feet before being scooped up by Scarlett and spun around in her arms. The slightest giggle erupted from her that had the two of us grinning at each other in triumph. "The slide!" I exclaimed. "She likes the slide." She grinned back at me. "Does that mean you're going to do that again?" I scowled back at her before wriggling to free myself from the metal slide. In the end, I had to just scramble to my feet and jump off the side, which Scarlett chastised me about, saying I was a bad influence on the kids that were around. What choice did I have? I defended. I couldn't slide down like I was meant to. She only laughed as we repeated the process a few times, me pushing Kelsey from the top of the slide and Scarlett catching her at the bottom. She giggled a couple more times between her cries, and in the end, we gave up and made our way back to the car. Chapter 25.
Scarlett's Pav. On the way back to the apartment, Angelo stopped at a convenience store. He placed Kelsey in the shopping cart and pushed her up and down the aisles, speeding up when there was nobody else around. He managed to pull a few more giggles out of her and calm her cries slightly. He picked up a variety of groceries and a teddy bear for Kelsey before bundling it all in the car and driving us back. "I'll make us dinner," he stated as he unloaded everything into Sierra's fridge. "You've bought enough to make the whole building dinner every night this week," I exclaimed, looking at the amount of food he'd grabbed. I hadn't paid much attention when he was filling the cart since he'd said he wanted to stop for a few bits, but when we reached the checkouts, the cart was full and now so was Sierra's fridge. He only shrugged. "She needs some food in the house," he muttered, piling up the tins he had bought in the cupboards. My eyes widened. He'd bought all of this for her. "Angelo," I said, my voice barely a whisper. He turned to me, a smile on his face. "You like spaghetti?" I stared back at him, my heart pounding in my chest as I really studied the man in front of me. He was good-looking, sure, but the most beautiful thing about him, I was beginning to learn, was his heart. I'd known he was nice, at least to me, but figured that was him flirting or putting in extra effort to try and win me over, but everything he had done today only proved it had nothing to do with me. Angelo Boselli was one of the sweetest people I'd ever met. "Are you always like this?" His smile faltered. "Like what?" I lifted a shoulder. "Kind. Thoughtful. Just a genuinely nice person." His lips curved upwards. I tried to be. I matched his expression and took a step towards him. "I like it." For a moment we just stared at each other, smiling at the other like we didn't need words to express the way we felt about each other. A smile said enough. "Spaghetti would be great. Can I help?" He shook his head. "No way." I frowned as he swatted me with a tea towel, causing a giggle to bubble out of me. "Go and sit down while I make dinner." With a sigh, I did as he said and made a space on the couch to curl up. Kelsey had been put down for a nap when we got back, and the silence coming from the next room indicated she'd finally fallen asleep. I switched the TV on and settled in for a while, but my eyes were heavy from the lack of sleep and the long day we'd had, so I found myself drifting off quickly. When I woke, it was to the smell of food. The whole room held a delicious aroma of garlic bread baking in the oven. I smiled and stretched, blinking my eyes open to find a pillow beneath my head and a blanket draped over me that wasn't there before. I rubbed at my bleary eyes and then moved to sit up. The TV was off, and the curtains along the back wall had been pulled open, allowing the late afternoon sun to pour into the room, casting everything in a golden glow. I frowned when I scanned my surroundings in the new lighting. The floor had been cleared of all the toys, and they were now packed away in the large box in the corner of the room. A candle was burning on the coffee table in front of me, and a mug of steaming hot chocolate sat beside it. The light overhead was now suddenly fixed, no longer flickering incessantly. When I turned to where Angelo stood, his back to me at the stove, I saw the cleared worktops, no rubbish in sight, and the small table in the center was set with a few mismatched dishes and cutlery, another candle burning in the center. "You cleaned the whole place?" I questioned, completely and utterly in awe of the man in front of me. He jumped, whipping around to face me with a hand pressed to his chest. "You scared the shit out of me." I laughed at his wide-eyed expression that quickly softened. "I made you a drink," he gestured to the coffee table. "I was just about to wake you, the food is nearly ready." He turned back and switched the stove off, before opening and closing a few cupboards before finding a strainer. He carried the pan of spaghetti over to the sink and drained away the water before splitting it onto 3 plates. Instantly, I knew the third was for Sierra. I couldn't manage to wipe the smile from my face as I made my way towards him. He dished a few meatballs onto each plate and then poured some sauce over it all before sprinkling some cheese on the top. I stayed back as he opened the oven and pulled out a tray of garlic bread before adding a few slices to each plate. "Here," he said, placing it onto the table. "Thanks." I took the seat opposite him and started to eat. "Wow," I said around a mouthful of food, forgetting who I was with for a moment. "This is amazing." He grinned as he ate his own food, the conversation flowing and lulling as we ate. Whether we were talking or not, there was a sense of comfort around us that I relaxed into, any worries about the result of the date fading to the back of my mind. I just enjoyed his company, his sweet gestures, his funny jokes, and his genuine interest in the things I said. "That was delicious, thank you," I told him when we'd both finished. I gathered up our plates and carried them to the sink. "I'll do that," he quickly called out, rising to his feet as I filled the bowl with water. I shook my head. "You cooked. I'll wash up." He frowned but didn't protest. Instead, he grabbed a towel and started to dry the things I'd washed. We worked in comfortable silence, finding a rhythm that had us finishing quickly. Once we were done, we settled onto the couch and put a movie on. My heart stuttered when his arm came around me, and his thumb started to draw little circles on my side, but I sunk into his warm hold, my head pressed against his shoulder. We spent most of the time talking over the movie, missing important scenes, and then going back and rewatching them. I'd never laughed as hard as I did at some of the things he said, and the more comfortable I grew with him, the further I snuggled against him, until I could feel his heartbeat as clearly as my own. It was about halfway through the film that we gave up and turned it off, deciding to just talk instead, until we heard the sound of a key turning in the lock. I turned, watching as Sierra walked through the doors. The sun had long since disappeared beneath the horizon, and Kelsey had been given a bottle and had her diaper changed before being put to bed. The apartment was more or less in darkness, save for the light of a small lamp in the corner, but as she entered, she flicked the main light on and faltered. Her eyes did a quick scan of the room before landing on us. "What, you guys tidied up?" I shuffled out of Angelo's arms. "I didn't, Angelo did it all," I told her, tossing the blanket off my lap and sitting up properly. She shut the front door and stepped further into the room. "It looks amazing." "You really didn't have to do that," she told him, her eyes wide and brows raised. He only shrugged. "It wasn't a problem." She smiled. "What did you guys end up doing today?" "Angelo drove us to a park across town," I told her with a smile. Kelsey liked the slide. Her lips twitched. "She did?" We both nodded. "How was work?" She groaned. "Exhausting. I spend all day dealing with assholes just to get minimum wage and some out-of-date leftovers at the end of it." She rolled her eyes and dropped a container of food onto the table. "There's a meal for you in the oven. It just needs heating up," Angelo said, nodding to where her plate of spaghetti sat. She whipped her head around to look at him. "You made me dinner?" Again he shrugged. "There was plenty left, and I figured you wouldn't want to cook after such a long shift." Her eyes widened further, and she moved to the cooker to take out her plate. When her eyes landed on it, she grinned and turned back to me. "He's a keeper, Scarlett." I could feel my cheeks blush, but she was too busy stuffing the plate into the microwave to notice. Angelo, on the other hand, smirked from where he sat beside me, his gaze burning into the side of my face. "We'll leave you to eat and get some rest," he eventually said, turning back to Sierra. "Thank you both so much for having Kels today," she said, turning towards us as we Scarlett from the couch. "Honestly, I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. I'll get some money to you as soon as this month's check comes in." "Honestly, see, don't worry about that," I said as we made our way to the door. Beside me, Angelo also shook his head. No. After everything you've done, you deserve it." She turned and opened a cupboard to pull out a glass, and then opened the fridge. For a moment, I'd forgotten that Angelo had completely restocked it, and wondered why she'd fallen silent and gone completely still. "What's all this?" I didn't say a word, only turned to raise a brow at Angelo. All he did was shrug. "Just a few groceries we picked up when we bought the stuff for dinner." She shook her head. "This is way too much." "No, it isn't. Don't worry about it. This must have cost a fortune." He shook his head and reached for my hand. My stomach flipped at the feeling of his long fingers curling around mine, encasing my hand in his much larger one. "It's really not a big deal, money isn't an issue." She simply stared while I moved to open the front door with the hand that wasn't wrapped in his. "Thank you," Sierra said, her voice soft and full of emotion. "Thank you so much for all of it." Angelo smiled back at her. "You're welcome." "See you soon, see?" I called before stepping into the hallway and shutting the door behind us. Angelo kept a hold of my hand until we reached my door and I turned to face him. "Well, it might not have been what you had planned, but I had a really great day." He grinned. "So did I." "Thank you for agreeing to that, and for being so great with her," I said, "and for the amazing dinner too." "Just thank you." He chuckled. "You're welcome. Thank you for agreeing to spend the day with me." This time, it was my turn to laugh. "You're welcome." We stared at each other for a moment, silence blanketing us. His thumb brushed over my knuckles while his eyes searched my own. "Good night, Scarlett," he finally whispered before dropping my hand. "Good night."
Chapter 26. I'd thought that spending the whole day with Scarlett would satiate me for longer than it did. I'd hoped I could at the very least make it to Monday without missing her. But instead, I spent the whole of Sunday replaying every smile and every laugh. I repeatedly reminisced about the feeling of her wrapped in my arms, curled up together on the couch while we talked through the movie. I was well and truly obsessed with her. I could only hope that she felt the same, because I was already in far too deep to let her go. She was everything I never knew I wanted, and spending time alone had started to feel empty. I craved her company at every moment. We hadn't had the date I'd planned, but that didn't matter. I'd have been happy doing anything, as long as it was in her company. She managed to completely ground me. Over the years, a lot had come easily for me. Money, popularity, girls. I'd never had to work for anything besides my grades. It had caused a certain amount of arrogance I couldn't deny, and when I was with the guys on the team, I knew I had a tendency to let all that get to my head. But with her, I acted the same way I did with my family, with those closest to me. Right off the bat, I was comfortable enough to be completely myself, felt secure enough that I didn't need to overinflate my own ego. And as time has gone on, that's only become easier. On Saturday, I was completely myself in a way I couldn't be with my friends. They'd have mocked me for going on the swings at the park with a baby. They'd have rolled their eyes in derision if they caught me cleaning or cooking. Only Cesare and Luke really knew what I was like away from the team. And Scarlett. When Monday came around, I had already decided that I was going to have to put aside my dignity and ask her out again. I didn't care how desperate it made me look. All I could think about was her, and I was still eager to take her to the coast. I could only imagine her smile to finally seeing the ocean for the first time. I left my room just before 7. I knew my parents would already be downstairs having their breakfast, most likely with Cesare and Luke since they had training, but I didn't expect to see Violet in the hallway. She was still in her pajamas and carried a bowl of cereals back towards her room. "V," I called as I shut my bedroom door behind me. She jumped from surprise but kept her head down. We hadn't spoken since that day at school when I told her to stay away from her boyfriend, and from what I could tell, she hadn't really spoken to anyone else either. "Can we talk?" I asked her. This time, she did glance up, and I was sure her eyes were watery. "No." I sighed, expecting nothing less, but made my way towards her regardless. "Violet?" I started to say, but was cut off when she slammed her bedroom door shut in my face. I sighed again. Maybe I deserved that for losing my temper so much, but she'd barely said 2 words to anyone in days, and I was starting to worry. Regardless, I knew there was no point persisting. I was the last person she wanted to speak to right now, that much was clear. So I trudged past her door, clenching and unclenching my fists as I went. I hated being on the outs with any of my siblings, but it was especially difficult with Violet. She didn't forgive or forget easily, and she certainly didn't apologize or admit she was wrong. When we were younger, we used to bicker all the time, but we were also really close, me, her, and Cesare, so we'd usually just forget about whatever we were arguing over later that day. Things were different now, though. I felt like my sister and I were worlds apart at the moment. If I said something was black, she'd say it was white. We couldn't seem to agree on anything, and I hated it because I really did just want what was best for her. I hoped it was just a phase we were going through, and that the situation would resolve itself soon enough. I left the house, still thinking about my sister, right up until Scarlett stepped out of her building. And then, just like that, all my thoughts went flying back to her. She looked nervous as she approached me, a small smile on her face and a light blush across her cheeks. She also wouldn't meet my eye. "Morning," I greeted. I'd been so immersed in my thoughts of Violet that I'd not noticed the group of men down the road until I'd gotten out the car. There were 6 of them, sat on a small wall that edged a property a few buildings down from Scarlett's. They all had a bottle of beer in their hands, despite it being just after 7 o'clock in the morning. However, based on their bloodshot eyes, raised voices, and scruffy clothing, I guessed they were coming to the end of their night rather than starting their day. A couple of passers-by had crossed the street to avoid them, only to be heckled and hounded by the group, so I decided to cross the road and meet Scarlett right by the doors. She gave a little smile. "Morning." We crossed the street, and I opened the passenger door for her before the haulers started. Her shoulders tensed, and she glanced down the road to see the group of men. I could have sworn I saw a flash of recognition in her eyes, and instantly, I wondered if it was one of them that hurt her. "Okay?" I asked her. "Yeah," her voice was soft. "Thank you." I shut the door behind her once she was inside the car, and then turned towards the group. "What?" I heard one of them shout, and a part of me wanted to march over and show them just who they were mouthing off to. But I couldn't be sure that these were the guys that ambushed Scarlett. For all I knew, they were just a group of friends that were incredibly drunk after a very long night of drinking. Although, I had an inkling that this wasn't out of the norm for them. They started to get louder, yelling up the road at me, although their words were slurred and unintelligible. I grit my teeth and walked around to the car, desperately trying to keep my temper reined in. I didn't want to do anything that could risk Scarlett's safety. If what had happened to her was a random attack, I didn't want to make her known to people like this. So I got in the car and drove away, unable to relax until I was a few streets away. "Are you sure you're all right?" I asked Scarlett after a while, aware that she still hadn't spoken. She nodded, watching me from the corner of her eye. "Are you?" "Yeah, I'm good." "I missed you," I admitted. My cheeks heated at the confession, but there was no use denying it. She blushed a deep red but smiled brightly. "I missed you too," she practically whispered, but the words echoed in my head like she'd screamed them. "Did you enjoy the rest of your weekend?" "I'd have enjoyed it a whole lot more if I'd have been with you." She laughed softly, and I grinned. "I guess I'll just have to try and plan something for next weekend so I don't have to go 2 whole days without seeing you." My breath seemed to clog up in my lungs while I waited for her to say something, and when I saw her deflate in the seat beside me, I felt like I was going to choke on the lack of oxygen. "I really wish I could," she whispered. I swallowed, trying to remove the lump lodged in the back of my throat. "I understand," I said, although it made my throat burn. I felt like an idiot, thinking about her all day yesterday, while she only thought about me when she planned how to let me down gently. She didn't enjoy the date the way I didn't want to know me more, while I wanted to know every single detail that made her who she was. "No, Angelo, it's not like that, I swear," she said, her head shaking frantically in my peripheral vision, but I couldn't look at her because I was sure my eyes had glossed over. My knuckles were white against the steering wheel as I continued to drive, unable to respond to her because my jaw was clenched so tightly it made my teeth ache. I'd managed to make a fool of myself, pining after a girl that clearly didn't want me. How did I not get the hint when she turned me down the first time? I pulled into the parking lot outside school and killed the engine, although I still gripped the steering wheel until my fingers ached. "Angelo, please," she whispered softly, her tone filled with sympathy that felt like a blade going straight through my chest. "I promise it's not like that." "Then what's it like?" I snapped, whipping around to face. She flinched, and I'd never hated myself more than in that moment. I squeezed my eyes shut and unclenched my fists, trying to focus on evening out my breaths. I couldn't lose my temper with her, because she didn't want to go on a date with me. It was her choice, and I had to respect it. "I'm sorry," I said after taking steadying breaths for a few silent moments. "It's okay, really. If you don't want to go out with me again, you don't have to. I have no right to get annoyed." "I'm sorry." Tears filled her eyes, and it felt like my heart was being ripped right out of my chest. "I really do want to," she whispered, gaze falling to her lap. "I swear I do, I just can't." "Can't?" She swallowed, her eyes still lowered. "I have a deal with my parents," she finally said. "I have to study at the weekends and keep on top of my grades if I want them to help pay for college." Still, she didn't look at me, but she took a shaky breath before continuing. They were away for the weekend, which is why I could spend some time with you. But I can't do that again. I'm sorry. A tear spilled down her cheek, and I reached over to flick it away, hating the sight. Gently, I cupped her chin and tilted her face towards me so she had no choice but to look at me. She looked so damn heartbroken it killed me. That's okay, I told her, I understand. She blinked, and another tear trickled over her cheek. I'm sorry. I shook my head. You've got nothing to be sorry about. It's good that you're focusing on your grades. My parents would be thrilled if I did the same, I joked. She forced a small laugh and wiped away her tear before it dripped off her chin. Please don't be upset, I said, the sight of her tears cracking my chest wide open. We'll just have to make our plans during the week instead. This time, her laugh came a little easier, and she met my eyes. That works. I smiled, wiping at her eyes with my thumb. I don't care when or how. I just want to spend as much time with you as possible. Whether that's an hour every month or a few days a week, I'll take what I can get. I just like your company. She smiled. Weekdays after schoolwork, she said. I like your company too. How about tomorrow? Her answering nod had me grinning like a clown for the rest of the day. Chapter 27.
Scarlett's Pav. When the school bell rang at the end of the day, my stomach tightened in anticipation. Angelo had told me to meet him in the car park, so I gathered up my things and followed the rest of the class towards the exit rather than head towards the library like normal. I usually did an extra hour of studying before heading home so that I didn't have to fight through the swarm of people trying to leave the school grounds, but today, I was being dragged along by the current of people flowing to the front gates. I couldn't see over their heads to find Angelo when I was finally shoved through the main doors, plastered to the back of a rather sweaty guy in front of me. At my back, a gaggle of girls constantly elbowed my ribs in an attempt to push past me, but always dropped back when they realized there was nowhere else that they could go. In the 15 minutes it took me to walk from my classroom to the car park, I was reminded of why exactly I chose to stay in the library, and I was starting to wonder if another date with Angelo was worth the bruises I was sure to gain from this experience. But then I spotted him. He was standing against the passenger door of his car, his eyes on the throngs of people dispersing into smaller groups around me. I watched him scan every face that passed him, eyes narrowed, searching. Something fluttered in my stomach at the fact he was looking for me. It immediately had me deciding that yes, this would be worth the struggle of forcing my way out of the building. Once I got a little closer to him, his gaze flickered left slightly and landed on me. The smile that graced his handsome face made my knees weak. He really was incredibly good-looking. His dark hair was slightly messy, and it was obvious as to why when he ran a hand through it, before pushing off the car door and taking a step towards me. Maybe it was Italian heritage that made him so beautiful, with his tan skin, dark hair and dark eyes. Or maybe his impressive figure, so big and bulky. But for me, I think the thing that was most beautiful about him was his smile. It was so wide and bright, making his dark eyes sparkle as he walked towards me, stopping just a few feet from me. "Are you okay?" he asked, his tone playful. "You look a little shaken." I breathed out a laugh. "I basically got dragged here by the crowds," I told him. "One of the issues with being small, I guess," I shrugged. "You get submerged by big crowds." I grinned and pulled my bag up higher onto my shoulder, before shifting my weight from one foot to the other. He laughed. "Well, I'm glad you made it out alive," he teased. Here he reached across for the bag slung over my shoulder. "I'll carry that." I smiled at the sweet gesture, but couldn't help glancing around at the groups of people clustered around us, some of them with their eyes on us. I blushed at their attention. The last thing I wanted was for people to start talking about me. "Ignore them," Angelo suddenly said, his eyes on one particular group of girls off to our left. The four of them stood in a semicircle, heads leaning inwards and hands covering their mouths, as they whispered things to one another. All except one, a tall, skinny blonde girl with sharp cheekbones, big lips, and a cheerleader's outfit on. "She looks like she wants to kill me," I said softly, feeling my heart stutter at the daggers in her glare. She won't bother you, he said, I promise. He sent me a smile that was meant to be reassuring, but it didn't settle my nerves. Come on. I followed him to the car, my legs trembling with each step. I hated attention, especially negative attention. Scarlett, Angelo called when he pulled open the passenger door, and I did nothing but stare at the leather seat. Don't let it bother you, he said. They're always hanging around the team, and the blonde, Lindsay, has asked me out a few times and I've turned her down. It's me she's glaring at, not you, okay? She won't bother you. I'll make sure of it. I tilted my head to look up at him. She's beautiful, I stated, my confusion evident. If I could picture a perfect girl for Angelo, she would be it. He lifted a shoulder. She is, he said, but there's more to life than looks, and she is the vainest person I've ever met. And if you'd met my sister, then you'd realize how vain that actually is. He grinned, and I couldn't help but smile. He always managed to put me at ease. Come on, let's get out of here. I nodded and slid onto the seat before he shut the door behind me. He threw my bag into the trunk alongside his, and then pulled out of the car park, passing the group of girls and then a few guys who started to wave. Ignore them too, he grumbled, rolling his eyes as he put his foot down a little, and almost ran one over as he danced around in front of the car. I glanced at the others from the corner of my eye, noticing that one of them was almost identical to Angelo. That's your brother, I commented. He nodded. Yeah, and this prick, he said, gesturing to the one who finally leapt out of the way, is like a brother. He lives with my family most of the time, and we've grown up together. I nodded, observing the group of guys as they started to laugh. Did you tell them about me? I asked quietly, unable to look at him. Of course, he said instantly, and my heartbeat stuttered. Not a lot, but they know who you are. I swallowed, unsure on whether that made me feel better or worse. What did they think of me? They must know I'm nothing like the cheerleaders and beauty pageant girls they were used to. Did they think I wasn't good enough for Angelo? Did they know where I lived? The kind of background I had? There is no way Angelo's friends and family would approve of me if they knew I had no money, no status, no friends. I was a nobody, and he was a somebody. We were nothing alike. Whatever you're stressing about, don't. They're looking forward to meeting you whenever you're ready, he said. I almost threw up at the thought. I know they're gonna love you okay, but don't stress about that right now. I swallowed. Sorry, I can't help it. I picked at my nails, keeping my eyes downcast as I spoke. We're just so different. They probably think someone like Lindsay is better suited to you, not someone like me. He scoffed. They're well aware that someone like Lindsay would drive me up the wall after 5 minutes in her company. My family know me better than anyone, Scarlett. As soon as they meet you, they're going to see exactly what I see in you, and they'll adore you. And if they don't, then I don't really give a fuck. I know what I want. He spoke so confidently. As soon as they meet you. Not if or maybe. He talked as though he had it all planned out, and it both made me giddy and nauseous at the same time. He glanced at me after a few seconds of silence, and I opened my mouth to respond, but no words came to mind. What was I supposed to say to that? Fortunately, he only grinned and turned the radio on, filling the silence with the sounds of my favorite song. I love this song, I told him with a smile. His grin widened. So do I. He turned the volume up until the beat pounded against my eardrums, so loud that I felt completely immersed in it. I smiled, swaying along to the soft guitar strings before Angelo started to sing. He screeched the high notes so loudly, I had to cover my ears while my laughter almost drowned out the music itself. Tears gathered in my eyes when he continued, completely off-key and far too loud, but with so much enthusiasm. My lungs wheezed as I tried to catch my breath, and my stomach muscles ached from laughing by the time the song came to an end. I think you just ruined my favorite song, I said with a giggle when he turned the volume back down to a normal level. What? He gasped. No way. I killed that. I snorted. Yes, you did. He shot me a glare that had me laughing again before I finally settled into my seat. I hadn't realized that until now. My shoulder had been locked and my spine rigid, but now I slumped backwards, all thoughts of people from school pushed to the back of my mind. "So, where are we going?" I asked, watching the road signs fly by on the interstate. He didn't respond, only smirked over at me before refocusing on the road. I huffed. "Fine, okay, don't tell me." "Do you have to be home for a certain time?" he asked. "No, just not too late." I narrowed my eyes at his answering smile. "Perfect."
Chapter 28. Scarlett asked me 3 more times where we were going, before finally going quiet. We chatted a little as we drove, but mostly we just listened to the radio, singing along to songs we liked and complaining about the ones we didn't. It had been just over an hour of driving when she sighed. "I'm starting to think you're bringing me to the middle of nowhere to kill me," she muttered, assessing the expanse of open land either side of the narrow lane we were driving down. Hills lined the horizon either side of us, but there were no signs of civilization anywhere. I laughed. "I wouldn't need to bring you all this way to kill you. I have people for that." Her smile dropped from her face and I cringed. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. "Can you really joke about that?" she asked, an edge to her voice. "Sorry," I said. "I guess I'm just used to it. I forget it's not normal sometimes." She didn't say anything, but the silence was suddenly heavy with an atmosphere I didn't like. "I promise I'm not going to kill you. And we're almost there. This road is just a shortcut that not many people know about." She nodded but kept quiet, and I suddenly wanted to rewind and try that again. Fortunately for me, the atmosphere only lasted a few minutes because we passed a signpost for the coast that she unfortunately didn't miss. "The beach?" she exclaimed, sitting bolt upright. I could feel her inquisitive gaze burning holes into the side of my head, but I kept my eyes on the road, fighting back a smile. "Are we going to the beach?" Her question was answered only 30 seconds later when we came to the brow of a hill and then started downwards, the vast expanse of the ocean coming into view ahead of us. "Oh my God," she gasped, sliding forward in her seat so her nose almost touched the windshield. "It's the sea. Look, Angelo, it's the ocean." I couldn't help but laugh. She sounded like a child, so mesmerized by something I'd taken for granted. "I can't believe we're going to the beach," she continued, her grin wider than I'd ever seen it. I took a left turn that wound through a few fields before turning onto the main road that followed the coast. Fortunately, the little coastal town wasn't too busy on a weekday in the winter months, so it was easy enough for me to find somewhere to park overlooking the ocean. "It's beautiful," Scarlett commented, eyes wide. Above us, the sun was starting to descend in the sky, and I knew in the next hour it would be a beautiful sunset. Violet had used an app she'd found that told you whether it would be a good sunset or not, and it had said tonight's would be a good one. "Do you want to go down to the beach?" Scarlett nodded eagerly, and then leapt out of the car before I had managed to take my seatbelt off. I laughed and rounded the car to take her hand. She blushed the cutest shade of pink, but didn't seem too conscious of the fact her hand was wrapped in mine, as her attention was solely on the water lapping at the shore. I walked alongside her down some concrete steps towards the sandy beach. "It's a little cold for the ocean, but we can walk along the beach and grab some food while the sun sets," I explained as we descended. When we reached the last step, she went to jump down onto the sand, but I held her back. "You've got to take off your shoes and socks," I told her. "It's the right way to do it." She giggled and used her free hand to undo her shoes. When they were off, she stuffed her socks inside and then waited for me to do the same before leaping off the last step and landing on the soft sand. She threw her head back and laughed before dropping my hand and starting to run. The wind blew her hair all around her, mostly plastering it to her face, but she didn't seem to care. It was one of my favorite things about her. Despite being incredibly beautiful, she didn't care about how she looked, and I don't think she even realized how stunning she was. I followed after her, having to jog a little to keep up with her. She approached the water's edge, hopping back when the water splashed up a little further. "The tide is coming in," I told her, joining her and facing out across the shimmering waves. "I didn't expect it to smell so salty," she commented with a laugh. "I'll bring you back in the summer, and we can swim in the sea," I promised. For a moment, she broke her gaze away from the view and looked at me, her smile never breaking. I smiled back, taking the opportunity to admire her. She was even more gorgeous when she smiled like that, completely free from all the things that stressed her out. I wanted to see more of it. "I want to go in now," she suddenly stated, before turning and dropping her shoes on the floor further up the beach where the water didn't reach. There wasn't anyone around at the moment, aside from a man walking his dog right up the other end of the beach, so we had the place to ourselves. "You'll freeze," I said with a shake of my head. I didn't want her catching pneumonia on our first proper date. "Just a little dip. I just want to feel it," she said, ignoring me completely, and balancing on one leg to try and roll up her jeans. I rolled my eyes and stepped up to her. "Let me," I said, steadying her when she wobbled. She dropped her leg back down, and I lowered in front of her. I grabbed the hem of her jeans and started to roll the material upwards until I reached her knees. I tried to ignore the fact that she'd gone completely still, but when I brushed her knee with my knuckle, I couldn't miss the way her breath hitched. I moved to the other leg and did the same before straightening. Her eyes lifted to follow my gaze, and for a moment we just stood and stared at each other. My mouth went dry when I dipped my gaze to her lips. I wanted to kiss this woman more than anything, but I didn't want to move too fast and scare her off. So I dragged my gaze back up to her shiny blue eyes. "Thanks," she said a little breathlessly. I offered her a smile, and she returned it before spinning and facing the water again. Steadily, she took a few steps forward while the waves dragged backwards, back into the ocean. When it spilled back over the sand a few seconds later, it also washed over her toes and she let out a squeal. "It's freezing," she yelped. "I told you," I said with a laugh as she backed up to stand beside me again. "It's been snowing recently. All the melted snow would have run back down into the oceans." I laughed as she shivered, burying her feet in the sand in an attempt to warm them up. "Your turn," she muttered. I laughed, shaking my head. "I'm not that stupid, sweetheart." Her cheeks warmed, but she batted her eyelashes up at me. "Please? I'll go in again if you do it with me." She fluttered her lash, and I folded instantly, suddenly understanding why my mom had my dad so whipped. It was impossible to say no to women, especially when they looked as adorable as Scarlett did right now. "Fine," I grumbled. I rolled up my own jeans so that they wouldn't get wet, and then went and stood beside her while the tide was out. Even the wet sand felt cold against the bottoms of my feet. I steeled my spine, readying myself for the bitterly cold water when it started to wash back up towards us. But just before it did, I watched Scarlett leap backwards in my peripheral vision, avoiding the wave as it splashed over my ankles, sending a chill right up my spine. "Hey!" I called while she cackled further up the beach, practically doubled over. I trudged back up towards her and caught her completely off guard when I scooped her up into my arms. "No," she squealed, kicking her legs, "put me down." "No, Angelo, don't." Her laughter didn't cease, but now there was a panic to it as I carried her back towards the water. "Please don't," she laughed, wriggling in my arms. Despite the freezing cold water, I waded further in until the water level reached just below where I'd rolled my jeans to. "No, no, no," Scarlett screamed when I slowly started to lower her, dunking her ankles under and then her calves. "No. Stop." She buried her face in my chest and clung to me like a koala, gripping my shoulders for dear life so I couldn't lower her any further. She was still giggling in between her squealing, and I chuckled before lowering into a crouch so her legs went in further. "Stop, stop," she gasped. "It's so cold." I laughed again before straightening. "It is fucking freezing," I agreed. For a moment I stayed where I was, arms around her waist and hers around my shoulders. Her head was nestled against me, her hair right beneath my chin so I could smell her coconut shampoo. Holding on to her was so warm, so completely contrasting to the icy water. "Can we go back up to the beach now?" she finally murmured against me, her breath warm on my neck. I swallowed and nodded before carrying her back up to the dry sand. Slowly as I could, I lowered her back to her feet and she untangled her arms from around my shoulders. A soft laugh escaped her lips as her eyes met mine. "That was mean," she finally said with a pout. I lightly pinched her side where my hand still rested on her hips. "So was convincing me to go in, and then ditching me," I reminded her, making her laugh again. It was very quickly becoming my favorite sound. "Hungry?" I asked her. She nodded her head. "And cold?" I laughed. "Let's go back up to the car. I brought a towel in case we wanted to sit on the beach so we can dry off. And then there's a takeaway place just down the road." Chapter 29.
Scarlett's Pav. The sunset was beautiful. The entire sky was painted in oranges and yellows and pinks, all of which reflected off the water's surface. It was an incredible sight, and I couldn't peel my eyes away from it until the sun finally sunk below the horizon. When I did turn away, I found Angelo's eyes already on me, and a small part of me wondered just how long his attention had been on me rather than the sky. It made my stomach somersault. He bought us some food to eat, and a couple of hot chocolates to warm up from the cold of the ocean, and then, when the sun had set, we started the journey back. My shoulders slumped when he announced that we should start heading back. I knew he was right. It wasn't late by any means, but I knew my mother would start to worry once it had gotten fully dark. But I didn't want to pop the little bubble we'd formed. The drive back was comfortable. We talked about meaningless things like TV shows and music, and then Angelo talked to me a little bit about football. He wasn't very happy that I'd never gone to a game before. He'd said he'd have to change that, and I'd felt myself smile at the thought. By the time darkness completely blanketed us, we were only half an hour away from our town, but still, it was only early evening. Angelo pulled into a car park in a small town off the interstate, and I frowned. "What are we doing here?" He ignored me and exited the car before walking around to open my door. I surveyed the area, noting a few shops across the road, but most of them had shut for the evening. "Where are we?" I turned back to him to see his lips twitch in amusement. "Get out the car and you'll find out." I rolled my eyes and slid out of my seat. "You really like surprises, don't you? And you really don't like being surprised, do you?" "Not particularly, no," I muttered as I walked alongside him. He only laughed and took my hand in his again. Feeling his warm skin against mine, wrapped around mine, made me feel a sense of safety. Being out in the dark didn't feel dangerous in the least when I was beside Angelo. He felt like the eye of the storm, calm and safe while a storm raged on outside. The rest of the world fell away next to him, and along with it, so did all my worries. We crossed the street and weaved between a few shops before reaching what looked like a little high street. The majority of the shops were shut for the night, but right opposite us was a little diner. Angelo led us inside and stepped up to the counter to ask for a table while I surveyed the room. The walls were painted a neutral beige color, and all the chairs and tables were made of a dark wood that created a cozy atmosphere, paired with the trails of ivy draped around the walls and strings of fairy lights intertwined with them. The place was fairly empty, save for a few people, so we took a seat in the window. "This is a really nice place," I said, scanning the place again. Every table had a candle burning, and a couple of plants placed in the center, and each chair had an array of colorful cushions. "My sisters love it," Angelo responded. "My dad used to bring the two of them here all the time. It's the best dessert shop for miles." He handed me a menu, and I scanned the extensive list of options before settling on a Belgian waffle covered in chocolate and strawberries. Angelo ordered a pancake covered in chocolate sauce and chunks of brownie, and when they came, my jaw dropped at the size of them. "I can't eat all of this," I said before taking my first bite. When I did, I had to hold back a moan. "Wow, that's amazing." "Told you," he said with a grin. I managed about half before I started to feel sick, so I ate the strawberries and left the rest. Angelo, meanwhile, finished every single bite before I'd managed my half. "Do you always eat like this?" I asked him as we left the diner. "Like what?" he asked with a smirk. "Like you should have a heart condition." He laughed. Yeah, I do. I have a good metabolism, he said with a grin. I'm jealous, I said with a laugh. If I ate like that, I'd be the size of a house by the end of the week. He unlocked the car but stopped me before I could get in. Do you struggle with your appetite? He asked, his light teasing tone suddenly gone. You don't eat a lot at all. I shrugged. I'm just not a big eater. I went to move away, but he latched onto my arm, stopping me where I was. Scarlett. I turned back to look at him, brows raised. It's a serious thing, if you have a problem with food. It might be something you should see a doctor about. My eyes widened at what he was implying. No, it's not that, I exclaimed, although a small part of me couldn't believe how incredibly sweet he was being once again. No, I don't have any kind of problem with eating, it's just, I shifted from one foot to the other, my gaze falling to my feet. We don't always have the money to buy food, I admitted. I guess I'm just not used to be able to eat 3 meals a day. My cheeks burned at the admission, but I felt his thumb start to draw circles against my wrist, his touch warm against the cold breeze. I'm sorry, he said, his voice soft and so close to me I could feel his breath. Still, I couldn't look up at him. I didn't mean to embarrass you. I just want to make sure you're okay and taking care of yourself. I forced a smile onto my face before finally looking up. His brown eyes were already on me, so soft and warm I wanted to melt in them. I'm okay, I promised. This time when I made a move to go to the car, he didn't stop me, and I slipped in, sinking against the warm leather to shake off the cold crawling up my spine. Angelo started the engine, and it wasn't long before we were pulling up outside my building. It was nearing 10 o'clock now, and I knew I needed to go in and get to bed ready to be up early for tutoring again tomorrow morning, but a part of me couldn't bring myself to get out of the car. I had the best time, thank you, I whispered through the silence. Do you want me to walk you up? I shook my head. That's okay. I'll manage. I smiled at him, and he returned it. I had the best time too, he said. Thank you for taking me to see the ocean. Anytime? I twisted to face him. And thank you for the food and for driving and for, well, everything. He smiled. You're welcome. I'll pay you back for it all. Not if I have anything to say about it. I sighed, but he shot me a look that told me arguing would only waste my breath. Thank you, I whispered again. Good night, Scarlett. I swallowed. Good night, Angelo. See you tomorrow. He only nodded, and I finally twisted away and opened the car door. As I slid out, he called behind me, text me when you get inside, all right? I couldn't help but laugh as I nodded in agreement. All right. Drive home safe, I said, and he nodded in return before I shut the door. I hurried across the street to the doors to my building, and once I knew I was out of sight, I let the smile on my face break out. Already, I missed him. Already, I wanted to go back and do tonight all over again. My mind was on him as I made my way up the stairs, and I was so distracted when I entered the apartment that it took me a second to notice who was stood in the kitchen, staring back at me. That quickly wiped the smile from my face. Where the fuck have you been? My dad spat, spewing saliva across the floor. I swallowed the lump in my suddenly dry throat. His eyes were bloodshot, his fists balled, his voice shaky. He was drunk. And he was angry. The library, I answered quickly. He wasn't supposed to be home. He never came home on weekdays. Never. Behind him, my mother lingered a few paces back, eyes glossy. His eyes narrowed. Then where are your books? I used a textbook at the library. He took 3 long steps until he was right in front of me, towering over me, reminding me that I was small. Insignificant. Do you have any idea what time it is? 10 o'clock, he roared before I could answer. What? Did you just expect to come home at this time, and your dinner would be on the table waiting for you? No. Don't fucking answer me back. His palm swung towards my face before I even knew what was happening, and all I could do was squeeze my eyes shut and brace for impact. The sting was worse than I expected, making the whole side of my face burn with heat. I started to cry, and turned my face away so he couldn't see my tears. That only made him angrier. "Tony," my mother started to say. He twisted to face her, and held up a hand. Not a word. He whirled back around to me. "Get in your room, and don't you dare come out again tonight. See what happens when you stay out and miss your dinner, because you won't be getting any fucking breakfast in the morning either. That'll teach you to be so disrespectful." I did as I was told and shot past him, diving into my room and closing the door behind me. As soon as I did, I let the tears fall freely. Sob after sob escaped my throat, and I sunk to the floor right against the door and curled my arms around my waist. In a matter of minutes, I'd gone from elation to despair, all because of him. I hated him. I hated the alcohol for making him like this. For stealing away the father that read me bedtime stories, and taught me to ride my bike, and talked about moving away from here to a big house in the countryside, where we could have a little farm with horses and chickens. I hated that this was my life, having to tiptoe around him to see the only person I'd ever been willing to let in. I hated that every good moment was torn apart by the bad. I hated it. My phone vibrated in the pocket of my jeans, and I pulled it out to see Angelo's name. I took a couple of breaths, and wiped my eyes before answering. "Hey," I said, my voice wobbly. "Hey. You didn't text. I just wanted to make sure you got in okay." Even in my current circumstance, he brought a small smile to my face. "Sorry, I was talking to my parents." "That's okay. I hope I didn't return you too late," he teased. I shook my head, although he couldn't see me. "No, you're fine. Did you get home okay?" "Just pulling up now." "Get some sleep, gorgeous. I'll see you in the morning." "See you in the morning?" I whispered back before hanging up and crawling into bed.
Chapter 30.
Scarlett's Pav. The rest of the week dragged painfully slowly after my date with Angelo. After running across the beach, the sand like silk beneath my feet, the wind whipping my hair around, and the biting cold air sinking into my lungs, being confined to my bedroom had never felt so claustrophobic. I tried to focus on my assignments, spending every spare moment I could studying, so I wasn't constantly thinking about Angelo, but my thoughts always drifted back to him. I still couldn't believe he had taken me to the ocean. Not only did it prove that he was paying attention when we'd been playing our questions game in the car, but it meant he cared enough to take me somewhere I'd always wanted to go. I never imagined I'd leave this town until I went off to college. And even then, I didn't imagine I'd be able to see much of the world. Although Stanford was at least by the coast, so I'd have been able to see the ocean when I went off to college. But going to the beach and seeing the sunset was a memory I'd never forget, and now, I'd give anything to go back and relish in it for just a little bit longer. Seeing Angelo every morning had easily become the best part of my day. Every time I saw him standing outside my building waiting for me, I was reminded of just how beautiful he was. His smile was unmatched. Nothing in the world would be a better view than seeing him smile at me in a way that had me feeling like the best part of his day was seeing me. He took me to the same cafe every morning, where he chatted with the woman behind the counter like they'd known each other for years. It turned out he had. The woman used to work for his dad as a maid, and he was the one who bought her the cafe. It suited her perfectly. She was friendly with every single person who came in, knowing little details about them all that made her feel like a friend. We then ate our breakfast in the car, listening to the radio. Every time he tried to buy me food, I protested, and every time he ignored me completely. He said he liked buying me things, and that it was important to him that I ate enough. When he said things like that, I melted. Having someone looking out for me and taking care of me was new. I was still adjusting. But the more I got to know Angelo, the clearer it became that taking care of people was just who he was. He bought his mom flowers every now and then to make her smile. He protected his sister from the boys at school. He helped his other sister with her homework. He defended the people he loved so ferociously, and I knew he would do absolutely anything for his family. It just made him that much more amazing. I wasn't the least bit surprised that he had girls drooling all over him. He was mouth-watering to look at. But what I couldn't grasp was how none of these girls cared about his personality. I'd never heard anything about what an amazing person he was. The whispers about this man that floated around school covered his good looks, his talent on the football field, his popularity, his family's money. But not once had I heard that he was sweet, that he was a good brother, that he cared deeply for the people around him, that he was generous with the money they all talked about. It was those qualities that I couldn't stop thinking about as I hid in my bedroom each night after school. I had managed to hide the red mark on my face the day after our date from him with some makeup. I had butterflies in my stomach all morning, scared that he'd notice it as soon as he saw me, but thankfully he never said a word. Unfortunately, a few days later, I failed to hide my busted lip. When I washed my face in the morning, I managed to remove the blood that had crusted overnight, but I couldn't hide the swelling or the scabbed slit across my bottom lip. I'd caught it between my teeth, on a particularly powerful blow from my father the night before. He'd come home drunk and this time he'd brought friends. I'd gotten lucky with just a few punches because, when I emerged from my room in my pink polka dot pajamas to find a group of strange men standing in my kitchen, I'd feared the worst. I'd pulled the little shorts down as much as I could in an attempt to cover my bum, but the slurs of comments made it clear my efforts were futile. My heart thundered, and when one of them reached for me, I thought I was going to throw up. "She of age?" he had asked my dad when his hands grabbed at my ass. Tears pricked my eyes at the feeling off his grimy hands on me. The others all cackled. "Like it would make a difference," one of them quipped, a smirk on his face as he gazed down at my exposed legs. My tears spilled over my cheeks. The guy whose hands were still on me laughed. "Good point." I struggled out of his hold, panic bubbling up in my throat. "Stop," I begged, my voice coming out as a broken whimper. I couldn't breathe. Couldn't see. Couldn't move. My vision blurred as my breathing became more and more erratic, making my head spin. I felt vomit come rising up in my throat, and the men's voices all blurred together, drowned out by the ringing in my ears. They were laughing, I knew that much. And shouting. There was so much shouting before my dad's fist flew into my face. I staggered backwards, and landed with a thump on the floor by my bed. When did I get back to my room? I blinked, willing my gaze to focus, willing the noise in my head to quiet. Embarrassment. I only caught the end of what my father was saying, before he slammed the door shut behind him, leaving me alone with my thoughts. It took me hours to gain control of my breathing, to settle the panic building in my lungs, to quiet the ringing in my ears. And then, no matter how much makeup I caked on the next day, I couldn't hide the blotchiness around my bloodshot eyes or the swelling of my split lip, even if I'd managed to conceal the red-stained skin from where he'd slapped me. I kept my head down as I approached Angelo, who stood beside his car, leaning against the hood and looking devastatingly handsome, even in his casual state. "Morning, gorgeous," he said as I approached him. I felt a sinking feeling in my stomach. He seemed like he was in a good mood, and I knew I was about to ruin it. This would make him angry, and he'd spend all morning trying to wring any information he could out of me. I didn't have the energy for his interrogations. "Morning," I said in response, keeping my eyes pinned the concrete beneath my feet. It took him a few more moments until he noticed. He opened the car door for me, and as I slipped inside, his fingers brushed against my chin. "What the fuck is this?" The pure ferocity of his tone sent shivers down my spine. Often, the sweetness of his character caused me to forget just how dangerous this man could be, how violent he would be if he needed to be. "Don't worry about it," I said, the scratchiness in my voice ringing clear. My throat was still sore from crying all night. "Scarlett," he snapped abruptly, his fingers still soft against my skin. "What happened?" I finally looked up at him. There was a storm raging in his dark eyes. But whatever he saw on my face caused him to soften. Maybe it was the red rimming my eyes, or the exhaustion that caused my features to droop. Or maybe it was just how battered I looked. Whatever it was, it caused him to drop my face and wrap his arms around me instead. Tears brimmed my eyes as I sunk against him. Everything about him was warm, his strong arms around my shoulders, his broad chest, his breath as he whispered comforting words in my ear. It all melted away the chill down my spine. "You're okay," he told me softly. "I got you." I buried my face in his hoodie, inhaling his scent and basking in the feel of his arms around me. "Tell me what happened," he begged after a few beats of silence, pulling away so he could look into my eyes. "Tell me who the fuck did this." I swallowed. I'd spent all night rehearsing my answer, making sure that I could lie to him convincingly. Slowly, I shook my head. "I'm fine," I told him. "I just walked to the shop around the block last night," I told him. "We needed a few things, so I offered to help while my mom made dinner." I blinked away my tears and took a shaky breath. It was my fault. I should have grabbed a bag or something, but I just carried the money in my hands. Some guy snatched the money and shoved me over. I hit my chin on the floor and bit my lip. He grumbled under his breath, before pulling me into his arms once again. I knew it was something I could get used to. Being safely tucked against him, his arms around me, keeping me safe from everyone and everything. "You don't know who the guy was?" A breath of relief whooshed out of me, at the fact he wasn't questioning the story. "No, he was wearing a hoodie. I didn't really see his face," I answered. "Maybe the shop has CCTV or something?" My stomach dropped, and I started to shake my head as much as I could while my cheek was still pressed against his chest. "They don't?" I rushed out before cringing. My dad already checked." He sighed and then pressed a kiss to the top of my head that made my heart skip a beat. "Have you cleaned this?" he asked a moment later, pulling away and brushing his thumb over my lip. My gaze flickered down to the ground to avoid his, and clearly that was enough of an answer. "Scarlett," he grumbled. "Sorry," I muttered while he shook his head. "Come on," he said before letting go of me completely. Part of me wanted to reach out for him, to pull him back into my arms. I felt cold without him holding me. "Let's get you some breakfast, and then I'll clean it when we get to school."
Chapter 31. When we arrived at school, I led Scarlett towards the medical room. Due to our detour to get breakfast, the team were already out on the field, so the door was already unlocked and I didn't need to use my key to let us in. She followed me inside without saying a word. She hadn't said much on the drive here, had just watched me from the corner of her eye. Most likely because of how tightly I was gripping the steering wheel. I was furious that she'd gotten hurt again, and questions swirled around my mind like a hurricane. Could this really be a coincidence? Did someone have a vendetta against her? Was there a reason someone had gone after her, specifically? Had this been about more than just the money? I couldn't work it out. Scarlett was a smart girl. If someone approached her while she was alone at night and demanded she hand over her money, she would. She was small and shy and wouldn't put up any kind of fight. Surely her attacker could see that. So why harm her? Was it just for his sick enjoyment? Or was there more to it? Maybe I was overthinking it, but this was the second time in a matter of weeks that I was cleaning up her injuries. I knew she didn't live in the best area, but when Luke had lived a few streets over, he hadn't had this many issues, and that idiot would start a fight with anyone purely for entertainment. Was it just because Scarlett was more vulnerable? She sat down on the bed in the center of the room and swung her legs back and forth while I searched for some alcohol to clean her cut. It had already started to scab over, but I didn't want it getting infected. I turned to look at her, noting the vacant look in her eyes, and wished I could read her thoughts right now. But instead of asking, I returned to the conversation about what happened. "What did your dad have to say about this?" I asked, gesturing to her face. I knew if it was one of my sisters, my dad would be in a fit of rage, searching the streets one by one until he tracked down whoever had done this. She stopped swinging her legs so suddenly that the one still in midair swung backwards and thwacked into the frame of the bed. She didn't seem to notice, though. Her wide eyes were on mine, and her skin immediately went pale. What? I narrowed my eyes, not expecting that reaction in the slightest. It only made me more curious to know the answer to my question. Your dad. What did he say when you came home like that? I watched her swallow, as though it took great effort. Oh, she muttered, shaking her head a little, as though she was shaking off the panic that seemed to have washed over her. He was worried but glad I wasn't hurt. I frowned. You were hurt. I mean seriously hurt. I gestured to her busted lip. This looks pretty serious to me. I stepped up closer to her and soaked a cloth in some rubbing alcohol before pressing it to her lip. She hissed at the sting and tried to pull away, but I curled a hand around the back of her head to hold her still. Sorry, I said, it won't take long. It stings, she mumbled, trying not to move her lips too much. I dabbed at the cut as gently as I could, and then, without thinking, dragged my thumb across her lower lip where it had swollen. I felt her breath tickle my skin as she exhaled, her eyes wide as she stared up at me. I don't like you getting hurt, I told her, flickering between looking at her eyes and her lips. At some point, I'd leaned in until my forehead was almost touching hers. She pressed her lips together, my thumb still resting on the bottom one, and then swallowed. Something flared in her eyes when I glanced back up to them. I know, she said, her breath warm, her lips soft. All I wanted to do was kiss her, but I knew now wasn't the time. Not when she was hurt. I was going to ask you, I said, dragging my thumb down from her lip until my hand was cupping her chin instead, long fingers brushing over her cheek. She flinched, and I felt my heart skip a beat. Does that hurt? Her eyes left mine and darted around the room as though she could find something else to talk about. Scarlett, I called her attention back to me. You flinched. She cringed, squeezing her eyes shut. He may have hit me as well, she mumbled under her breath, but I heard, crystal fucking clear. It's just a little bruise. I assessed the skin, but there was nothing there. It was perfectly clear. And that's when I realized it was too clear. There were no freckles or blemishes, no pores or beauty marks on her face. The only imperfections were her lip and her bloodshot eyes, as though she'd been crying. You covered it with makeup, I grumbled. She lifted a shoulder. I didn't want people to see. And did you intend to tell me? I scarlet an eyebrow while she shrunk away, shoulders tense, awaiting my annoyance. That was enough of an answer. Scarlett. Sorry. Her voice was soft, whilst mine was a jagged blade. We had a deal. You agreed to tell me whenever something happened. I'm sorry, she said again. She reached out for me, grabbing both of my arms and holding me still, as though she was scared that I'd leave her. There wasn't a fucking chance. I felt her gently tug me closer, and she may as well have yanked on my heartstrings because the small, desperate movement tugged right at my chest. I leaned over her, curling my arms around her to hold her close. I'm sorry, she whispered again before burying her face in my neck. She smelt so fucking good, sweet and clean, and just so perfectly her. I'd happily drown in it. Tell me what you were going to ask me. Her voice was muffled by my hoodie. I trailed a finger up and down her spine and smiled when she shuddered from the sensation. I was going to ask you to do something with me after school, I told her, continuing my movements while she held onto me like a life force. I liked having her close. Liked touching her. Liked having her touch me. It quieted any questions or worries in my mind. Everything was drowning in her. She looked up at me, a small smile curving her lips upwards. I can't today, she said, eyes so big and round as they met mine. Can we do Monday instead? I didn't need to ask twice. I nodded in agreement. I'll sort something, I told her with a grin, already thinking of where we could go or what we could do. I wanted her to experience everything she'd never been able to see everything she'd dreamed of seeing, to go everywhere worth going. But a few hours after school wasn't long, so I had to keep things local. The beach had been an exception. I didn't care how far it was. I'd decided as soon as she agreed to a date that I'd take her. I was just lucky. It was doable in an evening. She smiled brightly, and even with a swollen lip, it was beautiful. I can't wait, she said. But we should actually get on with some tutoring. You have a chemistry resit coming up. I rolled my eyes, making her laugh float through the room. I wanted to make that sound my ringtone, my alarm, my fucking doorbell sound if I could, just to hear it over and over and over again. I pulled her to her feet, relishing the feeling of her skin against mine. Come on, she said, eyes sparkling as she looked up at me. You've already passed 3 assignments. You're doing really well, we have to keep going. I tugged her closer, smiling down at her. Being this close to her, close enough that I could smell her coconut shampoo, could feel her soft skin against mine, it made me giddy. I hummed in agreement, before smirking down at her. You're right. And the more assignments I pass, the more opportunities I'll have to celebrate with you. Her smile remained even as she bit her lip, and then winced at the pain. Exactly, she said. The hint of breathlessness in her voice had me grinning as I followed her back to the study room. Chapter 32.
Scarlett's Pav. Angelo rolled up outside of my house Monday after school. I won't be long, I told him as I hopped out of the car. I slammed the door behind me before he could say anything and sprinted across the street. He told me to wear something comfortable, but said I'd probably be too warm in my jumper, so we'd rushed back so I could get changed. Once again, I didn't know where we were going, but I'd given up grilling him for information because that man knew how to keep a secret. It was both infuriating and really sweet that he kept everything a secret, knowing it would only make it more exciting for me when the time came. My lungs wheezed, and my legs shook under my weight as I attempted to run up the stairs, but on the final flight, I ended up practically dragging myself the rest of the way. I waited outside the apartment for a couple of seconds to catch my breath, and couldn't help but smile at the screeching sound coming from next door. Kelsey was obviously awake. I could still hear her cries when I stepped into my apartment, shutting the door behind me. This building had thin walls. I could often hear our downstairs neighbor flush their toilet. "Hi, sweetheart," my mom called, a smile of her face when she spotted me. Before I said a word, I glanced to my left to where the camera sat. Or at least it did. My eyes widened when I saw it had gone. "He removed it this morning," my mom explained, clearly knowing what I was looking for. I must have missed that when I rushed out this morning. A sinking feeling stirred in my stomach. "Why?" I asked. I saw her swallow, and her left hand raised to the bruising all down the side of her face. She'd been so badly beaten recently, ever since he found out about her sneaking off during the day. He felt guilty, she said, her smile small and clearly forced. I narrowed my eyes and scanned the apartment for the usual signs. A vase of flowers sat on the kitchen table. Pretty pink scarlets, my mother's favorite. A new piece of jewelry sat around her neck too. A glittering heart pendant, only drawing more attention to the small thumb-shaped bruising all around her throat. I nodded slowly, understanding washing over me like a tidal wave. He often went through phases. After a period of violence and anger, he'd have a short amount of time where he felt guilty, where he'd try and fix things, make things right. That usually included buying gifts for us and staying with friends to give us some space. He monitored his intake of alcohol a little more during those periods, didn't take things as far as usual. But the thing about these short bursts of peace was that they never lasted. And they were always followed by an even worse eruption. He'd start to experience withdrawals, start to crave the drink again. And it would be our fault he couldn't have it. Without that crutch, he'd start to become erratic and irritable in a different way to usual. It was more unpredictable, more frenzied. Those times always scared me more than when he was actually drinking. "He wants us all to go out this weekend," she continued when I hadn't said anything. "He's staying away until then, but he wants to spend some time as a family." I assessed my mother, noting all the bruises marring her skin, the way her clothes hung off her slim figure. She hardly ate anymore. And not just because there wasn't much food in the house for her to eat. Her skin was pale, so pale it was sickly. She looked unwell. But right now there was spark in her eyes, a small glittering light. I'd seen it before, over and over and over again. Hope. When Dad was feeling guilty and apologetic, she always held that small flicker of hope. Like she truly believed that this time it could last. It never did. Okay, I said with a nod. I couldn't exactly refuse. I brushed past her and dropped my bag onto the couch. Do you have a top that I could borrow? I asked her. Something nice-ish? Her smile brightened a little. Maybe we could ask your dad to take us shopping Saturday morning, she said with a small shrug. We could both get something nice to wear for the occasion. I frowned. I didn't mean for the meal. I'm going out with Angelo, I explained. The smile on her face melted away, causing my frown to deepen. Are you sure that's a good idea? She asked. After the last time? You just said he's staying away until the weekend. She took a step towards me. Yes, but he's in a good mood at the moment, Scarlett. It's best we don't rock the boat. We don't want to make him angry. Despite the fact she was just as much of a victim of his assaults as me, I couldn't help but snap back. We never rock the boat, I exclaimed. I've never had friends over or gone out without his permission, or done anything that might make him angry. But that doesn't stop him from getting angry anyway. Scarlett? No. I shook my head, stepping closer to her. He might be in a good mood right now, but we both know it won't last, Mom. It never does. That light in her eyes dimmed, but she kept the false smile painted across her lips. This might be the time it does. I couldn't help but scoff. It won't be. Sweetheart, I'm going out with Angelo, Mom. I cut her off, not interested in anything she had to say. Hearing her defend him, hearing her choose his side and his good mood over my happiness had a lump forming in my throat, and I knew whatever she was about to say would hurt. Being with him makes me happy, I told her, the emotion bleeding through in my tone. I just want to be happy. Her features softened, and whatever light flickered in her eyes extinguished. I want that too. I'll go and have a look in my wardrobe. I'm sure I've got something you could wear. Thank you. She walked away to her bedroom, and I dropped onto the sofa, suddenly feeling exhausted. I never argued with my mom, never disagreed with her, and not once, when she'd been hopeful that things would get better, had I told her she was wrong. Once upon a time, my parents were madly in love with each other, and I know every now and then, she catches glimpses of the man she fell for, before he drowned in the alcohol. But for me, it's been too long. Too much damage had been done. I barely remember the man that was my dad, that walked me to school, that braided my hair and read me a story before bed. He was the reason I loved to read. It was our thing once upon a time. But he hadn't picked up a book in years. Hadn't smiled at me like he used to, or held me like he did when I was younger. I didn't see him as the same person. All the drinking had turned him into someone I didn't recognize in the slightest. It killed the man that was my dad, and I knew he was never coming back. I didn't hope the way my mom did. I knew better. How about this? She called before she appeared in the doorway, a black blouse hanging from her hand. It was long and flowy, with little white flowers all over it. I smiled. That would be perfect, I said. It was much nicer than anything I owned. Thanks. I took it from her, and went into my own bedroom to get changed. I kept my jeans on, but now, with the blouse, I looked a little nicer. It wasn't much, but it would do. I quickly applied some mascara to my lashes, and spritzed some perfume before leaving my room. You look lovely, my mom said, her smile warm. Have a good time. I stepped towards her and threw my arms around her. She squeezed me back just a little tighter than usual, and I didn't let go. We just stayed, silently holding each other. The hug said more than our words could. I love you, I whispered when I reluctantly pulled away. She smiled, brown eyes glowing with warmth. She gave my hand a single squeeze. I love you too.
Chapter 33. No. Scarlett shouted, causing the people ahead of us to turn around before they went back to drinking. She blushed a bright red, tilting her face downwards while I laughed. I had no idea you were so competitive, I told her when she stomped back over to where I stood, lips in the most adorable little pout. She dropped her bag to the ground and snatched up her drink before gulping it down. I'm not competitive, she said defensively, making me laugh harder. I just don't understand how you're doing this, it's so hard, she grumbled. She slammed her plastic cup back down on the little table so violently, liquid sloshed over the sides. When she trudged back over to the green, I watched her jaw clench before she bent forward, lined her club up with the little ball, and thwacked it so hard it rolled straight over the hole, bounced off the rock behind it, and rolled back past where she was standing. No, no, no. Tears pricked my eyes from laughing so hard. I'd never met someone so bad at mini-golf. Nor had I ever seen her so angry. It was so fucking adorable, watching her cross her arms and stomp her feet like my sister did when she was a toddler. I can't do it, she whined. I tried to suppress my grin, but failed miserably. I can see that. She rolled her eyes and started to walk to where the ball had rolled to a stop, even further from the hole than she was a minute ago. You're being an ass, she muttered. My eyes widened. I hadn't heard her curse much, in fact she cringed whenever I did, but clearly mini-golf had pushed her over the edge. I watched in amusement as she bent over and picked the ball up before making her way back to the hole. Now hang on a minute, I said, taking a sip of my drink before frowning in her direction. She offered the most angelic smile in return before dropping the ball into the hole. That's cheating. She shot me a look. We have tutoring tomorrow morning. If I don't cheat, we'll still be here on the second hole of the course. She grew louder and louder with each word, getting more and more worked up. It was cute. I rolled my eyes while she continued. People are waiting for us. They can skip ahead if they're that bothered, I assured her, or they can wait. I grabbed her drink along with my own before we moved on to the third hole. Come on, I said, keep trying. You'll get it. I don't think I will, she grumbled. I stepped up to take my shot first and swung the club, nudging the ball along the green and up the carpeted slope before it sunk into the hole at the top. Scarlett let out some sort of irritated growl that sounded more animal than human before taking another gulp of her drink. I shot her a smile. Your turn. I don't think I want to go out with you again, she muttered as she brushed past me, jabbing me in the shin with her golf club as she did. I only laughed harder. She dropped the ball onto the ground and lined her club up with it before hitting it. This time, she didn't put enough force behind it, so it only made it partway up the slope before tumbling back down. Arg. Why can't I do it? I chuckled as I propped my foot out to stop the ball rolling back onto the previous course. She was still scowling when I approached her and put it at her feet. Come here, I said, biting my lip to hide my smirk. I stood behind her, holding her hands in mine around the handle of the club. Her perfume hit my nose, a sweet fruity smell. It suited her. When I leant forward, her hair tickled my chin, the scent of coconut wafting up. She fit so perfectly like this, tucked beneath my chin, wrapped in my arms like she was made specifically for me. I couldn't help but brush my thumb over the back of her hand. Feeling her soft, warm skin beneath the tips of my fingers did something to my sanity. Concentrate, she mumbled, a smile to her tone. You're teaching me to play, remember? Oh yeah, I muttered, making her giggle. I'm teaching you to be less terrible. She lightly elbowed me in the ribs, and I smirked. Right, so line it up, I instructed. And then, you want to hit this one fairly hard to get it up the slope, but not too hard or it'll go off the back. I know that, she huffed. I just don't know how. With her hands cased within mine, I pulled back and then swung forward with enough force that the ball traveled up the slope and stopped a few inches before the hole. Like that, I said. With great reluctance, I stepped back from her, although immediately I felt her absence. She turned towards me, arms crossed and eyes narrowed. You didn't get it in, she stated, lips downturned. I grinned. You're my competition, I reminded her. I'm not going to help you get a hole in one. Now who's competitive, she grumbled. I've never denied being competitive, sweetheart. I'm a football player. I thrive on competition. I shot her a wink that she only scowled in response to, before walking up the slope and knocking the ball into the hole. There we go. Well done, I said, feeling a burst of pride at the silly achievement. She rolled her eyes, but a smile curved her lips upwards. We moved on to the next hole, and when she once again overshot the ball, she turned to me with a pout and batted her lashes. I need help, she stated, looking all pleading and cute. That was how the rest of the night went. At each hole, I'd take my turn, and then, when it was her go, I'd stand behind her, my hands wrapped around hers, my front pressed to her back, and I'd help her take the shot. Being in such close proximity to her was like a drug, and I was sure I was addicted. To her smell, her feel, her everything. When we left the mini-golf place, I kept her hand tucked in mine, holding her close while she chattered. I can't believe I won, she gloated, smirking up at me and patting me on the jaw. You played really well, though. It was a good try. I pinched her side, grumbling under my breath while she giggled. I was too content with the smile on her face while she teased me, and the little giggles that she released at my pout to really care that I'd lost. I might have been competitive, but I'd lose anything and everything for this girl. Are you hungry, after exhausting yourself playing sport? I asked her when she finally stopped winding me up about her win. How that had happened, I don't have a clue. I'd have thought I'd have played worse when I was distracted by the feel of her body pressed against mine, but clearly that wasn't the case. I was starting to think Scarlett made me better, in every sense of the word. Starving, she answered. Her breath puffed in front of us, and she burrowed a little closer to me, trying to protect herself from the strong gusts of wind whipping down between the buildings. Pizza sound good? I gestured to the small pizza place over the road. It was an authentic little Italian place that did the best deep dish pizzas outside of Italy. Of course, it was also a front for Mafia dealings, but that didn't make the food any less delicious. Absolutely, she said, already charging towards the little place. I had to speed up to keep up with her, and get in front quick enough to open the door. She smiled when I did and stepped inside. Inside the restaurant was warm, a stark contrast from the bracing winds outside. Italian music trickled from the speakers, quiet beneath the chatter coming from the other customers. It was a busy little place, popular with a lot of the locals because of the surprisingly friendly service given the other occupation of its workers, delicious food and warm, inviting atmosphere. Everything was made of dark woods, maroons and burgundies. Flames flickered from the candles scattered around the room, and the lighting was dim. Angelo. The bellowing voice belonged to the owner's wife, Teresa. She was a big woman, a masculine energy about her that made her intimidating to most people. She always put my sisters on edge, so I squeezed Scarlett's hand, holding her close to me. It's good to see you, she stated, her Italian accent thick. She slapped a hand across my back, nearly knocking my flying, but fortunately I was prepared for it. Beside me, I could have sworn I heard Scarlett laugh. Hi, Teresa, I greeted with a laugh. Behind her, her husband emerged from the back, a wide smile on his face. Angelo. How have you been, my friend? Seeing the two together was almost comical. Teresa was butch and bulky, almost as tall as me and wider than I was, with thick muscular arms that I imagined she'd gotten from aggressively beating dough all the time. She'd always been a cook, ever since she was a girl, she'd told me. Alberto, on the other hand, was so skinny he looked like he'd snap in half if you hugged him too tightly. He was around the same height as Scarlett, not even reaching my shoulders, and yet he was a Mafia man. I personally think Teresa would be better suited to the Mafia, but she wasn't the slightest bit interested. Alberto, I greeted with a smile. Do you have any tables? He nodded. Of course, of course. Come. He gestured for us to follow him, and then seated us at a table for two in the back corner. I only released Scarlett's hand once we reached the table to pull her chair out for her. She thanked me with the prettiest smile. Ah, Alberto hummed, eyes flickering between the two of us, I understand. There was a twinkle in his eye as he twisted to fully face me. She's yours. Huh. With a laugh, I nodded before taking my own seat. His grin widened. "I'll be back with menus." With that, he scurried off and Scarlett smiled. "Does everyone in this town know you?" she asked on a laugh. I lifted a shoulder. "Pretty much, my family is pretty well known, and Alberto is a friend of my dad's," I told her, deliberately excluding the information about them working together. "What do you want to drink?" "Just water, please." I frowned. "Are you sure?" She'd asked for the same at the mini-golf place, rather than getting an alcoholic drink like most people did. I would have, if I wasn't driving. She only nodded. "I'm sure, thank you." "I'm happy to buy you a drink, Scarlett. You don't have to get water just because it's free." She shook her head. "Thank you, but I don't drink. And I'm really happy with water." I nodded, letting it go. Alberto returned with the menus and took our drinks order before leaving once again. "So," Scarlett started, glancing up from her menu to me. "I'm yours." She tried to hide the little smile on her lips, but failed miserably. "Alberto has sons. Single, decent-looking sons," I told her with a smirk. "He'd be setting you up with one of them right now, if you weren't, as far as I'm concerned, mine." Blush tinged her cheeks, a deep red that matched the decor of the restaurant. "I see." I leant forwards across the table, leveling her with a gaze. "Make no mistake." She said nothing, only offered an amused smile before going back to reading the menu, but I knew without doubt that I'd seen a little twinkle in her eye. For the rest of the meal, I couldn't wipe the smile off my face, and when I drove her home, I made the decision to push just a little bit further. "I had an amazing time," she told me, sliding out of my car. I held out a hand to help her down, and she accepted, her bright blue eyes fixated on me. "Thank you." "You're welcome," I said, still holding onto her hand even though her feet were securely on the ground. "I had a good time too." "Even though you lost at mini-golf," she teased. I leant in, lowering my voice. "Even though I lost," I said. I hesitated for a moment, my eyes locked on her lips while I waited to see if she would pull away. When after a few beats she hadn't, I closed the distance between us and pressed my lips to hers. Her hand stiffened in mine when my mouth brushed over hers, but when I started to stroke my thumb back and forth over the back of her hand, it relaxed, along with the rest of her. And then she practically sunk against me. I snaked an arm around her waist to support her weight and also hold her closer to me. Her lips tasted like the ice cream sundae she had for dessert, and also a hint of cinnamon. It was exactly what I imagined, so warm and soft and right that I wanted us to melt into one and never ever part from each other. But after a few seconds, she pulled away. The smile that graced her face made my stomach flip. "Good night, Angelo." "See you tomorrow," she whispered. She stepped backwards, swiped her tongue across her lower lip in a way that made me ache, and then walked inside, leaving me with a hard-on and the biggest grin imaginable. Chapter 34.
Scarlett's pav. He kissed me. Angelo had actually kissed me. It hadn't been anything extravagant. Nothing like in books or movies when the guy grabs the girl and bends her backwards until it looks like her spine might snap. Nor did he press me up against the side of his car and smother me with his body, making it so that I couldn't ever escape. He simply leant down and kissed me. Somehow that was better. It hadn't been passionate or heated. Hadn't been desperate. We didn't claw at each other, wanting to be closer. We didn't lick at each other like animals in heat. He didn't slobber all over me. There was no sharing of saliva. He just pressed his lips to mine and snaked his arms around my waist, holding me close to him like he never wanted to let go. It was a sweet kiss. A soft, warm kiss. It was perfect. I couldn't wipe my smile from my face during the days that followed. Every morning when I left my apartment and found him waiting downstairs, I felt my stomach dip. Blush painted my cheeks when he grinned at me like he was reliving the moment in his head. Being in his orbit now had me on edge, wondering if he was going to do it again. I hoped he would. Declaration of Independence? I asked him. His expression came up blank, and he stared right through me, obviously trying to conjure up an answer. Come on, Angelo, you should know this. We don't all have impeccable memory, you know, he grumbled. If you can remember all those stupid rules in football, you can remember some of the most important dates in American history, I told him with an eye roll. He frowned. First of all, there is nothing stupid about football, he said, shooting me a look. And secondly, it's history for a reason. It's done. Gone. Past. I don't know why I need to know this stuff. Because your exam is next week, I reminded him. Come on, I know you can do this, you just need to do some more revision. Suddenly, he was smirking. Guess we'll have to squeeze some more sessions in together then, won't we? Might have to do some hours after school. I rolled my eyes at the grin on his face, even while my stomach flipped at the thought. I wouldn't say no to more time with him. Declaration of Independence was 1776, I told him, rather than deign to answer. His ego was big enough. I stared pointedly at the flashcards I'd given him, until he noted that down. Assassination of John F. Kennedy? 1963. Why do you remember the assassinations, but nothing else? He shrugged. It's more interesting. Gaining our independence was interesting, I mumbled defensively. I loved history. After English Lit, it was my favorite class, alongside languages maybe. All the ones Angelo thought were boring. He reached over and ran his thumb across my lips, wiping away my frown instantly. If you say so, he teased. I huffed under my breath. First World War? Again, he stared at me like I'd grown another head. Not a fucking clue. I cringed at his language, which only seemed to amuse him. Like, 50 years ago or something? I stared at him for a moment. 1914. Oh shit. Study. I said with a huff, dropping my notes onto the table in defeat. Your exam is only a week away. You should be spending every waking moment thinking about these events and dates, I told him, hoping he'd realize how important this was. Knowing the dates of these events would get him more than halfway through this exam without knowing anything else. He only grinned back at me, the picture of unbothered. His fingers hooked under my chin, and he tilted my face so I was staring into his dark eyes. My every waking moment is spent thinking about something far more important, he told me. My stomach started performing some sort of acrobatic routine, spinning and somersaulting all over the place. My throat ran dry, my hands went clammy, and my heart threatened to burst right out of my chest to get to him. Well, I mumbled, clearing my throat when my voice came out all scratchy. His smirk widened. Try and put whatever it is that's distracting you aside and focus, because if you don't pass this exam, you won't be able to get back on the team, I reminded him. His eyes flickered between my own and my lips, which were incredibly dry under his scrutiny. I'm starting to think there are some things more important than football. My heart thundered. Angelo. He leaned forward and brushed his lips over mine. I tried to stand my ground, tried not to let him win, not to let him distract me. But his lips were so soft, his hands were so warm against my skin, his presence was so comforting, his attention so exciting. I just wanted to sink into him, and never leave. Stay behind after school with me, he murmured against my lips. They tingled at the sensation. I promise I'll study. I won't get distracted, I just want your company. I melted. I had no hope. Okay, I submitted instantly. He grinned victoriously. When I pass this assignment, I'll take you another date. Maybe dinner this time, something a bit fancier. Or a movie? We could sit at the back and keep doing this all night. He punctuated his sentence by pressing another kiss to my lips. It was a cold, empty feeling when he pulled away. Or maybe I'll let you decide this time. He grinned. Have a think about what you'd want to do. I rolled my eyes. Before we get ahead of ourselves, you actually have to pass, I reminded him, but he only shrugged. You better stop distracting me, so we can get back to studying then. I kicked him in the shin under the table, which only made him laugh. We spent the rest of the week working non-stop, studying for his American history exam every morning and each day after school. Angelo stuck to his word and didn't allow himself to be distracted. He read through the textbooks I threw at him, filled all the flashcards I'd given him, and recited the important dates over and over. In our study sessions, I was there to quiz him and answer any questions he had, but I mostly got on with my own work. When the weekend came, I felt his absence more than I expected to. Without his soothing voice, booming laugh, and soft smile, I was lonely. I'd also been so busy with him all week that I'd forgotten about my weekend plans. I spent all of Friday night tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep as I waited for him to come home, drunk and angry, like he did every other week. I waited for the familiar click of the key turning in the lock, waited for the heavy footsteps across the floor, the smashing of beer bottles when he dropped them on the floor, the crashing of doors being slammed shut when he stormed into his bedroom and woke my mother. Her shouts as he abused her. But none of it came. There was eerie silence that seemed to echo all night long. I flinched at sounds that weren't there. My eyes played tricks on me, making me see shadows that didn't exist. I hadn't been this jumpy since I was a kid, and believed there were monsters beneath my bed. When the sun Scarlett in the morning, my eyes burned with exhaustion, and all I wanted to do was sink back beneath the covers, but I knew he was coming home today. I couldn't stomach my breakfast. My mother and I stayed silent, moving through the house, getting ready for his return. She cleaned the kitchen while I hoovered the lounge, despite the fact there was no mess. We didn't want to give him anything to complain about. We both made sure we looked presentable, and then sat around as naturally as possible until we heard his boots coming up the stairs. I thought I was going to throw up. He'd supposedly been in a good mood this week, but that didn't mean he still was. He could throw that door open, barge inside, and let loose the rage he tried to contain for the duration of the week. Instead, he pushed the chunk of wood open, and stood there for a moment with a smile that had my stomach turning. It didn't look right anymore, plastered across his pale face. Dark bags hung beneath his red-rimmed eyes and his lips were chapped. He wore only a t-shirt despite the cold weather, and I could see a patch stuck on his bicep. "There are my girls," he said as he stepped inside. I tried not to cringe. His girls? He'd called us that my whole life, but not as much now than he used to. He only said it when he went through these phases now. I was happy with that though. I didn't want to be his girl. "I'm just as much yours as you are mine." Angelo's words floated back to me, and I couldn't stop the smile that crept onto my face. I wanted to be his. "Hi honey," my mom greeted, standing to go and greet him. I stayed rooted on the couch. His smile widened when she kissed his cheek, and he grabbed hold of her, harder than Angelo would ever grab me, to kiss her back. When he pulled away, he glanced to me. "You girls ready to go shopping? Buy some pretty clothes for our meal tonight?" I nodded, pasting a smile onto my face that probably looked as fake as it felt, but he didn't know me well enough to know what I looked like when I smiled. It had been a long time since he'd seen it. "Absolutely. Shall we get going?" Mom suggested. Her smile seemed a little more genuine than mine. Maybe it was the prospect of new clothes. Although I didn't know why, he'd only take them away the next time we annoyed him. Still, we all pretended not to know that and made our way to the door. His car was parked out back, off the road. It felt different to Angelo's. Less warm. The leather seats were cold against my skin, and the air inside smelt stale, like it hadn't been used in a few years, even though he used it every day. A few bottles rattled around by my feet, and when he took a sharp bend and they clinked together, he sighed. "I've been meaning to get rid of those." He hadn't. He didn't drive like Angelo either. He went way over the speed limit and took the bends way too fast, causing me to smack my head on the window a few times. When he parked, he took up multiple spaces with no regards to anyone else. We followed him around the mall like lost dogs, trying on the items he picked out for us, whether we liked them or not. It kept the false smile on his face all the way up until we grabbed some lunch. "I'll have a beer and a bowl of fries," he ordered when the waiter came over. My mom's shoulders dipped. Is that a good idea? She asked him. He snapped around to face her and I flinched. I'll order whatever the damn hell I want to order since I'm the one that's fucking paying for it, thank you very much. And that was the end of the good mood. My mom shrunk in her seat and nodded obediently before ordering a water. I did the same. When the waiter scurried away, my dad continued. God, did I say anything when you were buying all these expensive clothes with my money? No. But I order one drink, and you feel the need to voice your opinion. Don't interrupt me, he snapped, causing a few heads to turn from the tables around us. I hung my head, letting my hair fall over my face as though it would hide me from all the onlookers. You're so ungrateful, Anna. I don't want to hear another word from you. He didn't hear one from either of us for the rest of the afternoon.
To be continued. Next book, Illicit King. Available now.
Scarlett. Being Angelo's girlfriend was never going to be simple, not when he's the son of the most feared man in town. I thought my biggest problem would be surviving the gossip, but danger doesn't just whisper in the shadows anymore, it's knocking on our door. His world is pulling me in deeper, forcing me to face enemies, expectations, and my own fears. I love him more than I ever thought possible, but love in this world comes with a price.
Angelo. Scarlett still thinks she can keep one foot in the light, but my world doesn't work like that. Every day she's with me, the risks get bigger, and so does my need to protect her. The same people who'd kill me without hesitation won't think twice about using her to get to me. I'll face the fallout, the enemies, and even my own family if I have to. Because keeping Scarlett safe isn't just my job, it's my promise. This is the second book in the Empire of Shadows series. Reading order. Deviant King. Illicit King. Savage King.